Earth debate, Uncut and Aftershow. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Playing Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, BG, Survive the Spin, FE Patriot, Thomas van der Zander, Chris Wouters, Sea Level Cultist, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Jason Hornsby, JMels24, Unimento, Iron26, Endless, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnells, Banter, Hairy Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Young Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. And with that, I'll hand across to whoever's in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show. Hello.
Hello? Oh, what's up, Nathan?
Guy.
What are you doing in here chilling by yourself?
I run a daily live show. This is what I do.
Oh.
It's a little early,
Yeah.
that's why.
Yeah, dude, I try to follow most of you guys' stuff. I think at one point I was able to... What time are your live streams at, brother?
Starting about 50 minutes, approximately.
50 minutes, huh? Nothing's being live streamed right now, right, Nathan?
No.
Okay, so I hopped over to a different server. I fucking have to ask, bro. Like I was always in the Flat Earth community, but I mean I've got 3 kids, and some people might say that's not an excuse, but honestly it is. I work full time. I've got 3 kids. I've got more than enough responsibility for probably 2 or 3 men combined. Like I just don't have the time to like research shit like I would like to. But I had a question, man, and I know you guys have probably either talked about it or kicked it out of subjects and whatnot, but on the whole Charlie Kirk thing, like, is there, because I was just curious, oftentimes there's discrepancies, this and that, or like, could I ask what your take is on the whole thing? Or don't feel inclined to answer it if you don't want to, but I'm just curious, man.
What's your question?
I said, what's your take on the whole thing? Because obviously there's like conspiracies breaking out about it. And I don't know, I guess more to narrow it down more, what is your take on it in regards to, is there, I don't know, like JFK, that was a huge conspiracy, this and that. Like, do you think that there's any validity to any of those conspiracies whatsoever? Or do you think it was just for somehow like legitimate?
The fact that there's multiple narratives going around about Charlie Kirk tells me that there's something suspicious about it. But as soon as there's more than one narrative, you can't know, can you? So that's where I draw the line. I just lose all interest as soon as I see multiple narratives. So that's my take. There's multiple narratives, so I've lost all interest.
Yeah, fair enough.
Wait, what's the conspiracy?
I saw it. You what?
What's the conspiracy?
Well, there's one circulating that the guy that they got isn't actually the guy, that he wasn't capable of doing that, and then there's arguments against that, but then there's other footage, I guess, that people are trying to say is like artificial intelligence, and then other people are saying, well, there's 3,000 people or however many people were there to witness it. Like, it's kind of like the same appeal to the crowds or whatever, like, well, all these people were there, so you can't necessarily say that they're wrong for thinking that, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know. I mean, AI has gotten to a point where, because I use some of the, I don't know if you guys have used it, the apps you can use to turn images into like AI videos, but it's actually pretty crazy what AI can do nowadays. And
Forget about AI. I can
would
tell you this. That was definitely a professional hit. And if everybody thinks that's the guy, you got to think about it a little bit. That's the guy they want you to think did it.
So you think there's perhaps somebody else involved?
I said that to my kids immediately. I said, that's not the guy. That's the guy they're going to put it on, but that ain't the guy, because that was a professional hit.
Yeah. Dude, you want to hear something sick too? Like, somebody made a post on Facebook and, like, bro, this isn't going to make any sense, right? Like, I can't even believe it either. Like, give me a second because I need to read what I actually said. At time, and then 280. Okay. Oops. Now look at the post. Is there 280? Oh yeah, there's well over that. Yeah. So, there was a post in regards to, there was a lot of different cities where they did some sort of uh, little group meeting, to honor, Charlie Kirk and whatnot. So then the city had on the city's website they had made that post, and initially there was like a 1-to-8 ratio of people that laughed at the post and other people that hearted it, liked it and whatnot. And so somebody else made a screenshot of all the people laughing, and he's like, "Hey, we all know these people." And so I was like, "Yeah, they make up like 1/8 of it. It's not a big deal. They're a small portion of it." So get this, bro. I wake up fucking 5 hours later after posting that, 6 hours later, something like that, to all of a sudden it went from 1/8 to like a fucking majority by a long shot, bro. Like to where now the laughing emojis are doubled. Like I almost want to say they probably posted like my comment in one of those leftist freaking, I don't know, pages or whatever. And they're like, "Hey, everybody go laugh at this," because like it's the algorithm just twisted upside down. It went to from 1/8 to like, I don't know, man, like 3/4, 3/4. Like it was crazy, bro. Absolutely absurd.
Let's get off to politics. You said something about you don't have enough time to do the research. What research do you think you have to do?
I don't know, just into, subjects that you guys talk about nowadays. Not, I mean, there's some cool things that pop up in flat Earth and whatnot, but I don't know. Like
Okay, give me
I
one.
like following your guys's. Well, my favorite one as of recently, which it's not going to be recent for you guys, but was the final experiment. I liked listening to what you guys had, but then again, I didn't have all that much time to actually go through and verify everything, this and that. And I'm honestly, if I'm not going to lie to you, man, I'm still a little bit lost as to where all of that even ended up, just because.
Who cares?
Just because, huh?
But who cares? You shouldn't even care about that. That doesn't mean a thing. We talk about measurements here. Once you measure something, you know something. So there's really nothing to research. If you know how to measure, then you know that Earth is measured flat, just with elevation angles, flight. So what would you look into? How a plane flies over a flat land? Yeah, you could do that. Or you could just listen to a few shows and you have it broken down for you. So, like, I don't know.
Well, yeah, no, I get you. I get you. I'm not talking about like the long distance observations or anything like that. Not any of the things that you guys go through like on a regular. I would I would like to see. I don't know, man. I love it when freaking when either QE or Nathan actually debates. Have you guys had any recent debates, Nathan?
Sure.
You have?
Yeah, while I was ill, people kept emailing me, and as I was sat here doing very little, I just responded, which I don't typically do. When did you last hear us talk about long distance observations?
And I'm wondering,
You what?
You said you like hearing us discussing on the regular long distance observations.
No, I like hearing you guys debate. I think it's fucking funny, dude. Honestly, like, I don't know, man. Like when back in the old server, when Quantum Eraser, bro, it was not fucking fair putting people up against him to debate. It was not fucking fair, but it was so fucking funny, man. I absolutely loved that. Like I definitely genuinely like to see you guys do more debates just because I don't know, it's like I said,
well,
it's
you,
very, very, very entertaining.
Fair enough. I mean, for the last couple of years, the debate is over. There's nothing to debate. The whole premise of having a debate is keeping us in that mindset that there's something to discuss, to debate, and there isn't. The Earth is always measured the exact same way, regardless of which side of the fence that's perceived to be is. So if you're on the ball side, you're going to be measuring Earth flat. If you're on the flat side, you're going to be measuring Earth flat. If you're building something flying over the surface, navigating, mapping, charting, doesn't matter what you're doing. If it involves Earth and measurements, it's flat. So there isn't a debate. There's just a perception of a debate.
Right, right. I agree with all of that said. I guess what I'm getting to is it's funny to hear them being shut down in a debate. Like it to me, it's the most satisfying part is seeing them go back through, you know, I don't know. I feel like they would try to alter things each and every fucking time that they came into debate or whatever, but um they would try to more so fit their narrative. And I really like it when you guys go through stuff like refraction and you really just I don't know because like videos like that, man. I like to show I don't know whoever like my coworkers or friends or family members, you know, whoever else. Like I share it with people sometimes, and I always tell people just because this is what my way of thinking is I always tell like my friends and whatnot to look up some of the debates, you know, between flat earth, and I mention, you know, you and quantum eraser quite a bit, but to go through the debates and actually like break down the videos, like even though it's annoying, like break down the videos, pause it and go through step by step and verify what you guys are saying. And honestly, most people like as much as I don't have time now to do any more research, a lot of people just they can't find it within themselves to dedicate, you know, hours to something that they think they're just that they think is just stupid. You know what I mean? And so I don't know. I like the debates because they're fun and it's like seeing the other side just get completely shut down and obliterated, you know, to where they reach that point where they start stumbling on the words. They're at a loss of words. They're clearly embarrassed. And then once they start um, using fallacies, you know, you point out some of the fallacies and why they're obfuscating, you know? And I think once you get them pinned down to the ground, it's an amazing moment for the globe and the realization of how fucking stupid it is. And I don't know. I like showing those videos once in a while, but it's also entertaining for me to watch. That's what I personally like. But I do get what you're saying about not having to prove something. I'm not saying there needs to be more debates to prove something. I just like seeing the Globers get shut down.
No, fair enough.
It's my favorite thing.
No, I get it. Fair enough. Me, like I say, I'm coming to that realization where the purpose of me being here initially, when views were abundant, when I had a much smaller channel, I had more views from the live videos that I do. Why was that? Because we talked nonsense and debated. Now, we can shut down the argument and point out how Earth's measured flat. So I'm more heavily censored today than I ever have been.
yeah, because you're right over the target.
Yeah. Because having a debate where we argue about refraction is beneficial to the opposing side because they don't have a winning position. or a statement of fact about a ball. They have our flat Earth measurements and then an inference of a ball based on flat Earth measurements. Me pointing that out is not conducive with the reason for us being here on YouTube at all, which is to create an opposition to the ball so they can have the debate, to make it seem like there's some ambiguity to be discussed in the first place, and there isn't. But us pointing out that there is no ambiguity, it's just measured flat, that means we have to be censored more than ever, which is frustrating for me as a YouTuber. Obviously, as a flat earther, rejoice, we've won. Where's the opposing side? Well, there is no opposing side. When they come and start telling us about a ball, we point out how they use a flat earth measurement. Take Dave McKeegan or Simon Dan measuring elevation angles 1,000 times with his audience. There's no debate. He's measuring Earth flat. Well, he'll get 150,000 views on a video talking about making flat Earth measurements because it's a ball. Me, I'll get less than 500 on a live stream talking about how they measure Earth flat. The fact that I've been here 10 years as a YouTuber, that's incredibly frustrating.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
As a consequence, I've now got 3 jobs. I'm an author, I'm a YouTuber, and I'm a microphone salesman. And I still can't pay my fucking mortgage. That's annoying. I've put 10 years into this work. 10 years. To not be able to cover a very small mortgage on an apartment with 3 jobs. Because of censorship. That's very irritating.
Oh, agreed. Can you, I mean, I'm sure they have it written in their fucking fine print somewhere in their terms of service, but you should be able to freaking take, bro, watch 2 years down the road, Nathan Oakley ends up with a huge sum of money for a lawsuit regarding censorship. Bro, I would piss myself. That shit would be so funny.
I doubt that'll ever happen. Their rules, their platform.
Oh God, he's onto something. I never thought of it like that.
Fuck yeah, dude, let's do it.
Do what?
Bro,
They can do whatever they like. It's their
They're
platform.
stopping you from making money because they're censoring you. That's a good idea.
No. I'm on their platform making money. As far as they are concerned, I should just say thank you. Their platform, they're not governed by anything other than themselves. Now, obviously, the government themselves can step in and ask YouTube to do various different things. But as long as they're not breaking any laws, YouTube can do whatever they like. If they decide that they want to promote Simon Dan above me, then they can. It's their platform. They can do whatever they like. Me, I can moan about it, but can I? No, I can't sue them over that. They're not doing anything illegal. They're not doing anything criminal.
So one thing really quick, Nathan, we all remember the clip where I forget what the audience was, but where one of the spokespersons, I don't know what they would be, but one of the spokespersons for YouTube. Yeah, they openly admitted to censoring Flat Earth because of misinformation and shit like that. But that's under the context that it's misinformation. And if you could show that they knowingly labeled it as misinformation while knowing it to be true, if somehow you could prove that, I would think you might have something there. I mean, that would be pretty sweet. Because like they openly said, yeah, it's misinformation, this and that. This is why we censor Flat Earth. And so I don't know. That would be my guess though, man. That I feel like if you really had that golden ticket and could prove, and maybe in a recorded conversation that one of them knowingly censored it because they knew it would be true and their goal is to freaking lie to people and manipulate people. Oh yeah, that would be worth some money. Fucking A.
But that's the purpose of media in general. I was promoting Chase Hughes talking about this yesterday as off the back of Charlie Kirk. He's pointing out that the whole social media and general media are positioned to put you in that left versus right paradigm where you're fighting against next man. They're not based on true information, based on nonsense.
Yeah.
And you could argue that
Yeah,
the media
they're
have instigated, if the Charlie Kirk situation is exactly as to be taken as read, then you could argue that the people on the media platforms that are more mainstream than us have instigated violence towards the other side because they talk about it all the time. Do you think that's going to get them sued? No. Their whole purpose is to divide and rule.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Keep them divided. Oldest trick in the book.
Right, so what am I going to do? Moan about it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could do. Alternatively, I could just make videos about Earth being a ball, and then I'd be algorithmically favoured, if that was my only motivation. Why is that funny? That's what they want on their platform, isn't it? They've said it explicitly. So I could just give them what they want.
Yeah.
That's what they want. Me choosing not to give them what they want has meant that I don't get a great deal of money out of what I do and struggle as a result of it. Will I sacrifice my morals in order to earn more money? No, I just work harder to my health detriment at the moment, which pisses me off as well. Why should I have to burn the candle at both ends to barely cover the mortgage? And when I'm literally running myself into the ground, I suddenly can't cover it anymore? Why? Well, because I've had 2 weeks off as a YouTuber. Meanwhile, my opponents can have a month off without making a single video, come back and get 300,000 views and pay the rent that month. They're not being run into the ground, are they? Me, I have to.
No.
Irritating.
The reason I thought it was funny, Nathan, is because once you said that, I was like, I thought to myself, I was like, well, what if he made a Globe account? Like, bro, just hear me out on this. Hear me out on this. Like, now, like, just pretend you're shilling for Flat Earth and you make a YouTube with Globe content and you critique. You could use a voice changer. I mean, shit, you do mics, right? You could use a voice altering mic and pretty much critique your own your own videos, bro, and get a good viewership. And at the end of the viewers, be like, you know what? But Nathan's an alright guy. Go ahead and give him a follow, anyways. And just, bro, I would piss myself laughing if you became like if you got like all these subscribers based on having it algorithmically correct with the Globe, right? And then eventually you just pull out a gotcha once you're at like 100K subs or whatever. That shit would fucking make me cry laughing. You should, man. Make an additional YouTube account, like an alt YouTube account, and just see what it would. My guess is that you're probably completely correct. Like you'd probably, because honestly, you'd have a better chance defending the Globe than.
Oh, Nathan would be the
Bro,
ultimate
could you
baller.
picture it?
I
Bro,
don't
you'd
dispute
make
that. I mean,
Simon
yes,
Dan look like shit, bro.
knowing their position inside out, back to front means that I could do a better job of defending the Globe position. Do I want to do that? No, definitely not.
It'd be fucking funny though, man. It'd be so funny.
It means sacrificing every moralistic fibre of my being to do so, so therefore no.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I do get support.
I get that part.
When I've put my hand out, or cap on the ground, however you want to metaphor e-begging, my community's come through for me. So I'm still here, much as it's very, very frustrating to be on that knife edge and slip over the other side of the edge if I have a literal week off sick. That's irritating. Why should I be on that knife edge after 10 years of YouTubing? Why should I be entertaining having to make videos for the opposing side just to pay the rent? That's outrageous.
Oh, I wasn't saying just to pay the rent. I was saying shilling for Flat Earth, just doing the same shit that they do back to them, essentially. But I get what you're saying about it going against the moral fibers because, yeah, bro, it definitely feels toxic even letting words like that come out of your mouth. Like I could never genuinely speak that Globe nonsense and not feel stupid about it.
No, neither can I. Fortunately, as I say, I'm very grateful that, albeit in a pinch, when I'm desperate, my community comes through for me. And I'm not moaning, saying, oh, no, they don't come through enough. Far from it. Right, I've got patrons, I've got regular people who pay me money to do what I do. And I'm very, very grateful for that fact. but I'm still on a knife edge. Still 10 years of work that hasn't resulted in, I'm not expecting it to result in great riches, but being able to cover my overheads would be nice, and not falling off the other edge of the knife edge after a week of sickness or a couple of weeks of sickness. The fact that I'm sick is as a direct consequence of burning the candle at both ends, doing too much. I know why I'm poorly, yeah? And that's why. Well, I look at the opposing side, who basically have a free ride, a free lunch on YouTube. They don't have to do very much work. That annoys me. Of course it's going to annoy me. Is it jealousy? Yeah.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
More annoying
But
than
I mean, man,
jealous.
somebody at the end of the day, Nathan, we each have different roads to take, man. And I mean, unfortunately and fortunately, you're in that position, you know? I mean, I would say it's both a blessing and a curse, man, because you're doing a service for, you know, people out there that haven't, you know, don't have access, you know, maybe somebody from here, like Captain Edge or Dank or Steven, you know, maybe one of them has a friend and they're like, hey, hop in the Discord one of these days, you know? I mean, I guarantee you've changed some people from, you know, being complete globetards to, you know, FE. And even that would, even if it was just one or two, bro, that would be worth it. But um, obviously you'd like to appeal to more people and actually, you know, since it does eat up a shitload of your time, get compensated for it. That part totally makes sense. But I mean, if you look, it almost sounds to me like you do feel very morally obligated to do this, and you probably have the same resentment towards the people that lie to us. You know, that a lot of people do, but you have a good way of voicing it. You know, and if it wasn't you guys or QE, you know, doing that kind of shit, I mean, who else is going to go out and call these fucking idiots out for what they do? You know, there's not too many people that would do that. But I mean,
Yeah.
and there's other people that I've talked to that are just like, you know, why do you believe this and that? And I'm like, I'm okay with sharing it. You know, you guys can make fun of me all you fucking want. I don't give two shits. Like it is very humbling because at first, you know, you're like, man, I don't want to be the odd one out, you know, the black sheep or whatever. But now, fuck, bro, everybody at my work like knows, but I don't give two fucks, dude. And it's kind of about your mental state as well, I guess. Like if you feel insecure about what you believe, then they can pick you apart like fucking chickens. But no, like a couple coworkers. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I kind of hogged the mic. My bad. Go ahead.
Just with the word belief. Really not a belief. Globe is a belief, yeah.
I mean, yes, I do. I agree with you. I use certain words out of place. I don't have the biggest vocabulary, I guess.
I noticed you said the F-bomb about 100 times already.
Yeah. Hey, that's who I am, man. That's who I am.
I learned that from Nathan. People who swear they have a limited vocabulary.
Not true. I didn't say that.
You told me that. You said when people swear a lot, that means they have a limited vocabulary. And they
On
don't
the
have the
contrary.
words, so they
No.
swear.
I've said
And
the
I said,
opposite
well,
to that.
that doesn't affect you. Then
No.
what's your excuse?
No, that's not what I've said. I say the complete opposite of that, in fact. People who swear have a more rich vocabulary. They've got more words in their arsenal.
Maybe it meant at the time you can't think of the word. I don't know, but I do remember you saying something in that vein.
Maybe in certain circumstances. There are examples of people who do swear because they have a limited vocabulary. I'll agree with you. But generally speaking, you'll find that people who use more words in their language have a more rich vocabulary. That's to say, if you include more words, how can that be less rich? It's just if you're using it as an adjective constantly, then you've got a limited vocabulary because you can't think of another word to use.
Yeah, that sounds like what you said. Said something in that vein. Anyway, but forget about that. Let's get back to the belief thing. It's not a belief. We have a no-so attitude because it's a measurement, not just a belief like the globe, where they can't provide any measurements They just provide stories.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that it is a valid point. I get where you're coming from. I think one of the funnier things I've ever heard a flat earther say, bro. This is the actually no, it's probably the funniest. So I have a coworker that I would talk to. He's since left. I miss the guy, but he was he was one of my good friends, and he's a fucking globy, but he's still he would actually he's kind of like a Xanac, if you guys know who Xanac is. And Xanac's not likable, so I'm not comparing him in that aspect, but um, so don't get me wrong, not a Xanac in that way, but he's a Xanac when it comes to like refusing to accept the other side. So my buddy was like, well, what difference would it make? Like, what actual difference would it make if the Earth was flat? And so I was real with him, I said something like that, but then I asked the community, and somebody in the community said, they're like, well, it wouldn't make any difference. He's been living on a flat Earth this whole time. What difference is he expecting? And I screenshot it and sent it to my buddy, and he fucking died laughing too, because he's like, well, fair point.
Absolutely correct.
It cracked me up so bad, bro.
Everything about the ball face is based on flat Earth measurements. So what changes? I think still measured flat. Still your extrapolation from those measurements that form your belief in a ball. So the fact that you find out that your ball faith is based on flat Earth measurements and an extrapolation thereafter doesn't change how Earth gets measured, therefore what Earth is for it to be measured in that way. So nothing changes. Your attitude might change. You might suddenly distrust people who've told you stuff. But that's an internal change. In terms of the way the world functions, nothing changes. You mentally might change, but I don't care about that, though. So you're different now, all right. How does that affect me? It doesn't. So I don't care. Your attitude has been adjusted now that you know that you've been lied to on a massive scale based on a religion that was utilising flat Earth measurements. Good for you. Will that pay my mortgage? No. So I don't care. Sounds selfish, but that's how it comes. That's what it boils down to when you're really poor. Suddenly other things become less consequential to you. And that's the whole point of suppressing us. Making it incredibly difficult to do what we do. That's all it does.
Yeah.
I think a lot of things will change. First of all, you'll realize that heliocentrism is nonsense and it wasn't a big bang. So now you got to think, hold on a second, we're here. That means this is a created place. Spiritually, it'll change you right away.
I've always felt like I've been led down a path by God anyway. So the fact that I am guided in a certain direction, regardless of knowing Earth's flat or a ball, for me that didn't really change very much.
Yeah, I think, man, anytime in life that you're facing, and the Bible supports that, when you're facing, for lack of a better word, criticisms for doing the right thing, like you kind of know you're in the right place. Doesn't it say in the Bible that, God takes joy and is with people that are going through stuff, in his name? And I'm not necessarily saying that your whole spiels are like scripture related or anything really of the sort, but what I am saying is, like, I mean, technically it does in a lot of ways for a lot of different people appeal to a higher power, and they would kind of have to wake up to the idea that completely dismisses the Big Bang. I mean, the idea that there was a Big Bang and now what, we're on a flying fucking disc, like, no, that makes zero fucking sense. Like, that completely dismantles Big Bang, and so people would have to come to reality with uh, a big possibility of creation at the very least. And I think there's not a lot of people that would like to do that. I think, honestly, man, I think that's a little bit of, I would say, part of the cognitus that people reach when approaching flat Earth.
Sure. If you're in a world that's an ever-expanding nothingness soup, then your actions are pretty inconsequential if you're a little speck of dust on a tiny little blue marble in a vast soup of nothing. If you're all that there is, if you're the only thing, and you are created with intention by God, then your actions absolutely have consequences. So the people that don't want that to be the reality generally have a lot of skeletons in their closet that they don't want to have to face up to. In my experience, those are the people that we deal with.
That's facts.
Now, everyone's got skeletons in their closet to a certain extent. It's just whether or not you're prepared to open the door and face them and accept them. Everyone's a sinner.
Yeah, my closet's full.
Mine too, full of monsters. They're all me.
I mean, in regards to man, that just sucks, man. It really does suck, and I feel for you where you're coming from with that, because back in the day, I mean, I say back in the day, but it was like 10 or 11 years ago. Like I was so poor, bro. I mean, quite literally, I didn't have a pot to piss in. Like I was just down.
That's me
bad.
now.
Not only that, but I fucking owed money. And then the next job that I took, I literally just, bro, I was so fucking just tired of being poor, tired of being broke. And so I put all my effort into, instead of working 2 full-time jobs, I quit both of them and started a different job course. And then I started making more than double what I was making with both other full-time jobs combined. And so, but I put every fucking ounce of everything I had into it. And like what I hear you saying is like, you kind of do the same shit with what you do, but they just censor it. Instead of you getting the reward for it, they just take it away from you.
Exactly.
Which that's disheartening.
Precisely. I've worked a job where I earned good money, where I did 100-hour weeks as a rep, and it was less work than I do now. So, yes, when I was earning good money, driving around a posh car, flying all over the world, life was hard work, but it wasn't anywhere near as hard as the work that I've put into the last 10 years of doing YouTubing. Nowhere near. You know, I didn't end up being poorly as a result of doing a rep's job. It was just a job. Now, did I moan? At the time, it seemed like a lot of work, doing 100-hour weeks, staying out in some foreign country for day after day after day, and then hopping on a plane and going to another one. Yeah, that was hard work, just nowhere near as hard work as currently. But like I say, at the end of that process, there was a nice paycheck and a decent car, and the mortgage was getting paid. Now, not so much. Now I'm still in the same 25-year-old car that we've had for the last 25 years. You know what I mean? So...
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but at least you're watching your kids grow up and you're not missing all of that. That's worth way more than money.
Oh, yes. Absolutely. 100% agree with that.
Really, I had a 45-minute discussion with my wife yesterday about whether or not we could afford to pay the £30 to get my youngest daughter graded in her karate lessons. Because literally every last penny that we have goes into their education. Things like karate lessons. But we can't afford the belt that she's now earned. So we have to discuss how we're going to find 30 quid. You're like, this is pathetic. I feel pathetic having to have those conversations with my wife.
Yeah, I'm right with you.
I was going to jump in to say that it doesn't have to be either or. Like, that's... like I always hear people talk about, you know, sacrifice and the roads that they went down. And it could be for the sake of children, marriage, whatever, love. And it doesn't have to be either or. Like, there's not one person who's listening right now hasn't maintained some sort of, matter of fact, just think of forget one bill. You've maintained at least $25 over the course of your life. And everybody knows that you've managed much more because we're adults. You can't live off of $25 a month. So obviously you had a lot more. Well, my point is, the way the system is structured, we're supposed to be able to save, to invest in, to get a return later on. Like, you can bust your hump today and still not have to worry about your child when they turn 18. At 18 years old, do what you want to do. Here's your lump sum. Goodbye. I don't care what you do. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't have to be I'm busting my hump and it's still the same thing decades later. That is a freaking curse that I'm trying to kill.
Fair enough. I just can't wait for the book
I
to
don't
come
know,
out.
man.
When the book comes out, hopefully that will turn my financial situation around to a certain degree. Even if it's 10 to 15% better off than I am currently, that will make all the difference to the point where I'm not so distressed constantly about finances. And I think the book will achieve that. I really hope it does anyway.
The only thing I could say, because I mean, obviously in that situation, you seem like definitely a smart enough guy to have considered most options you probably could for making extra money. My only thing to say then would be like maybe you overlooked one of them, or didn't try one of them just because of whatever thing you had going on at the time, and maybe you just kind of cast it
Missed
out
the
and forgot
TikTok
about it.
wave.
But maybe there's something. Yeah, there's the
Missed the
trending
TikTok.
things.
I
And
wouldn't
whatnot,
say you
but
missed it, but I'm just saying I was in front of it. And I was like, yo, this is a good thing for money. You know.
yeah, whatever's trending definitely is a good
Now
way to
TikTok is
capitalize
saturated
on
with
thing.
1,000 flat earthers. You could have been the first, bro. Sorry, go ahead.
Hang in there, Nathan. We'll restart the book again, and before you know it, it'll be out and sold.
Yeah, I can't wait. I mean, I've stopped purchasing microphones because that is what pushed me over the edge, as far as I'm concerned, for my health. Yeah, that extra load has made me ill. So I've gone, okay, well, I just can't do that. It's just too much to take on. The third thing, the book and the channel is enough. In fact, that's probably too much. Now, the book has temporarily, while Adam went on holiday and since has had his computer nicked, has slowed down to the point where I can actually recover. But I've completely stopped buying microphones. I've got 35 items on eBay left to sell. And when they're gone, if the book isn't out, I'm screwed. That's the bottom line. I don't want to be in that position. I don't want to be in a position where I am depending on the book selling. Now, obviously, I tried to mitigate for it, thinking I'd sell mics for a couple of months. Here we are. It's like 8 months later, and I'm just starting to tire of it. It's starting to piss me off. Like, why, when I'm working 3 jobs, when I'm writing a book, running a channel, and selling bleeding microphones, why am I so poor?
Yeah, but you know something, Nathan? I know this ain't gonna sound so encouraging now, but such adversity. I mean, these things are happening. It's like we're fighting against some universal force that does not want this to come out. And when it does, I'm expecting big things. We just gotta persevere. Now you got a good community that you built. You established this community. I'm not talking about flat earth, everybody. I'm talking about what you got going here. They'll get you through it, and it's going to be rewarding. I'm the same way. I'm in the same position you're in.
Fair enough. Anyway, let's change the subject. Enough of me moaning.
Anybody got any videos? When was the last time we went over the video? I kind of like how yesterday's show went.
What did we do yesterday?
We were just discussing, what that picture of differential leveling.
Oh, okay.
We were talking about all of that stuff, and it was quite informative.
Now, have you seen some of the comment responses where people are like, "Are you guys idiots? Don't you get it? Yeah, we measure Earth flat, but don't you understand that we apply that to a ball afterwards?" You're like, "Are you kidding me?" That's your response.
How do you even respond back to that?
My response is, "So we measure Earth flat then?" Normally with a rolling, laughing emoji preceding that sentence.
Yeah, it's like everything they do, all the tools they use, like one deck says, everything points to level, horizontal, but yet they're on the ball. If that's not a contradiction, I don't know what is.
I mean, our opponents have been trained to utilize flat Earth measurements to suggest they're on a ball. Now, there ain't a great deal I can do about that, is there, Neil? If people want to suggest that flat Earth measurements prove a ball, all you can point out is that they're using flat Earth measurements. Then they can deny it and say, "Oh, that's because we're not on a basketball." Like, no, we're not on a basketball, are we? We're measuring it flat. Yeah, we're measuring it flat because it's a really big ball. That's all they've got currently. Like, that's woeful. Worse than it's ever been in terms of your responses to us. Yes, we do measure it flat, but that's because it's a big ball. Okay, if you want to believe that you can ever measure a ball flat, then you're an idiot. But we do definitely measure it flat. Response, but that doesn't mean it's flat. Yeah, it does. That's how it's being measured.
I hate to say this, but you just sparked something in me. Maybe that's why Whitsitt was always on the vein of establishing that Earth is not moving. You know? Because they're just going to turn around and say, yeah, it's a really big ball. But what about the movement? There is none.
You don't have to prove a negative. You have to prove Earth's not a unicorn.
I know that, but you understand what I'm saying? They're just coming back with, well, it's just a really big ball.
Who is?
I don't know. No, the opponents, the Simon Dans and all of them. They measure it flat because it's a really big ball. Okay, so you still want to hold that it's a ball. But if you prove that it's not moving, it doesn't even sound right when I'm saying it.
Yeah.
You're
Prove
right.
it's not a unicorn. No. Prove it is a unicorn as a positive assertion. Oh, you can't? Well, then your claim fails. I don't have to prove it isn't one. It's not up to me to prove non-existence. The non-existent movement doesn't need proving.
As soon as you point out that their claim fails too, it's, well, here, let me ask you about this. Let me ask you about this. And then that's my favorite, man. They'll just switch the subject, is what I'm saying. As soon as you walk them down the road, they change the subject instantly. Well, let's talk about this instead. That's the most annoying thing.
They want you to be they want you to be their new guru. Tell them how things work. Like the guy we went over a video with on QE's the other day on Ball Busters with Indio from 24/7, and the guy just wanted to put him on a flat Earth model so he could say, well, how do you explain the movement of the stars and the moon and the sun? Just a nonsense. And that's what I wanted to say the other day, and I never got it out. Why are we even talking about science and a scientific method when we're discussing the nature of Earth and what it is?
Once your book comes out, that's going to open up different avenues because certain people are going to start buying it. Might expand, like maybe you might be able to get on different platforms and stuff with it.
Yeah, but why do they constantly bring up science and a scientific method when we're talking about what Earth is?
Wait, what? Who? What do you mean? Just in general?
Yeah. Why does science even come up in the topic? Oh, because they've promoted pseudoscience, and that's what the world thinks that science is.
Well, that and the
Oh,
scientific method, it straps them down to some kind of rules. Otherwise, they use every tactic they can. But when you limit them to rules, that's where they become frustrated, and then they start bending the rules. Well, this is science, and it's not.
excuse me. I was using, well, it was yesterday, I think. You guys were talking about AI and stuff and arguing with the Google AI. And the day before that or so, I was talking with the AI app on my phone. And I said how astronomy is not science. And it literally, AI came back and said that my view of science is too rigid and the method is not as rigid as I'm making it out to be. And then
No
I
way.
realized like AI is literally just a glober, just a coploid glober. That's all AI is.
Hold on.
Your method is too rigid.
Science was designed to be rigid and narrow. Now they're saying it's too rigid.
Oh, I mean, shit, dude. Just this morning, you guys were talking about refraction before I left to drive my daughter to school, and I was kind of googling with AI this morning, and I said, excuse me, I said, atmospheric refraction is not an actual thing because it doesn't adhere to the law of refraction, and it comes back and says the law of refraction, although important, is only for simple cases of refraction and doesn't have anything to do with let me see if I like more complex examples. I'm like, oh god, you can't win with it. It's so Snell's law is actually just not necessary apparently.
Well, that's the only refraction. Everything else is not refraction.
Oh yeah, it just gets into a whole thing. It's like talking with Edgewise, right, Captain Edgewise? What did you
Oh,
say? Refraction occurs in a continuous medium. He's not going to talk.
when he does, it'll be poison anyway. Not true. Can't validate it.
5 years after the Black Swan, and we're still talking about refraction.
That's correct,
Yep.
sensual goat, because they don't know what refraction is. And this is the problem. Because when they bark refraction at the black swan, then it's not a geometric edge anymore. And that's a problem for them.
We've just advanced beyond that, though, haven't we? So, yes, it was all well and good 5 years ago to be talking about not having a geometric sphere edge for a horizon when you're in a ball paradigm. Now, the ball paradigm that describes having a geometric sphere edge for a horizon has a flat Earth surface level being used in the measurement of height. So we're measuring Earth flat to make the assertion of a geometric horizon debunked by the Black Swan. Me, I'd rather lean into the flat Earth prerequisite measurement of surface level in their maths than the lack of geometric horizon.
Yeah, it's a bit old and busted. I agree 100%.
Yeah, it's amazing how things go out of date. Get stale. Back in the day, Black Swan, best argument ever. And if you're in the position to use it, obviously, it needs to be in existence for you to be able to debunk somebody who's asserting you have a physical geometric sphere edge for a horizon called Earth curve. Obviously, knowing the Black Swan inside out, back to front, is very useful to overcome that. So long as you now, in 2025, move on to the fact that the assertion of a geometric sphere edge for a horizon requires parallel eye level and surface level be measured. So we've got a flat surface level. Yeah, we have. That's what's being measured. Oh, no, we haven't got a flat surface level. It's curved. Well, it isn't parallel with eye level in your maths. Therefore, your maths fails. Oh, we do have a flat surface level. Welcome to flat Earth. Earth's measured flat. For everyone, always, without exception, including but not limited to Earth curve assertions. You need a flat Earth more than we do.
No truer words have ever been spoken.
That's one thing I've always said. Oh no, when they start talking about the horizon, or when they have done, as if it's a physical location, it's never been defined as that. They don't know what horizon is. They don't know what the horizon is. They're using it, the context of it, out of term. Yeah, we all know this, but we should have never even spoke about it as being a geometric place, because it's never been defined as that.
How are you?
Hello.
Good
How
afternoon.
am I? I'm poor. Really, really poor, Neil. So in spite of putting 10 years into flat earth YouTubing, having a fortnight off because of burning the candle at both ends, writing a book, running a YouTube channel and selling microphones has caused me to be physically unwell. And as a result of being physically unwell and having 2 weeks off YouTubing, I'm now struggling financially, which is very irritating to say the least. So although my physical health is starting to improve, mentally it's very distressing. But there we go, that's life. I'm here to talk about how Earth is measured flat. And that's a service I provide to my very loyal Patreons, members, and people who generally support me on places like Patreon and PayPal and all the other good things that people put in the financial help that I require. It's annoying that I should require it as opposed to it being an extra bonus and being able to buy maybe some luxuries with the work that I do. But no, struggling on the knife edge that I'm on is what life actually has dished out for me currently for being ill. But that's life. Other than that, Earth's measured flat in all instances. Earth's surveyed flat in all instances. It's flown over, navigated, charted and built upon flat in all circumstances, for all measurements, always, by everyone.
Well, the problem is, as soon as I put on your YouTube channel, the first thing I see is a guy saying mean sea level is a curve.
Yeah,
now, that's a contradiction.
I saw that in the chat too. So somebody in the chat, let's just bring up the chat. Oh, wrong button. Let's just go back to what I was on. No, not that button. This button. There we go. So yeah, who was it that said it? Mark Betrami or something like that. Mean sea level is a curve. No, that's a contradiction in terms, Mark. Have you got that from Simon Dan? Because Simon Dan had a similar sentiment when responding to me. He said, sea level is a curve. But that's a contradiction in terms.
If it's a curve, then it can't be level.
But they use mean sea level as a 0 degree baseline across all the oceans, which is vast amount of oceans. And that's the baseline for measuring everything on Earth, all elevation profiles, heights above and below the 0 degree baseline. It's level and it's horizontal, and it's called level for a reason.
That frustrates me in and of itself, One Deck. So the fact that we have to state the bleeding obvious in that regard, why should I have to say level means level? Level doesn't mean something that isn't level, like a curve. Why should I have to point that out? It's bleeding obvious. But for the fact that we have numbskulls who believe that they're on a sphere and therefore want to defy the axiomatic principle measurement of a base level that the sea has been averaged with, so we can utilise it across the surface of the world for measurements that require horizontal baselines, sea level, surface level, all the things that we actually measure have to be defied axiomatically by bull believers as being curved? It's nonsense. Why should we have to explain this to idiots in our chat? I don't get it. Seems like to make that statement makes the person making it seem idiotic. but we still have to address it. Why? Well, because the vast majority of the Western world actually agree, in the face of us pointing out that when you describe sea level for a baseline measurement of anything ever, that means Earth's flat. It can only be flat or the measurement fails. What's that? No, it doesn't mean the measurement fails, says Bull Believer. It means that sea level curves.
Yep, you're right, Nathan. I mean, this is where we have to go. Well, we don't have to go. We can just, if somebody says level is curved, we no longer have to speak to them, really, because it's pathetic, isn't it? If you're having a discussion with a grown-ass adult about what level means and the definition of level, I mean, it's come to something, hasn't it?
It's sad.
Sea level, it's level. Yeah, it's very sad.
Yeah, and it's cheered for, because the consensus will cheer for people who fly in the face of the actual measurements of Earth's surface level for things like, as you detailed already, elevation profiles. You know, just do this. If you're watching this and you know what we're talking about, what's an elevation profile? Go to Google Earth and bring up the elevation profile and drag a line across the entire surface of the known territories of Earth and see what the graph shows you. It shows you a deviation for height above and below the surface level averaged to the sea level. That's what an elevation profile is. Is it curving? No, it's flat. That's how surface level, shockingly, is measured. For everything always when we build on the surface of Earth, we measure with respect to the surface level. That's why elevation profiles in Google Earth, used by professionals to survey land and build things, is flat. Because that's how Earth got measured. Flat. For it to have a baseline, for it to have elevation profiles at all, you'd need a horizontal plane of reference to describe all things that axiomatically connect to Earth measurements. They're all flat. There aren't any exceptions. What's the response? No, that means it's curved. That means it's a really big ball. No, it doesn't mean anything other than we measure Earth flat. That's what it means, because that's what we do.
Yeah, well, their sea level is equidistant to the center of a globe.
No, it can't be, because then you can't measure an elevation angle with respect to the surface. You can measure it with respect to a tangent and a single point touching a dingleberry dangling below the tangent, but then you're not measuring from Earth's surface. You're measuring to an imaginary single tangential point and a line moving out in towards space in an orthographic mathematics that is not the surface.
Well, you said it yesterday. It's just not their surface.
Yeah. When they say they're measuring tangential to a ball at a single point, and we point out that no, we measure Earth's surface level. When we measure Earth flat, for surface level, for elevation profiles, elevation angles, distances in a linear, straight, horizontal fashion, to do trig when we survey. Those things are all not pointing in a direction, axiomatically flat Earth. What's that? It's not the surface. No, it's just not your ball surface.
Correct. So Mark Beltrami will entertain just one thing and then that's it. Then you got to get in here if you want to discuss this. He says the dip angle is the angle between a perfectly horizontal line. You could stop right there at the observer's eye level, stop right there again, and the true horizon, which appears to dip below that line due to Earth's curvature.
That's a begging the question fallacy. Due to Earth's curvature mean you won't have parallel eye level and surface level. So when some numpty tells us that, no, the horizon that we've just had parallel eye level and surface level used to detail its axiomatic dip below the surface that you've raised up above, how are you going to measure your altitude unless it's with respect to a planar surface? Up is perpendicular to a plane. But what's that? The perpendicular to a plane measurement of your altitude gives you a horizon that is below where you raised up from when measuring Earth flat. Because it's a curve. Now, that would mean that axiomatically you fail to establish a perpendicular elevation measurement. So your suggestion of height fails because you can't get perpendicular to a curve. Meanwhile, we do measure surface level. And we do have parallel eye level, and it is axiomatically tied to a ball Earth faith. If you, we'll talk to Mark in the audience, want to believe that you are on a spherical surface, then you must sink to your knees in acknowledgement of the flat Earth elevation and parallel eye level as you've already conceded to. Without a flat Earth surface level, you can't have a parallel eye level. So you, as I already stated at the beginning of this show, require a flat Earth more than we do. For you to assert that the dip angle, that straight line, meeting at a vertex, after measuring your height off surface level, dips away because of Earth curve, no. That's a paradox, because it violates the base principle of the surface level measurement for height. You can't have a surface level... What's that? It's bending? Well, then you haven't got a height measurement, you complete numpty.
Yeah,
You always get the dip corrections, just bringing your eye level to 0 degrees sea level. That's where the GP will be, that you've just brought down to the horizon. Yeah, so that's on the 0 degrees sea level, the horizontal baseline for measuring everything on Earth. And the distance between them 2 points could be in the region of 5,400 miles, say, of a straight horizontal baseline across 0 degrees sea level on the surface of Earth. I mean, come on.
Yeah, when we measure things for surveying at all scales, you need horizontal distance measurements for trig to work. So without a horizontal baseline, a flat Earth linear horizontal distance measurement between point A and point B, you can't do trig. So you can only measure Earth flat to survey it with trig. That's how it works. But we're surrounded by idiots. We're surrounded by religious believers in a ball. Therefore, any violation of the flat Earth measurements that is required will quite happily be admitted to. Oh, yeah, we can violate the base principle of a flat Earth parallel surface level with a eye level running alongside it because it's bent. Well, then you haven't got a parallel eye level, and you haven't got a surface level, and you haven't got a perpendicular for height. What are you talking about? Oh, well, curved sea level, of course. No, that's an oxymoronic, stupid statement that defies the base principle of all measurements of Earth, ever, by anybody, throughout the entirety of history. What's that? You've known for thousands of years that you can measure elevation angles with sticks and shadows? That would be flat Earth measurements of the sun that you're extrapolating a radius value from. You're going to measure Earth flat for that stick and shadow example that you're appealing to from thousands of years ago. Yeah, that would be a flat Earth elevation angle measurement to the sun in, say, Alexandria. Those are flat Earth elevation angle measurements, you complete numpties. And you're appealing to them for globe proof? Yeah, maybe look at how the actual measurement takes place, because it's using a flat surface level.
It has to. There's no other way of getting a measurement.
If it isn't a flat surface level, then it isn't an angle.
Yeah, see, this topic and the way we lay it down here, it drives them insane where they got to jump on your show and say mean sea level is curved. Or a guy like Rob Noxious who begs to come back and I'll behave. He comes in and I don't even know what he said, but he got timed out immediately. Something derogatory, cursing us out, swearing, saying report us. So it's causing a great deal of pain. My suggestion, go get pain relief somewhere else. And if whoever's a moderator there, just ban them.
Moderator where? In our server?
Yeah, in our server, just ban Rob Noxious.
So
Off with
this
his
is a
head.
person telling others to report me because of what?
You want me to read what he said?
No.
Says, don't forget your daily duty. Report this channel for copyrights, etc. F these scumbags.
For copyright? What copyright? Everything produced on this show is my copyright. I own all of it. What's he talking about? So he's saying So what this scumbag globe believer is saying is lie. Yeah? Make sure Nathan can't pay his mortgage this month. Lie about him with copyright claims. That's what this globe believer's saying. Yeah, that's the truest sign you've lost, isn't it? Go and lie and say Nathan's breaking copyright rules. No, I'm not. I own this copyright. This is my show. But you can lie about it, what, because I point out Earth's measured flat? That's justification to lie? What scum?
Exactly, Nathan. And it comes on and begs, oh, I'll behave. I'd like to debate. No, he's a lying sack of crap and he wants to see you do bad.
Yeah, that's it. Rather than accepting the facts of their measurements of a flat surface level in Earth curve maths for a single example of a ball faith requiring Earth to be measured flat, they'd rather claim I'm breaking copyright rules.
Yeah, that's where they've got to go, because they've got no evidence of the globe they think they live on, except for flat Earth elevation angle measurements, of course, from the Globe calculator. And this is where they take it now.
This is what we get. I point out that MC Toon measures Earth flat with elevation angles in Antarctica. He turns around and calls me a child abuser. That's what they've got.
Yep. It's measured flat. It's treated as flat. In fact, I've got it's up to you, Nathan. I'm going to post, just talk about navigated flat. I've got a little 4-minute video. It's just, it's from Epic Flight Academy. It's only short, but it just talks about straight and level flight, and it mentions the horizon and parallel and stuff like that. So you might want to have a look at it. And it's just, again, it's somebody else. It's somebody who teaches people to fly and use his aircraft, and how the pilot can use things to keep in level flight. I'll post it anyway. See what you think.
Do you want to do that, or shall we entertain just one more chat? So if celestial navigation can't work on a globe and measure elevation, and you have to measure elevation angles, how can we generate a fix by drawing circles of equal altitude on a globe and get a correct fix?
You can't. You can't draw circles of equal elevation on a globe, right? To have circles of equal elevation, you need equal elevation. That's flat. So how does equal elevation work on a curved surface? It doesn't. We do measure elevation angles, though, and the very principle of the first measurement taken requires a flat Earth surface level to measure the angle. After that, that's after we measure Earth flat, I don't care what you do with it. I'm not out at sea navigating. But we do definitely measure elevation angles off a flat Earth. And once we do, that's the end of the discussion. I don't care what you do with those flat Earth elevation angle measurements off surface level. They're measurements off surface level. So we've got a surface level that we're measuring. Do I give a crap what you do with them? No. We do measure Earth flat, though. That's the end of the debate. There wasn't ever one to have. We measured Earth flat always. That's how the entirety of Earth was surveyed, mapped and charted, and is now flown over and sailed across and navigated with flat Earth elevation angles being the tool, and surfaces that are areas of equal elevation. That's how we do it. So there's no debate here. There's no asking me how it works on a bleeding ball. It doesn't. It works flat. Don't have to like it.
Says, well, it has been demonstrated multiple times using measurements and drawing those onto a globe, and surprise, correct coordinates.
Sorry, let me get it straight. You think you can draw a circle, that's two-dimensional, of equal elevation, that means same elevation everywhere, on a ball? No, you're a retard. You don't understand what a circle is. It's two-dimensional. Unlike your stupid curved ball surface that curves in all directions from all points. In models that were created with flat Earth elevation angle measurements to Polaris to derive radial values that are also flat Earth circles of equal elevation, you can convert those flat Earth circles of equal elevation, areas of equal altitude, into a spherical radius. That's what you can do. after measuring Earth flat. But what you can't do is say, look, I can plot an area, that's a circle, of equal altitude, equal elevation on a ball. No, you cannot. Moron. Don't you understand what a ball is? It has no areas of two-dimensionality, no flat surfaces, no areas of equal altitude. Meanwhile, the angle measurement itself requires surface level be measured. It's part of the angle. And if it isn't a level surface, it isn't an angle. You get it, you stupid idiots on the ball side. Earth's measured flat.
So they jump past it again. They jumping the gun and skipping past angles. Now, we've already just explained for that circle of equal altitude or elevation, right? That comes from the radius, yeah? The distance that we just spoke about after bringing your eye level down to 0 degrees sea level, and the distance then across that 0 degrees sea level baseline to the GP of the sun, let's say. Now, that could be 3,000 miles of a straight horizontal line at sea level. Now, that's not curved. You've already utilized the horizontal baseline at this point, yeah? The angle, elevation angle has been established. Yeah, we've got the horizontal baseline. Now, that's going to be the radius for the circle.
The radius is a straight line. In this case, along the surface. It's a derivation of the straight line along the surface forming the angle measurement. That's where you get this radius that's straight from. Don't have curved radii. Idiots on the ball side need to, as one deck puts it, whistle past the flat Earth measurement of this angle. So they can say that the radius is part of a spherical system. No, you're going to measure the surface level to acquire this flat, straight distance called radius. It's measured with respect to sea level for a two-dimensional flat circle of equal altitude. That's how Earth is measured. Flat.
Yeah, he got his coordinates from measuring Earth flat first. Just because you put it on a point on a globe, you got them flat. That's how you got your coordinates.
Yeah, coordinates are flat Earth elevation angle measurements. Part of the coordinate is the surface level that forms the angle. Oh, right, let's form a ball. No, it isn't. If it is, it's not an angle anymore, and you haven't got any coordinates. Yeah? Like McToon figured out when he was waving his coordinates at Brian. And Brian said, those are flat Earth elevation angle measurements you're measuring. Like he rumpus me from Antarctica whilst measuring them. And I'm saying to him, you've got flat Earth angle measurements, you numpty. What was his response? Where are the guns, Nathan? Is that a rebuttal to his flat Earth angle measurements? Because if they aren't flat Earth angle measurements, they're not angles. That's to say you haven't got any measurements unless they're off a flat Earth. It's part of the angle that you're measuring, with surface level being that part of the angle for the coordinate. For the degree, that number with a little circle after it. Part of that number with a circle after it is a flat horizontal baseline. It's part of the angle. If you haven't got a flat Earth, then you aren't measuring anything, you stupid bull-believing idiots.
Same principle how we get latitude. Again, at sea level, 0 degrees, horizontal baseline, elevation angle to a star. There's your latitude. It's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement taken at sea level.
Oh, it doesn't matter how you obtain it. If you are measuring incorrectly and using a globe model, you don't have a model.
Bro, we're not measuring anything with a globe model. We measure with a sextant, you complete bull-believing retard. Do you think we're holding up a ball when we've got a sextant in our hand measuring surface level angle measurements to altitude angles of stars? No, we're forming two lines, one along the ground that will form a radial value for a circle of equal altitude. That radial value is one line of the angle you measure with a sextant. Nobody on a boat is holding a globe model, you total tard. What they are holding is an angle measuring tool called a sextant. It requires the surface level be flat. Nobody's holding a ball on a boat, you moron.
Yeah, he's strange, this guy. He's got some stupid things. That's an incorrect model. You don't have a model.
Nobody's measuring models on boats when they measure angles to stars. These idiots think that the mariners are out there holding a fucking globe in one hand and a sextant in the other. Are you retarded? No, they're not. You stupid idiot.
They're using the surface of Earth to help find the position and navigate the surface of Earth. And when they're at sea, I'm going to say it again, they're using the sea level as the horizontal baseline to acquire their elevation angle.
Yeah, but these idiots want to utilise the surface level angle measurements, part of which is the baseline for the angle, and say, but on a globe model, the angle would have a bent line, then it's not an angle anymore, is it? So unless you've got a flat Earth to measure, you haven't got an angle.
Yeah, we're not sailing on a globe model. We're sailing on the surface of Earth, and we're utilising sea level for the elevation angles horizontal baseline, sea level at 0 degrees.
Same when we survey the world or chart the world. The surveyors are measuring Earth flat with trig. They need, that is to say, they require Earth be flat for a horizontal distance measurement. Without it, that's to say, without a flat Earth, they can't do trig. And that is how we have charted the entirety of the surface of the Earth we dwell atop. That's how it's been surveyed, with horizontal distance measurements and trig. That's how it's done. Now, you numpties on the ball side want to utilise these flat Earth elevation angle measurements, trig, and horizontal distances, and say that they bend. They don't.
Mark Beltrami's back saying the statement is incorrect because the dip of the sea horizon is a real phenomenon that is accounted for in navigation and is influenced by an observer's eye height.
Eye height is measured off surface level, numpty dipshit. We're talking about perpendicular to the plane of reference to give you an up direction for height. Heights are measured from sea level. That's how we measure height. We don't measure them from the centre of a ball because that would be in or out when referencing a sphere. But we don't measure heights in or out. We don't say how in we are when travelling downwards. We don't say how out we are when we describe our height off sea level. It's an upward orientation perpendicular to a plane of reference, measured from a plane. That's how height is measured. Don't believe me? Go and look at your own stupid Earth curve maths. It's labelled in black and white. Surface level. Now, without it, your maths fails. Without parallel eye level to the surface level, measured for height. We're dealing with idiots, religious fundamentalist zealots, who have decided that their belief trumps physical measurements of Earth's surface. Your bull belief is based on those flat Earth measurements. Without those flat Earth measurements, you won't derive a radial value by way of elevation angle measurement to Polaris. You have no sphere Earth radius without measuring Earth flat first. You can't get to your ball model, you numpty dipshit. You can't hold up a ball on a boat with a sextant like you believe they do. They don't. Without first deriving the radial value you've converted to sphericity from flat Earth measurements. Where do you think you got your radius value to believe in a ball? It's from the flat Earth measurements also. Polaris-based measurements. The minimum, the equator. That's your radial value. Extrapolated from a flat Earth angle to Polaris. You bunch of idiots.
The globe is flat. It is measured like that. And the globe is flat, and the Greeks all knew that because they measured angles using sticks and shadows. The globe must be flat for horizontal shadows. Even that dude Al-Biruni knew the globe was flat because he went and measured the height of a mountain like that. And when I was a sailor navigating the sea, the surface of the ocean looked very flat to me. Triangulation on the surface of Earth, all achievable without one single use of a curve.
Detailing how Al-Biruni acquires the elevation of the mountain. To acquire the height to do his differential calculation for dip, he needs to first get the height of a mountain. And how does he do it at the vast distances? Well, like any survey, he uses horizontal distance measurement and perpendicular height by way of derivation with trig. That's triangles on a flat earth. That's how he does it. He then goes up the mountain and uses a parallel eye level with surface level to infer a dip where there's a geometric horizon below the surface level he measured for his height. So Al-Biruni measured Earth flat. For trig. For height. You can't measure it any other way. Earth can only be measured flat. That's how it's been measured for thousands of years. And your numpty dipshit ball faith came from those very specific Al-Biruni flat Earth height measurements of mountains. Without first measuring Earth flat for the height of the mountain, you don't have a ball Earth radius, you bunch of crackheads. Earth's measured flat by everyone. There are no exceptions.
Yeah, even the guys in chat, they've been using flat Earth. They're trying to skip by it. You see, if you can get past the initial flat Earth measurement you take, then you can go into fantasy land.
Yeah, if we just ignore Al-Biruni measuring the height of the mountains with trig and horizontal distances, that's to say, if we just ignore the very fundamental base premise of this maths, then we can ignore that Earth's being measured flat to achieve a sphere belief. Yeah, you can do that. You can ignore Al-Biruni's use of a flat Earth to acquire the height of the mountain. You can ignore that in favour of your violation of the flat baseline he measured, to suggest that the curved baseline's actually what was used to get the height of the mountain. No, it wasn't. Al-Biruni required Earth to be flat to start your ball faith off. And now if you whistle past that, it's almost like you didn't measure Earth flat. It's almost like Al-Biruni doesn't require trig on a flat Earth with horizontal distances to infer your sphere. It's almost like it didn't happen, but it did. Al-Biruni does measure Earth flat first. Without it, he's got no height of the mountain, has he? Without it, he doesn't have a parallel eye level to infer the dip below the surface level he measured for the height. So let's get it absolutely clear. You require Earth to be measured flat for your dumbass ball faith.
Yeah, that's a fact. What is trigonometry anyway, Nathan?
Triangles.
Oh, that's going to be a problem for them then.
Yeah, I mean, they're using them. They used them when they measured the heights of anything ever on the surface of Earth. That's how we measure height. It's perpendicular to a plane. It always was. It always will be. No matter who you get rid of, no matter how much you suppress me and this subject, you will still require Earth to be flat for your ball faith. That's never going to change. I hope you understand what I'm pointing out to you, ball believers. Without a flat Earth to measure, you don't have a ball faith. Is that clear?
Yep, it all starts flat. It's amazing when you think about it.
Yeah, so deny you've got a flat Earth beneath your feet all you like. All you're doing is denying the base premise that makes your ball faith possible.
Yep. No flat Earth measurement, no globe.
Exactly. No flat Earth measurement. Very well put. No flat Earth measurement, no globe. It's just that simple. Well, Earth's not flat. So Al-Biruni didn't use trig to get the height of the mountain then. Well, you haven't got any measurements of radius. So you're denying your own radius value, denying that the trig off a flat plane was used by Al-Biruni. Oh, fine. No worries. Yeah, then you've got no maths or a ball. Your faith fails. Oh, right. You do accept that Al-Biruni measured Earth flat with trig. Then Earth is measured flat. Now, it wasn't up for contention. That's just how Al-Biruni measured Earth. Flat for the height of the mountain. Flat for a parallel eye level. Flat for his trig. That's how Earth gets measured. You don't have to like it. It's a fundamental premise that you require to believe in a ball. You are required to understand at a base level that Earth will and can only be measured flat for your dumbass ball faith. Don't forget it.
How did you put that one deck?
No flat Earth measurements, no globe.
Is it any different than when I said the globe is measured flat?
I think it was one deck that said that originally too.
It's driving them crazy because I'd never seen the chat so active with ballers. This is really, really like hitting them right where it hurts. It's not our fault. It's just the way it is.
That's not, sorry, people disagreeing with me from chat. Feel free to click the link and come and tell me that Al-Biruni did not measure Earth flat for the height of the mountain and the trig with triangles on a flat surface and horizontal distance measurement. Come and tell me he didn't measure Earth flat. Yeah? So I can beat the living daylights out of you with your own flat Earth prerequisite measurements measured by Al-Biruni for your sphere Earth radius. Now, obviously, I'll point out once you do accept that Al-Biruni absolutely without question must measure Earth flat to use trig. Once I point that out, you'll be on your knees acknowledging how flat Earth Al-Biruni measured Earth. Alternatively, you can find your way to the hard place of denying the requirement of a flat Earth measurement by Al-Biruni. You can deny the origin story your faith is based on and its need to measure Earth flat. You can deny that, you bunch of clowns. But then you don't have any Earth measurements, do you? If you want to deny that Al-Biruni measured Earth flat with trig, then you don't have any measurements. Oh, what? You do accept that Al-Biruni measured Earth flat with trig for the height of the mountain. Then Earth is measured flat. Can't have it both ways. It's either measured flat for your stupid dumbass ball faith, or it isn't and you've got no ball measurements for your stupid dumbass ball faith. Choose. It's either measured flat by Biruni or you haven't got any measurements. There's no third option.
You guys are essentially saying no matter what we use, we can always make your measurements work on a ball.
Sorry, you can't make trig for a height of a mountain work on a globe. Do you not understand what trig is, you bunch of spastics? No. Trig requires a flat horizontal distance measurement to get the height of the mountain. Without it, the base measurement Al-Biruni made fails if the ground is curving. Don't you get it? You need Earth to be measured flat. And if you deny it, you don't have any measurements. Without Earth being flat, he doesn't get a height. You bunch of idiots on the ball side. Earth is measured flat by Biruni, whether you like it or not. These are facts. Now, you can deny them, but all you're doing is kicking to the curb the very base principle of the measurement you're using to base a violation of that measurement on to believe in a ball with. You can either accept that Al-Biruni measured the height and then use trig, or you don't. I don't give a crap which one you do. The fact is Earth was measured flat by Al-Biruni. That is the fact of the matter, whether you like it or not. Telling me that what, trig works on a curve? No, it fucking doesn't. It's a triangle, you bunch of spastics. My name is Nathan Oakley, and I am calling every single solitary globe-believing retard who watches this show an idiot if they violate the base principle measurement made by Al-Biruni, utilising trig and horizontal distances to get the height of the mountain. You can deny it. That's the flat Earth measurement he requires. But as I keep telling you, that's the hard place. The place where you don't have anything to base your globe faith on. Because your globe faith's based on those flat Earth measurements, you bunch of numpties.
This guy's claiming that Kiwi and Brian, right? He's using their names specifically. Don't even think geometry works for celestial navigation.
All right, I'll just appeal to, as opposed to Brian and QE, Al-Biruni. We've measured Earth flat for thousands of years. We've been getting the height of mountains off a flat Earth since forever. It's the only way we've ever measured Earth. Even dumbass bull believers' faith is based on those flat Earth measurements we've been measuring Earth flat with for thousands of years. What's that? You don't like that flat Earth measurement and trig, okay? It's not mine. It's your stupid radius value derivation, isn't it? It's not my measurement. I'm not suggesting Al-Biruni even existed. But in the annals of history, we've got it documented in simple trigonometric fact. Earth was measured flat by Biruni. It's just a fact. Don't have to friggin' like it.
Is he saying that because we say the celestials do not obey our geometry? That's
Not
what
our geometry, Biruni's geometry.
They jump in the gun. They don't want to talk about the base measurement. Nathan's pointing it out. It's measured flat. Utilises the flat Earth for the horizontal and the elevation angle measurement. That's what's done. Then they want to talk about, well, these angles we can plot them on a globe. Go and do what you want with them afterwards. We don't care. It's measured flat in the first instance. Simple as that.
You can't plot Al-Biruni's baseline measurement with horizontal distance on a globe because you won't get a height. It fails miserably unless you measure Earth flat. So I'll just give you your choices again. You can either sink to your knees in acknowledgement of your requirement to measure Earth flat for the height of the mountain utilising trig, or you can relinquish your measurement. It's not a measurement, it's a flat Earth measurement, but your inference of a violation of the flat Earth measurement suggested by Biruni. You can relinquish that if you deny that Earth was measured flat with trig for the height of the mountain. One more time. You can deny Earth's flat measurement by Biruni, meaning you haven't got any measurements, or you can sink to your knees in acknowledgement of just how flat Earth will and was measured by Al-Biruni for the height of a mountain. And to summarise what is actually the case, Earth was measured flat by Al-Biruni with horizontal distance measurement for trig and perpendicular elevation of the mountain. Without it, you've got nothing. So you better accept the flat Earth measurement because without it, you've got jack.
Well, no, this is funny. Meanwhile, the globe already works.
Sorry, it works based on the measurements Al-Biruni took off a flat Earth to derive radial values with. So you can say that it works, but in reality it violates the base principle first measured by Al-Biruni of a flat Earth to utilise trig. So you can say it works on a globe, but no, trig doesn't work on a globe. It's triangles, they're flat. They're angles to the mountain. That's what they are. Horizontal distance measurements are prerequisite to do trig. Now, like I say, you can deny it. You can say, well, that works on a globe. No, it doesn't. Yeah, there are no trig for the globe and horizontal distance measurements for the globe. You need to first invent the globe. And to do so, you first measure Earth flat for the height of the mountain. Step one, not appeal to a globe model. Why do you think Al-Biruni's doing this? He's doing it to create your globe faith. And how does he do that? Well, he measures Earth flat for the height of the mountain with trig. So it doesn't work on a globe, it works by measuring Earth flat first. That's how it works. You don't have to like it. Earth is measured flat. By everyone always.
Yeah. You want to hear his last comment?
Go on.
I don't care if your supposed flat Earth measurements can suddenly transform to a globe and work. It seems a globe is at the very least a good approximation for your flat Earth, but all across the globe instead of locally for celestial navigation.
Sorry,
That's
you can
exactly
use the approximation of the flat Earth measurements made by Al-Biruni. No, you can violate the base angle measurement used with trig to get the height to suggest, like Al-Biruni did, that the surface level he measured for height of mountains bends. But that's a bastardization of the original measurement, so it fails miserably. But what's that? You can convert a flat measurement of height to curve. No, you can't. No, you don't have a height measurement anymore. Al-Biruni's maths fails. Don't you understand? You require Earth be measured flat, like we survey Earth flat. And we survey Earth with trig. Nothing's changed from that day to this, from Al-Biruni measuring the height of the mountain to how we measure mountains today. Nothing's changed. We still use trig. We still use horizontal distance measurements when surveying Earth at all scales. Always, without exception. We've been using trig to get the heights of mountains for thousands of years. For thousands of years, since Al-Biruni till now, we've always measured Earth flat. But what's that? You can believe that you can convert flat Earth measurements to a ball? Yeah, you can. You, with your numpty dipshit ball belief, can convert the measurements of Earth, which must be flat, to a ball, bless you, for your faith. Doesn't change how Earth got measured for you to convert it into your dumbass ball faith. Does it? Still flat now, was flat then, always will be flat whenever we measure anything with trig. It's using horizontal distance measurements. There are no exceptions. Earth was, is, and always will be measured flat.
Could you read out that comment again? Sorry, Wonder.
Yeah,
Hey,
I
Brian.
was waiting for you to say. It says, okay, the comment again said, I don't care. If your supposed flat Earth measurements can suddenly transform to a globe and work.
Pause here. That's what I needed. Yeah. That's exactly what happened. Because after Al-Biruni measured the angular height of the mountain to get an actual height based off of his distance from the mountain, when he went up the mountain, he then didn't have, even though you don't understand the story, he didn't have a geometric horizon. So he had to make up a globe that he never measured. The horizon is not a point of tangency. End of story. And he couldn't see the horizon because he was actually 600 miles from the sea. Not that you don't know, not that you know that or any of your friends know that, because you're all quite a numpties.
Shout out to... See it in the chat. Sorry, just give me a second. Oh, it's Unitox Femu. Thank you very much indeed for the super chat, Unitox Femu. Really appreciate it. It says there are so many elevation profile deniers. Yeah. Go and have a look at the elevation profile. It's used by professionals to build something. Or build things with Google Earth. Google Earth Pro is used to build things on Earth. The elevation profiles show you how Earth has been measured. It is flat. I'm just going to read out this AI overview of geodetic surveying. In geodetic surveying, elevation angles are primarily measured using a theodolite, which is an optical instrument with a telescope and a rotating base, to determine the vertical angle of a point relative to a horizontal plane. These measured vertical angles, along with known horizontal distances, are used in trigonometric levelling to calculate the elevation of a point. I hope we're all clear that we are surveying Earth flat as a horizontal plane, utilising horizontal distances in surveying. I hope that's clear. Earth is measured flat.
Yep, and like we said yesterday, you know, so all this locally measured flat. Local is just what you can measure, you know, in front of you and to a certain distance. It doesn't matter. It's measured flat throughout and on the surface of Earth. Yeah, that's how it's done. Always, it's measured horizontally. It's measured with elevation angles. That's how it's done everywhere. all the time.
Rob Noxious is declaring war on you, Nathan. I will get so many people to report you won't have a choice. You all effed up a lot, not allowing conversation. Now I'll make my life to get you off the internet.
But somebody
He's
find out who
trying-
Rob Noxious is so I can report him to his local police authorities. He's now threatening me. Yeah, that's what we're having. We've got globe believers in the face of me pointing out that Al-Biruni measures Earth flat, threatening me and suggesting that I should have my livelihood taken away. That's what we have to deal with. Utter scum who, in the face of losing an argument based on how their own gurus measure Earth flat with elevation angles, would want to take food out of my own kids' mouths. Pathetic. Find out who this arsehole is so I can report him to his police authorities for stalking me. This is a stalker, a scumbag stalker who's now threatening me.
Well, he's getting kicked out of Earth Awakenings and 24/7, and he wants to come here now. But you can't have a conversation with the guy because he's just a liar, and now he's crying to try and starve you out. That's what his threat is.
Yeah.
This is what they resort to. They're not even humans.
So if I can't overcome the flat Earth elevation angle measurements made by Al-Biruni, I'll have your channel off you. That's your attitude, is it? Yeah? I tell you what I'll do. Let's spin this on its head. Hey, Dave McKeegan. Have you got any flat earthers out there saying that because you talk about how ball-shaped it ain't measured when you measure Earth flat off surface level in Antarctica, that you should have your channel taken away from you? Or are you given algorithmic favouritism? Because over on this side of the fence, I point out that you and Simon Dan, for instance, measure Earth flat thousands of times with elevation angles, and what I get as thanks is told that I should be eradicated, told that I should take my own life in emails repeatedly on a daily basis. I get told that I should have my channel taken away by stalkers. That's what I get. What's that? You get to take a couple of weeks off, go down to Antarctica and fail to use a tripod correctly, you absolute spastic, and then still manage to make money on YouTube. Yeah, life's not fair, is it? Yeah? You know you're over the target when you start catching this kind of flack. I point out that Dave McKeegan measures Earth flat in Antarctica with elevation angles. Simon Dan had 1,000 participants of his audience measure the sun with a flat Earth elevation angle. And Al-Biruni, the very basis of the ball faith in the first instance, measured a mountain flat for its elevation off surface level with trig based on horizontal distances. What's the response from my audience? Have his head. You know you're over the target when you catch this kind of flack.
Can you not report that kind of threat to YouTube, Nathan? No, but that is a threat via YouTube.
Yeah, that's what I said. People should report Rob Noxious to his local authorities. He is a danger to society. He's going around threatening people. He should be criminally prosecuted for it.
The thing is, Nathan, what he's doing now, I think that was a pretty good show up tonight. It was flowing and with lots of good information. Obviously, people getting triggered by the truth. And now he's steered that away from that point. And we're talking about this now. So that's what they do. He's disturbed the show a little bit now.
I can bring it back on track. Yeah, me pointing out that Earth is measured flat for your ball faith leads members of my audience to incite hatred against a group. Now, it's my understanding that if I was in the trans community, this man would be beheaded, you know, metaphorically, of course, chastised on a community level because he's inciting hatred against a particular group. But because I'm a flat earther, it's tolerable. Why is it that me pointing out that Al-Biruni measures Earth flat with trig should incite hatred against a group? Why is that tolerable in today's society? It's not tolerable. Me pointing out the fact that Al-Biruni measured Earth flat shouldn't result in me worrying about being able to feed my kids tomorrow, should it? This is not reasonable behaviour by reasonable people. It's scummy behaviour by scummy people who don't like the fact Earth gets measured flat for their ball faith. Me pointing out the fact Al-Biruni measured Earth flat shouldn't result in anything. It should get you thanking me for pointing out how Earth got measured. It's part of your rhetoric. Got a massive super chat. Shout out to... Oh, why isn't it appearing on my viewer activity?
That's Tuberticus. Good guy.
Bertus, thank you very much indeed for the super chat. Pay your bills, feed your family. Yeah, thank you very much. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Also, if you're watching this, please share the show. 65 people watching. That's terrible. Why is there only 65 people watching? Another shout out to Unitox Femu, who says, sea level will destroy my religion. Please help. That's getting hard. Thank you, Unitox Femu.
Nathan, be afraid. Be very, very afraid. He's got over 50 accounts, and he's going to bring you down.
So he's persisting. Because of what? Because of what? Me pointing out that Al-Biruni measured Earth flat with trig. So because Al-Biruni measured Earth flat with trig, I should have my channel be risked. Is that right? Why? Scum. No, you belong in jail. That's where you belong, you scumbag.
Well, to be fair, he said because you're not allowing anybody to speak, but we have allowed Rob.
Right, I've got a public link. You can join. Public link. Anybody can join. But scumbags who say that I should have the food taken off my table or my channel taken down, yeah, with justification, you should be banned. Not only banned, you should be locked up. You know, I appeal to the fact that I've got a public link here. Anybody can join. You've joined. What you did was behave like a scumbag. And now, with me pointing out that Earth's measured flat by your guru, Al-Biruni, you're going to persist and then moan? What a scumbag. Lock him up.
Yeah. Come in and tell us how he didn't measure elevation angles from a horizontal baseline.
Oh, he did. Al-Biruni did measure Earth flat with a horizontal baseline. If you deny that fact, then he has no trig to get the height of the mountain to progress the process of believing you're on a ball. So, but for the fact that Al-Biruni measured Earth flat, you wouldn't have a ball to believe in. So what you can do is just say thank you. Thank you, Nathan, for pointing out how flat Earth must be measured for me to believe in a ball. I'm really grateful. Up until now, I thought it just worked on the ball model. I thought Al-Biruni was holding a globe already when he derived a radial value by using flat Earth trig to get the height of the mountain. No, he didn't. He used flat Earth trig to get the height of the mountain. He measured Earth flat with horizontal distance measurements. Without horizontal flat Earth measurements, you don't have a ball to believe in. What's that, have my channel off me? Why? Going through standard ball-believing rhetoric. It's very basic stuff. Can someone dig out the video of that chick talking about Al-Biruni's measurement, where she has a little chuckle about how Al-Biruni must measure Earth flat? Should we have a little listen to someone on your own side smiling while saying Earth gets measured flat by Al-Biruni? Because I will expect this scumbag who deserves locking up to want to take that chick's channel away too. Because like me, she points out how Al-Biruni must measure Earth flat. Is she being threatened to have her channel taken off her? No, it's just me, isn't it? It's because I don't say, well, even though we measure Earth flat, we can still have a ball violating that base measurement. Because I don't say the contradiction in terms that violates the base principle of trigonometric measurement of heights of mountains, I should have my channel taken off me. No. We just live in a very unfair world where numpty dipshits who are controlled by algorithmic favouritism believe in a ball that's derived from flat Earth measurements. And anybody who points out that, well, you'll need flat Earth measurements for that belief should be shut down. Scum. No, you deserve locking up.
Did that girl have a geometric horizon in her video? Because I don't think so. Because Al-Biruni didn't have a geometric horizon either, so he didn't have a point of tangency. So he didn't measure any ball, boneheads.
No, he just measured Earth flat for the horizontal distance measurement to the mountain to do the trig when he got the difference backing away from it. That's how you do trig to get height. Now, without a flat Earth horizontal distance measurement, you can't get the elevation angle difference to calculate the height. So without a flat Earth measurement, you don't have a ball to believe in. It is that simple. Take Nathan's channel off him!
I'm going to say it again. No flat Earth measurement, no globe.
Yeah, he claims that he doesn't have if nobody's allowed to debate you, he's banned. Well, Rob, we allowed you in, and you obviously messed up, right? And you know what you did to get you banned.
No,
right?
let's agree with him. I just want to agree with him. No, you're right. Nobody's allowed to debate me on this fact. You don't debate facts. They're not debatable. What are you going to say? Al-Biruni didn't use trig for the height? Feel free. Because then you don't have any measurements, you stupid crackhead. Without flat earth trig, you don't have anything. This isn't debatable. What are you going to do? Disagree with me? Good. Yeah, because you give up your ball faith by disagreeing with this fact. Earth is measured flat by Al-Biruni. Was that me inviting you to debate that fact, dickhead? No, it's not debatable. It's a fact. That's how trig's done. I'm not inviting you to debate me about it, you stupid crackhead. What I am suggesting is that we find out who the fuck you are so we can have you locked up for threatening me, you total scumbag. That's what I'm suggesting. Not that you come in here and debate me. What are you going to debate? The measurements off a flat surface level for the trig? That's not debatable. It's not contentious. It's a fact. You don't have to like these facts of flat earth measurements. They're used in your ball belief. So what are you going to do? Debate them? Yeah, if you debate them, you give up your religion. Because they're not debatable. They're your measurements inferring sphericity. But the measurements are flat. Make no mistake about it. It's not debatable. Have you not been listening for the last 2 straight years? This is not a debate anymore. It's a title of a show. That's all it is. It's name only. There is no debate. We measure Earth flat.
Well, Al-Biruni needed to know the horizontal distance between him and the mountains before he could start measuring the angular height of it. Because he needed that to be able to determine the actual height above his own elevation, which he also needed, which is a vertical. You know what I mean? So,
yes.
Which is 90 degrees to that horizontal. Then he went up the mountain after doing all those flat earth measurements and using other people's flat earth measurements for the elevations, or for his own elevation. He then went up the mountain and didn't have a geometric globe's edge horizon to measure with. So I don't know where you're going to go with that, but that certainly doesn't appear. That doesn't come across for me as any kind of a globe measurement. I'm just saying, like, I mean, what would I know?
You'd know that axiomatically you can't have perpendicular to a sphere. You can have flat Earth horizontal distance measurements and perpendicular upward directions for heights. But they're all flat Earth measurements.
Yeah, for him to know the horizontal distance between his position and the mountain, right? He had to know, right, that his vertical elevation above sea level and the vertical elevation of the mountain above sea level had to be parallel because he's using a horizontal distance, right? And then he's going to use that 90 degrees where that horizontal beats the vertical of the mountain to gain the angular height. And because he knows the horizontal distance, that allows him to gain the actual height. Then he goes up the mountain and doesn't have a geometric globe edge horizon to use for a point of tangency. So at no point was the sphere at any point measured. It's over.
I want to ask the audience to leave me a comment in this regard, right? I'm going to round out this live show shortly. But just leave me a comment. I want to know the opinion, specifically from ball believers, not flatties. Is it reasonable that in pointing out how Al-Biruni measured Earth, is it reasonable that I should have my channel threatened for literally pointing out word for word, verbatim, the globe Earth story of Al-Biruni? Not making any changes, not making any alterations, sticking to the absolute stone-cold facts that you believe in details that repeat the story verbatim. Is that justification for suggesting that I should have my channel taken away from me and that I should be left with an inability to feed my kids? Is that reasonable, globe believers? I want to know if you think that's reasonable behaviour, because that's what I'm subject to daily. For just pointing out how your globe Earth rhetoric measures Earth flat. Why should I have my livelihood threatened? Is that reasonable, globe believers? And once you've put that comment, tell me if you understand just how flat Earth was measured by Al-Biruni.
Well, they're not saying that. They're saying the fact that you don't allow anyone to come in and hold you to task, let's say.
Right, anybody can join. There is a link below this video. The show is publicly accessible by anybody. Now, this person, one man, who has come in and threatened me literally during this show, he is not allowed. Perfectly justifiable that I can and will ban anybody who threatens me. Absolutely. But the rest of everybody else can join if they choose to. And what are you going to do? Tell me I'm wrong? Tell me Al-Biruni didn't use trig to get the height of the mountain off a flat Earth? I'm not wrong. This isn't contentious. It's not up for debate. I'll just reiterate the facts in this matter. Earth was measured flat by Al-Biruni. Did you hear anybody challenging it? No. There is a public link. Anybody could have come in and said, no, you're wrong, Nathan. The way he got a flat Earth elevation angle measurement with a little degree number afterwards, and then backed away and got a slightly lower number, so he could calculate the height of that mountain using horizontal distance measurements, was actually with a curve angle. You just don't understand curve angles, Nathan. No, that won't happen because it's not contentious. It's not up for debate. It's a statement of absolute fact. Earth was measured flat by Al-Biruni. Not up for debate, not contentious, never going to change, always an absolute fact of the matter. That if you deny your own base premise for an Earth belief that you hold. So feel free to deny the fact of flat Earth measurement by Al-Biruni. You can deny these facts. Me, I'm not so stupid as to debate absolute facts. They're facts. Like a fact of trig being used by Al-Biruni off a flat Earth with horizontal distance measurements. That's Earth being measured flat whether you like it or not, you bunch of numbskulls.
How do you have an horizon on a globe? I didn't add that part in there, but
You can't.
that I think,
You can't.
you know, that issue as well.
You
Well, he
can't.
brought your name into it too. He said UNQE say the geometry does not work doing celestial navigation.
Which geometry?
Ball geometry doesn't work.
Right. I could find it for you if you want.
Which geometry is he saying doesn't work? What's he on about?
While you're looking that up, shout out to Daz for another massive super chat. Really appreciate these big super chats. Very much so. Thank you. Love your work. Keep it up. Thanks. Really appreciate your support, Daz. Thank you for the super chat.
I seen a guy in chat there before I joined, some while before I joined. I was busy, so I couldn't join. And he was saying something about how you use a perfect horizontal, right, to make your elevation angle with the sextant. But that horizontal is taken from the globe's edge horizon or some nonsense like that. No, buddy. The horizon's not the geometric leading edge of the globe. So you don't have that, number one. Number two, you don't have a distance to the horizon. You have to give it a distance in the modified celestial navigation of today's world, not the old one. So you don't have anything. There is no globe, and you don't have horizontal on the globe because there is no consistent orientation on the globe. But to do celestial navigation, it requires a consistent orientation. It requires horizontal to not be anything other than horizontal and to never change its orientation.
Well, Brian, here's one about flight. In order to get a specific flight path, you need to choose the angle of attack and pitch that will give you that, So balance, lift, and weight, or centrifugal pedal forces.
Welcome to
I
Flat
don't even
Earth.
know what that means.
Welcome to,
Welcome to Flat Earth.
means welcome to Flat Earth.
See, the problem is, what the boulders do is to get to the point of detailing the very thing that they're trying to use, right? But you have to detail it correctly, right, as much as possible. Now, sometimes they mess around with words and they edit it a little bit. But the problem is they're trying to hijack something that's happening in the real world. But that thing that's happening in the real world requires the earth to be flat and uses the flat. So that's all they're doing at any point like that. Like giving you a concise detail of what's going on. That has nothing to do with your globe. You just detailed flat out.
Yeah, well summarized. So they'll take the example, like when they very casually, like that chick in that video, goes through how Al-Biruni measures Earth flat. Without a hint of irony. There's a requirement for a flat surface level to be measured by Al-Biruni, and she said, I'll have people in the audience saying Earth's flat because of this. No, it's not that you'll have audience members saying Earth's flat. Al-Biruni's measuring it flat. It's required to be so to do the trig to get the height. But without a hint of irony, they'll just take that flat Earth measurement and suggest that he's deriving some sort of spherical measurement with it. No, you're just measuring Earth flat. But they use our measurements to infer a ball. That's to say they use flat Earth measurements, and they don't even realise they're doing it half the time.
Again, pitch is often positive. What are you expecting to see?
Yeah, positive in relation to horizontal.
Yeah. Welcome to flat Earth.
What the hell is this doing on?
Yeah.
He keeps proving flat Earth. Let him go.
Yeah, they keep using our stuff.
It's okay. Rob Noxious is after me now, Nathan. Now he's going to bring me down.
Why is this person threatening us?
My God.
What's going on? Why are we being threatened by scumbags? Because we talk about Earth being measured flat, we deserve being threatened. It's outrageous. These people should be locked up.
Well, if I remember correctly, I just got a confirmation that what they claim you did was BS. And I remember that's why Rob Noxious got banned, because he accused you of something. And now I have a board telling me we know that was BS. So what are you on about? You're not invited here anymore.
Yeah, I just think it's disgusting that we should have to even deal with this. You know, if we were any other community, the police would be round his door knocking on it, right? But you're inciting hatred. Don't you understand? That's beyond the pale. Like, literally, he's going out there and inciting hatred, isn't he?
Yeah, he's seeking me out.
Him and go back to the measurements.
Yeah, I didn't seek him out. He's seeking me out. And it's very painful for them, you know, because they want to hold on to a religious belief. Once your religion is showed to be wrong, you resist because you're in a religion. One of the root words for religion is return to bondage. And the globe has them in such bondage that they will wail and gnash their teeth at you and threaten to bring you down and take your livelihood away. Doesn't matter that you have children that you have to feed. That doesn't matter. You're coming against a religion, the biggest religion in the world. Brian has often said, like, to him, and I agree, this is the most important topic ever.
Like I keep saying, I just don't see any other part of society where it would be tolerated to incite hatred against a group for whatever reason.
Well, just to give some contrast, Nathan. You were saying earlier you had 60-something viewers, right?
Yeah, about that.
Now, this is, as far as I'm concerned, the most important topic of all time. Now, I understand at present there's a lot of political stuff going on in the US with the death of Charlie Kirk, etc., right? And I understand that Candace Owens is friends with this man, right? But last night, she got someone, I saw it myself just prior to this, and someone wrote it as a comment sometime later, I saw it. She got 292 or 94,000 live viewers. Now, something, I'm not saying that she shouldn't get them, but something is very wrong. That you would only get 60 something viewers. You know what I mean? Somebody like there's something rotten in Denmark that does that much of a differential. That's crazy. Now I understand. I'm not saying you should get 292,000 live viewers, or that I'm not saying you shouldn't, but I'm just saying, I mean, 60 something. Come on, even the ballers would have to agree. There's like that is not correct. There's something wrong there. You know what I mean? Algorithmically. Sorry.
Yeah, algorithmically, I'm withheld from everybody, even my own audience.
This guy's saying that's why we deny gravity. Brian, what's your answer when somebody says you deny gravity?
No one has produced any actual scientific evidence for it. So it's not that I deny it. It would have to be proven to exist in the first place.
Well, what is gravity? If you're going to talk about gravity, we're talking about a downward orientation. You're talking about requiring a horizontal plane of reference to describe gravity. Gravity requires a flat Earth, you bunch of numpties.
No, if you're talking about general relativity, then you're not talking about a downward vector. There is no downward.
Space-time's flat.
Yeah, space-time's flat, but there is no downward in general relativity.
There's no downwards in... How can there not be any... I'm not educated enough in general relativity to have this argument with you, Brian.
Phone, in general relativity, if I go on my phone, right, based off of gravity being a force,
yeah.
The claim is that my phone goes down because there's a force attracting it towards the center of the globe, right? In general relativity, if I leave go of my phone, it doesn't go down. The Earth comes up to meet it. My phone is sitting in free space, giving me the impression that it has been pulled down. It's not actually going down in general relativity. The Earth is coming up, not the other way around.
Let's get clarity. He says, that is why you deny gravity, because all your claims would fall apart, because your claims falling apart on your own.
No one's denying gravity. Nobody has produced any scientific evidence of its existence. That's the problem. It's not that it's been denied. You can't deny something that no one has proven existed. Do you know what I mean? It's not possible. It's logically fallacious. Now, prove the existence of this thing, and if I deny it, then you can then say I deny it. Nobody has proven the existence of it. Whatever it is, because there's several different versions.
Yeah. Steve Bauman did it. It's full of ballers today, Brian. We are so over the target and so hitting them where it hurts that they're coming out everywhere, spewing their religious rhetoric.
But it's not just the ball. All the flat earthers who have an issue with Nathan, right, and QE, right, and people here, right, on this panel, including me, maybe, I don't know, who don't listen to nonsense, who correct them the same way as they'll correct the baller when they're wrong. They expected Nathan to listen to their BS, right, but to not listen to the BS from the ballers. And when Nathan wasn't listening to their BS, go back to listen to 2018 when he told Bob, right, what you're talking about is nonsense, it's not science, right? When Nathan didn't listen to their BS, suddenly Nathan was the bad guy. So, according to a lot of the flat earthers, they should get away with talking rubbish, but the ballers should be held to task on it. No, that's not how it works. So, ever since then, and as time goes on, all this BS that has come from flat earthers, and there's no end of it, right? They're nearly as bad as the ballers, if not worse, right? Because people here won't listen to it and correct it and show them where it's wrong. Instead of going, you're right, I was wrong about that, and now I'm more clear. No, it's the evil Nathan and the evil QE and then BS thirds over on FED. Do you know what I mean? That's all you have. So that's another reason why Nathan's number is down and why there's so many ballers in the chat and there's not enough flat earthers.
Well, he says things don't fall. Pressure explained, Cavendish orbits, Einstein rings, gravitational waves. What have you got? Reality.
Cavendish orbits.
Relative density, and he laughs at us.
Cavendish has nothing to do with Einstein. Absolutely nothing. All that was thrown out the window by Einstein. Cavendish also has nothing to do with Newton.
Yeah, it's just rhetoric. We know this. We were there.
If he's denying relative density, he's denying the existence of buoyancy. Archimedes' principle. That's what he's denying. He doesn't even know it.
Yep. Well, hopefully things will change. Adam should be coming back. We'll get back to work on the book because that's very important. As books, and I say books plural, because there will be more books. And that information gets out there. You know, heliocentrism's coming to an end. It's only a matter of time. And that's why you have these people coming out of the woodworks.
It is according to Putin.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. This vampire ball is coming to an end.
I can't believe he said that.
And given us 500 years, like as an amount of time.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Well, there's not many other balls that have been around for 500 years. I mean, just what else could it be talking about?
It's very specific.
Yeah,
isn't it?
It couldn't be more specific. That's the thing.
Yeah, we can't prove that's what he's talking about, but it's the only one that he could be. Yeah.
What exactly? What else? What other vampire balls are there?
Exactly.
Yeah, we live in a weird world. Maybe that's just an Easter egg to get our juices flowing. Maybe it's not, but.
Well, I have a question for Brian. Can someone ask Brian why the Nautical Almanac shows that the GP of Polaris is not directly over the North Pole and why it shows that it's always changing?
Nobody has proven that Polaris is making a circle around the North Geographic Pole. Nobody has proven that the GP of Polaris is not the North Geographic Pole. So there's no point in asking me about the Nautical Almanac, which has been modified since the 1700s, right? Manipulated, you could say. There's no point in asking me about that until the claim that within the Nautical Almanac, according to them, is proven. Now, I'm happy to admit that they are right, that it is making a little circle around the North Geographic Pole. I'm happy to say, yeah, great, right? It is making a little circle, but you must prove it. So this is winter time coming in now, right? Go to Lapland, go to northern Finland, wherever. Get out your equipment and do a time lapse, a 24-hour time lapse of Polaris, right, with star trails making a circle. Because I've seen many videos where it appears to make a little straight line, right, over a few hours, and then other videos where it appears to make a little arc. Now, that arc is not in conjunction with the other arcs that are around it. I won't even go into that, right? And I've seen other ones where it doesn't move at all. Same time lapses, same thing. So you show me the time lapse, the 24-hour time lapse of it making the circle. And then absolutely, I'll go, yeah, 100%. Yeah, I was wrong to say that it's GP doesn't move. But until you can support that, none of your comments mean anything.
I mean, regardless of that, Brian, forget all that. It's used to measure latitude at sea level, mate. The horizontal baseline being sea level at 0 degrees. Well, it helps to measure Earth flat, Al.
Absolutely. I mean, but they're not trying to argue that. Because it's not arguable. It's the problem. This is something that turned up in 2 videos ago that I made. I made a video about the Southern Cross, right? And I said something concerning Polaris, right? Within that, I said the GP of Polaris is the center of the latitude and longitude grid. I said Polaris doesn't move, right? Now, instead of anyone addressing, there was a couple of people that tried to address my Southern Cross video, but they failed, right? But most people on their side have since then only focused on what I said about Polaris. Now, the reason they're focusing on that is that's the red herring they need, so they don't have to address what's in their Southern Cross video. You know, what is it when they're doing this is like, what is it that they're avoiding? That's all anyone ever has to think. Because it means that if they're focused on one thing, I mean, they're doing it to heavily avoid something else. What is it they're avoiding? You know what I mean? Well, there's lots of things really, but the reason they're focusing on this thing with me is because they didn't want to focus on the topic of the video.
The actual.
Go on.
Go on, One Deck. What were we going to say?
Sorry, it was bad line. I'm saying they're running away from the measurements of Earth, Brian. That's what they're running away from. I don't want to talk
Yeah,
about.
but that's not what they're running away with from in my video. One Deck. That's what the point they were trying to make. They're running away from the topic of the video and what the video is actually about. And they're focusing on a comment I made within the video that I didn't even need to make for the video to be made. But I made the comment because I often give them things that they can latch onto on purpose. I give them red herrings because anyone who watches the video and then reads the comments knows these people are not addressing what's going on in the video. They're trying to talk about some other thing. And I've made another video after that that's really causing them a lot of problems, right? And they can't deal with that one either. But all I'm getting is the same question over and over again, written in comments. How come how they're putting it? Are you saying that you're right and Polaris doesn't move and the nautical almanac is wrong when the nautical almanac shows it making a little circle, right? According to the nautical almanac. And I'm okay with being wrong, but they have to prove. I don't care what the nautical almanac says because it's manipulated. It's been manipulated and changed since the 1700s. So I don't care what the nautical almanac says. You must prove that Polaris is doing this, and then absolutely fine. I'm fine about it because they don't even understand what they're talking about when it comes to the Polaris making the circle in the nautical almanac. They don't understand the Polaris to stay totally stationary at all times. And but when you're taking an angle to, you refer to the nautical almanac, and the nautical almanac tells you, well, actually, Polaris is actually at this position in its little circle that nobody has ever shown or proven. There is no 24-hour video of Polaris making a little circle in the sky. None. Now, every year, there is, in the northern winter, there is months at a time in Alaska, northern Finland, northern Norway, Lapland, all these places, right, the North Pole, where there's 24-hour darkness. There's going to be, 7 days a week. So someone get the video. It's that simple. Prove it. I'll go, yeah, hands up in the air, I was wrong. Prove it. But I'll take it, prove it. I'm not, 1 second, Neil. I'm not going to say, yeah, I was wrong, or yeah, I was right, until you prove it. You're making a claim of me being wrong, right? There's no evidence that what I said is wrong. No one's produced evidence of it. So until you produce evidence of it, right, I'm not going to concede to your position. I mean, is that not fair? Nathan, is that not fair?
Perfectly reasonable.
I just say something. Well, the other thing, guys, right? So regardless of all that talk about Polaris and what that's doing, right? When using slash navigation, once you've taken your angle, there's a process you do. It's writing the time down. Yeah. So at that time, the almanac will tell you, the position, the GP of that star. Now that may alter on different days and different times. That doesn't matter. You're still using an elevation angle. Yeah, still getting the GP of that star. You're still navigating the surface of Earth. That's what we're doing.
Well,
yeah, but this is an ongoing thing. Sorry, Nick, one.
Well, it is a simple question. All right? How can the nautical almanac be wrong if CellNav works?
No, that's begging the question. That's begging the question that it's right without any evidence being shown of it. The nautical almanac, I'll say it again. The nautical almanac, you could go, Polaris might never move, and a GP might never move. But if you refer to the nautical almanac after you've made your elevation angle to Polaris, and it tells you to add or subtract this amount because of Polaris is making a little circle in the sky that nobody has ever shown any evidence for, right? then you're going to believe, well, I'm actually not at that latitude. I'm this much north of it or this much south of it, right? But you could be exactly at that latitude. But the nautical almanac has manipulated you because it was changed over time. So if people would just go and get the evidence, I'm totally fine with saying, yeah, okay, I was wrong. I'm okay with that, right? But I'm not going to be saying I was wrong without you idiots producing the evidence. If you want to just blindly believe in all the nonsense, which is all you people ever do, then off you go, right? Blindly believe it. I don't care. But unless you produce the evidence, I'm not going to put my hands up in the air and agree with you saying you were right and I was wrong.
Get the camera and look at the NCP. You will see Polaris move.
And?
Yeah, in some videos, and other videos you won't.
And? What does that prove?
Where's the circle? Have you got a circle for me to show me? Have you got the circle, the 24-hour time lapse of the circle?
Hold on, Brian.
Brian is arguing
okay,
about nothing.
let's just accept it. Okay. What does that prove?
Doesn't prove anything. It doesn't change anything for real.
Who cares?
The time being, the rotation of Polaris doesn't prove anything. But
why
I'm
bring
not
it
sure why Brian is arguing about it not
no worries.
moving and fixing on that.
So why bring it up?
I don't know. Brian is fixated with that it's fixed and doesn't move. And we can show it.
I'm not
fair enough.
fixated with it. Hang on, Nathan. Well, that's a complete and utter fucking lie. Sorry for the language. That's a total and utter lie. I'm not the one fixated with it. I'm not the one writing comment after comment after comment after comment on my video about it. I'm not the one writing comments in the live chat here. And I'm not the one coming in here now trying to tell me to have some video of Polaris moving when I've seen videos of it not moving. Wait, have you got a video, a 24-hour time lapse of it making the circle? Yes or no?
Yes, you can show it with a camera. That's
Okay, get the 24-hour time lapse.
Hold on. Sorry, Brian. Sorry, hold on.
He's moving.
Stop. Can show it, as in future tense. Just ignoring me. I'll repeat myself. So can show it as in now you're talking through me. Silence, then talking through me. So can show it as in future tense. You could do it in the future, or have got it as Brian asked.
Yeah, I have got it. I've done it myself.
Excellent. Post it in the chat.
Okay, sure.
And this is a 24-hour time lapse of Polaris making a circle with the star trails in the sky. Okay, 24
Isn't
hours.
it good enough? Because then I can stop posting it.
Okay. And have you got the degree measurements of it moving? What are the measurements?
No, I want to see this time lapse because he said that there is no 24-hour time lapse, Nathan, in existence. Doesn't exist. But he's saying he has it. But would you mind?
Maybe he just hasn't posted it.
Well, he's saying he's going to post it, so we'll wait till he posts it in the chat. You're posting it in the chat, right?
Yeah, moment, I have to get it. I don't have it on my phone.
So you don't, sorry, mumble. You mean, no, you don't have it. You won't be posting it in the chat, lying bastard. Shit, sit down, shut up. Sit down, shut up. Sit down, shut up, you liar.
Yeah, he said he was posting it there and then.
I've looked personally for the time lapses of Polaris, and the most I've ever seen is like it makes like a little smiley face at the bottom, but I've never seen anything further than that. And it's weird because all the other star trails, you could see them being formed, whereas the little swoosh that it makes at the bottom just kind of appears in one frame, and it like all of a sudden it's just there. But I don't know.
Yeah,
it doesn't make a difference to me if it makes a circle or not.
Sorry, I've seen time lapses where it's doing that, and I've seen ones where it makes a straight line, and I've seen ones where it doesn't do any of it. Yet the other stars are making a trail. I mean, I'm okay with this as long as someone produces a 24-hour time lapse of it show the star trail over 24 hours of this circle. Now, this man says a minute ago that he had a 24-hour time lapse, but then he was posting it. Then he wasn't posting it. He had to find it on his phone. Then he was mumbling. So I don't know. Now, I know that he can't post what I'm asking him for because it doesn't exist. Because if it existed, I just would have said, yeah, you're right, I'm wrong. It's that simple.
They're not getting it.
Well, Well, I don't know what he's going to put. I couldn't find. I searched, and all the other ball I searched, because if there was one in existence, I would have had it posted to me over and over again.
Fair enough. The main bulk of today's show was talking about Al-Biruni's flat Earth measurement for horizontal distance to do trig with. Dude that was suggesting the Polaris posting of a video. Do you understand that Al-Biruni measured Earth flat for your globe belief? Yo, Rob Noxious, we're not in an echo chamber. I'm asking one of your numpty dipshit friends who's on a ball about his faith in Al-Biruni's flat Earth measurement. I'm just not getting an answer from him. So the audience is clear. I've asked a ball believer about whether or not he understands Al-Biruni's flat Earth measurement for trig, and I'm getting silence. Do you need me to repeat the question?
Yes, repeat it, Nathan, because I asked the same question.
Do you understand that Al-Biruni measured Earth flat, my friend? Yo, ball believer! The guy who was talking to Brian, can you hear me? Cat got your tongue, dipshit! Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Do you understand that Al-Biruni measured Earth flat for trig for the height of the mountain? Do you understand? Earth was measured flat. You could wait till the end of my question to give me my answer. I've asked it 4 times. Dipshit ball believer. Do you understand Earth is measured flat by Al-Biruni for you to believe in a ball? Yes or no?
I don't even know. No, I don't even know who Al-Biruni is.
Why are you even here? So, excuse me, why are you even here?
Because you're wrong about most things.
Sorry, you don't know who Al-Biruni is, but you think I'm wrong. You're a moron. You don't know who you're talking about. You don't know anything about this subject. You don't know who Al-Biruni is. He's the forefather of your religious belief in a ball. You don't need to talk through me, you moron who doesn't know who Al-Biruni is. Is where you get your radius value to believe in a ball.
Don't care. Can look it up in any...
But look it up, you dumb twat. Why are you still talking? Yeah. You don't have a place in this conversation. You're a moron.
And?
So shut up.
Might be likewise.
So shut up. Al-Biruni measured Earth flat for you to believe in a ball. That's not me asking you to respond. That's me telling you Earth is measured flat for your ball belief. Al-Biruni is the origin of that measurement.
Else, right?
You don't need to yammer through me. I'm telling you something. Not asking you anything. You don't need to respond. I'm telling you. Earth is measured flat for your radial value of a sphere Earth.
Not really, but okay.
Sorry, did you want to mumble a response to me? Just say yes. No, incapable of just saying yes.
He said, not really, but okay.
Sorry, not really? So you don't understand how trigonometrically derived the height of the mountain would be? You don't understand that?
I understand how you would do it on short scales and understand it that you have to do more
on a short curve? Sorry, did you say on a short curve?
For short cases. For like...
So how far away do you think the mountain was? How far away do you think Al-Biruni was from the mountain? Do you think the distance to the mountain that Al-Biruni is measuring is a short distance?
No.
So shut up. So shut your mouth. So not short distances like you just said, you stupid fuckwit.
Okay, then explain.
So shut your mouth, you dumbass! You just said short distances, and within one sentence, I've ripped you a new asshole. So Biruni's not measuring a mountain a short distance away, then? No, he's not. So what you said was retarded.
Okay. And
yes, so sit down, you stupid retard. You've got nothing to say here. Why are you talking to us, you utter retard? You're telling me that it's a short distance? No, it's not. The distance to the mountain was not a short distance, you stupid spastic. Now you can sit down and shut up. I don't need any response from you. I'm telling you, Earth is measured flat. It's not a ball, or Al-Biruni wouldn't be measuring it flat to derive a ball from the flat Earth measurements. Your response was to say it's over short distances. No, you fucking retard. A mountain wasn't a short distance away to derive the height with trig.
Didn't say that.
Shut up! I'm not asking you to respond. I'm telling you. You're an idiot who made an incorrect declaration about Earth having short distances measured for the trig for the height of the mountain. Wrong! Retard! Bull believer! So, bull-believing retard, now we'll ask you a question. Given that it's not measured flat over only short distances, like you, a complete retard, just stated, it is in fact measured flat over vast distances. For example, deriving the height of a mountain with a vast horizontal distance measurement. That would be a vast, flat Earth measurement. I'll assume that you've looked up who the fuck Al-Biruni is now on Google.
I didn't. Why should I? It's your video. Start explaining it.
Fuck off. Get out of my show, you stupid wanker.
Yeah, and I asked Rob not just the same thing. Earth is measured flat. He says, no, it's not. No answer. Well, give me your measurements. Nothing. Just a cry to bring us down and shut us up.
Telling me that I need to go and show him. I've told him. Al-Biruni derived the height of the mountain with a flat Earth linear horizontal distance for doing trig. Oh, well, you've got to prove it to me. I have! Stupid asshole. And he's a liar. Captain Edgeware absolutely knows who the fuck Al-Biruni is. You've got to lie to Glurf. You're telling me this man who sat on the panel for days and days and days on end, he's been here the entire time I've been talking about Al-Biruni. You've got to lie to be a bull believer. That man just lied. You expect me to believe he doesn't know who Al-Biruni is? No, he's a liar.
No, Nathan, he doesn't want to know because they can't appeal to Al-Biruni anymore. So he doesn't. Al-Biruni now is a sour taste in their mouth.
Exactly.
Yeah, a sour taste that leads people to suggest that I should have my channel reported. Meanwhile, the only person here debating for the Globe side doesn't even know who he is. So, your representation from the Globe side is a spastic who doesn't know anything about this subject. That's who you've got to defend your bull. What I've got to prove Earth is measured flat beyond any debatable fact is Al-Biruni's linear flat Earth horizontal distance measurement used to measure the height of the mountain with trig. Those are flat Earth measurement facts. And what you got? Oh, I don't even know who he is. Well then, fuck off. Get out of my show, you unbelievable spastic. Why are you even here? Liar. That's why you gotta lie to be a bull believer. That's what that man just did. Lie. We've just spent a solid hour talking about Al-Biruni, and his response is, I don't know who he is. Lying bastard.
Yeah, Nathan, I'm sorry earlier on for forcing. It's just when he came in, he lied concerning me as well, because he implied that I was fixated on something that I didn't even bring up, and other people are the ones fixated on it. So that was a straight out lie. But I apologize. I didn't mean to swear.
Yeah, lies about you and what you're obsessed about because he needs to lie about other men. Pathetic scum. Lies about not knowing who Al-Biruni is. All right, so you're here debating me, but you don't know anything about the religion of a bull that you hold. Then you shouldn't be here debating. You're a scumbag.
Did he produce that video yet?
No, he lied about that, so 3 times a charm. He's lying about having videos that he couldn't post, lying about not knowing who Al-Biruni is, and lying about what our man Brian knows or is doing. So it's just a perpetual liar. Like every scumbag baller who ever attends this show, all you ever do is lie. Me, I tell the truth about how Al-Biruni actually measured Earth according to your rhetoric. And what do I get? I get threatened with my show taken off me by scumbags. That's what I get. And then lied to perpetually by the people who come here to defend a ball.
Well, when they're not lying to you, they're threatening your livelihood or your safety.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He says he wants people, but he bans everyone. No, we want people, not scum, Rob. And what's this with McToon measured Lake Tahoe? He measured it flat, you moron. That's the only way you can measure it.
Right, we've got
Toon's
Toon.
measurement of-
Toon
of
communicated
freaking
with me
Lake
personally,
Tahoe.
right? Toon phoned me up from Antarctica and rumpused me telling him that he was measuring Earth flat and talked about guns, like a deflection to guns instead of the flat Earth measurements that were being pointed out while they were being measured. Not by everybody in the group. Some of them were so fucking stupid that they couldn't even cope with a tripod. That would be Fugly Dave, who was outsmarted by an EQ mount. So not all of them managed to measure Earth flat for a 24-hour period, but apparently McToon definitely managed to measure Earth flat with elevation angle measurements to the sun for a 24-hour period. He waved them in our man Brian's face, didn't he? The flat Earth measurements that he made? Same as Al-Biruni's, they were elevation angles. I don't know who Toon is. Who's Toon? I don't know who he is.
Why is he doing out on Lake Tahoe when he was in Antarctica getting a 24-hour sun proof?
Yeah, wouldn't that have drawn
I mean,
a conclusion? Wouldn't that have drawn an end to the discussion? Or would it be needing to be deflected to something like guns or Lake Tahoe? I thought he'd finished the debate over in Antarctica. No, he phoned me up and I pointed out that he was measuring Earth flat and he asked about guns, didn't he? And he's still here. What about him ending the discussion with this Antarctic trip? Doesn't seem to have ended anything. In fact, it's got me rubbing his own face in his own flat Earth measurements. That's what's actually happened. They measured Earth flat in Antarctica. Not all of them, like I say, some of them were completely incompetent. A fugly man named Dave didn't manage it. Too stupid to use a tripod. But Toon did. Toon measured Earth flat for 24 hours. Well done, Toon! What's that, where are the guns? Maybe they're where the flat Earth measurements were, who knows?
Well, if I was a board believer and just going by what they do and how they do things, if I had gone to Antarctica and I'd seen a 24-hour sun with my own eyes, I would, I'd never feel the need to ever talk about any other thing again to flat earthers. If you know what I mean. I wouldn't be out in Lake Tahoe.
Unless, of course, that observation of the sun for 24 hours was tarnished by the fact you measured Earth flat with it, then you'd never want to talk about it again. You'd want to move on very quickly, wouldn't you, Brian?
Well, that would be tricky, though. That would be that now. If I had it, if I had it in that would be that'd be different.
Yeah. Well, it's been fun. It's been emotional. Any more for any more? I'm going to round out and move into the after show. No. With that, I'll say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
He just rounded out.
He's back. When you say if there's any more for any more, can you leave a pause there before you close out?
Outrageous. No.
Any more for any more. We'll see you later.
With that.
And with that.
It's like the bartender. Last orders, anybody. Right, that's it. Ding, 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 ding. Bar's closed.
Plug my show.
Ah, of course you got a show today. Sorry. It's been
Something
such a
very
while.
interesting I was listening to while you guys were bantering back and forth. When he said it was a short curve, that's what he didn't say distance, he said short curve. And I started thinking, they show conceptually how he measured his mountain. They never give a distance, do they?
No. I was thinking that while I was saying it. I was saying, no, it's a vast distance. And I'm thinking, what was the distance? And then your racky brain, where did they actually list the distance? They don't. They just put H, don't they?
Yeah.
They don't give you the height.
Yeah.
They don't give you the distance. They just say he managed to acquire H. That's
you know
it.
Why? I'm not saying the reason why they do that is remember that one day, here we go back again, that we went and found where allegedly Al-Biruni conducted his experiment. Remember that?
Vaguely, yeah.
600 miles from the sea.
Oh, it's too far away to see, did you say? I didn't capture what you said, Brian.
No, from the sea.
Yeah.
Al-Biruni was 600 miles from the sea.
That's a problem.
So I want to figure out where he was standing to conduct his flat Earth elevation angles, just for general purpose. I just want to know. I'd like to know where he stood.
He can walk on water,
Yeah.
right?
You're funny. Yeah, because they're dead anyway with his elevation angle, but just proof of concept. I want to see where this mug was standing. Go and search for it. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I remember there was some talk within it of him using surface of a lake as for his horizontal. Remember? Something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look, like all other things, globe related, it's
Yeah.
vague, it's missing details, nothing actually works together, it's contradicting itself. It's a disaster.
Sir.
Oh, sorry, and it's using a flat earth every time.
The thing that annoyed me more than anything was when our opponent denied knowing who Al-Biruni was. That pissed me off more than anything in the entire show, if I'm honest. You're like,
Yeah, he's been sitting here for a while.
Rather
That guy.
than
He
having
knows who Alberuni is.
Rather than having the debate with us, you'll deny the existence. Fucking Judas or what?
And he came right out and said it. I don't even know who he is.
Liar.
He's been sitting here for months.
Yeah, lying bastard. Gotta lie to Glurf.
What would it matter if he was sitting here for 30 years? It wouldn't matter. It's the basis of his religion.
Right.
Yeah.
And he's what I'm saying. That was Captain Edgewise, right? I do recognize the voice.
Yeah, somebody who's been debating with us for forever just denies the existence of their own base premise that gives them their globe. Oh, I don't know who you're talking about. What? Oh, piss off. Get the fuck out of my show, you lying cunt.
Oh, AI says Al-Biruni was 500 to 1,000 meters away from the mountain. So about
500
0.6 miles.
1,000 meters?
Half a kilometre? He wouldn't even be able to see the top of it. He'd be completely overshadowed by it.
Well, it said in parentheses that that's what they assume his distance was from the mountain. So apparently nobody knows.
That's what he assumed. Oh, right. I just assumed half a K. Why? Oh, just assumptions. I mean, why not?
And Brian got him chasing their tails. Hey, go get that video. I want to see a time lapse of Polaris moving. Just waiting, have them jump all over themselves, and then when they get back, whether they show it or not, so we measure elevation angles to that.
Yeah, exactly. Nathan, it was said that it's assumed, not that he assumed. It's assumed that he was 500 to 1,000 meters.
Oh, it's assumed. Oh, that makes all the difference.
Yes.
Well, it says he is believed to have used a short measured distance of 500 to 1,000 meters for his initial measurement of the mountain's height. So I guess just historians and people are kind of
he is believed.
That's where he was.
That doesn't do it for us.
Yeah, and there's also 0% chance that Edgewise is going to post any video of anything. I mean, and again, it doesn't even make a difference if it pivots or not. In fact, I don't even think the errors of it supposedly moving it's negligible anyway, because it's maximum. I think it's like 0.6 degrees. So who knows? I don't know.
It wouldn't matter anyway. Brian will have him go fetch it. Like I just said, Brian will have him go fetch it. Take about 3 or 4 days, and somebody will come up with some doctored video of it, and then he'll say, "So you measure elevation angles to that?"
I did that. I did do that in the show. I did say that.
The problem they have is not just with me. It's that if I'm right, it means that the Nautical Almanac is telling them the lies. So they're saying, "Are you saying the Nautical Almanac is wrong? You're saying that that there's only lies in the Nautical Almanac?" You know, the usual nonsense. I'm saying no. I'm saying produce the evidence that would support what the Nautical Almanac shows. Because without producing the evidence, I'm not going to agree that the Nautical Almanac is correct. Because I know the Nautical Almanac has been manipulated with and changed since the 1700s. Sure. So, you know. I mean, let's be honest. Jimmy.
How far is it going to move anyway? I mean, even if it does, it's going to be minuscule.
Yeah, but why even think about that when they haven't produced any evidence that it does?
I'm not thinking about it. I'm waiting for the evidence like you, and then you know what I'm going to do.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, of course.
How many degrees off a flat Earth did it deviate?
Yeah, but like the thing is this, right? You can look at videos of it, and some videos that show it making a little tiny arc, other videos that show it making a straight line, and other videos that doesn't move at all. So there's 3 different, right? It's not consistent. But besides all that, the thing is this, right? If I'm, right, take my angle to Polaris, and my angle says that I'm 45 degrees, just basic, right? And I must look at the almanac then, and that tells me that because of the position of Polaris on its little circle, I'm actually not at 45 degrees latitude. I'm actually slightly north or slightly south of it or whatever, right? Because I can have to be either north or south of that position, right? Or something, right? How do I know that that's correct? How do I know that my angle is not just giving me exactly 45 degrees? How do I know that almanac is, because if the little change is so small that it would change it by a few my position by some miles or whatever, but it wouldn't be the end of the world. Like, could I say without even addressing that? I bet you I could. The point I'm making is it's one of these things that's in there, and if it does move, it does. But it's very likely that when you see when you take your angle Polaris and it's 45 degrees, that might just be your exact latitude. Because where did they get latitude without Polaris? Do you know what I mean? Like, after they have latitude, after they have the latitude and longitude grid, after they have all those things, then they start saying that there's a little circle being made in the sky. You know, where was the evidence of that in the first place? How did they measure latitude to begin with? How did they determine that where they are is not exactly where they are? They're slightly north or south of that where they think they are. You know, where is it? No one's producing any evidence of this. There's no evidence. Nothing.
It's been a fun show.
How are you doing, Nathan? How's the pain?
Better. It's getting better.
You sound a little bit better.
More irritable because I've completely given up smoking, like actually given it up.
About time. Yeah, left-handed Nancy.
Left-handed Ginger.
You notice that too.
Yeah, I did notice that because he keeps on popping on the video. I guess that's his new stick, popping on video and talking to the camera. And I found that I didn't know you were left-handed.
I'm not left-handed. I've just flipped the camera. The camera's inverted.
It looks like you're left-handed.
My bad. I should have asked you.
Oh, you gonna come on the show today?
Maybe. I'm just gonna go make myself a cup of soup. I'm back in a minute.
Cup of soup. Yeah, I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm not going to get soup.
Hopefully within about 2 weeks I'll get my temper in check. once the nicotine's left my system.
How long are you off it now, Nathan?
8 days.
You're not doing too bad. That's good. Good going. You'll feel better. Within it takes a month. Once the month is up, you're grand. After that, never have interest again.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's one of those when you're in a hospital and you think you're dying and you're having chest pains, and the doctor says, this is a lot to do with you smoking, and you go, no, that's just a cop out. And my wife's looking at me like, yeah, of course. Oh, bloody hell. You kind of have to take it under advisement, don't you? You don't want to. I really like smoking.
Well, you'll save money too. Think of it that way. They're not cheap.
It's a young man's game, I think, smoking. And I've managed to get away with it into my mid-40s. That's long enough, I think.
Is it 4 days to create a habit and 20 days to break one?
Is it 20?
Around that ballpark.
No, after your second week or 14 days, you got it licked, buddy.
You reckon?
I know, I've done it various amount of times. At least 4 times.
I've done it loads of times.
One time I quit for 3 years. After 2 weeks, nothing. 3 years later, I picked up again. But the initial with nicotine, I've noticed after 2 weeks, it's gone. Then it's the mental, but the mental is the harder part.
It's ritualistic. That's the problem. So there's a couple of things going on. One is very primal, if that's the word. You're putting something up to your mouth with your hand, right? That's very, very comforting. Then there's the just general routine of it. Like, it's ritualistic, getting the cigarette lighter out, lighting the end of it, blowing out the smoke. That cycle is the definition of addiction, isn't it? That's how you get into the addiction, especially with smoking.
Yeah. Well, I struggled for a while. Even even after 2 weeks, there was a few, because there's good cigarettes that you wait for, right? One is, of course, when you're on your throne. The other one is after you eat. The other one is after you have intimacy. And those are the 3, maybe 4, that I had a hard time with.
Actually, for me, it was just after, full stop. After, I want a cigarette. After I've turned on the TV, cigarette. Yeah, after anything.
Really?
Yeah, after anything.
See, most of the cigarettes I smoked, they didn't do nothing. But the one in the morning when you're having your coffee, big. The one after intimacy, big. Big. The one after you eat dinner, very big.
It's the one after you get your shoes on, very important. One after you get into your car, very important. When you get out of your car, very important. That one's very important.
Yeah, you guys in the UK are chain smokers. That's one thing I did notice. Everybody I knew from either Ireland or the UK, they just smoke one after the other. It's like, yo, how many packs you smoke a day? 3. 3. 3.
When I was younger and I started smoking at about, I think I was about 14, and I became a chain smoker, and I gave them up when I was 16. But between that time, I got to a point of having 60 a day.
60 cigarettes? Wow.
I couldn't run to the end of the road. I was like 14 and 15. I was like desperate for life. You know what I mean? Running the end.
There's only 24 hours in a day, and we're only awake for give or take half of that.
60's easy. I remember my dad, when he was telling me that when he was a teacher, he was going through 5 packs a day. That's 100 cigarettes. What? And I was like, how can you possibly consume that many? And he's like, well, it's not like you smoke the whole cigarette. So you'd get to between classes, between lessons, and everyone would pile into the staff room, and you'd have half a fag, put it out, and then you'd get back on with your day. Well, if you're doing that constantly, you can easily go through 100 cigarettes in a day.
There was one I forgot. When I was on the weeds back in the day, that was always a key. After you do the weeds, to have a cigarette.
Is that how you say it? Do the weeds.
Well, we do it joking around with Eli because they came in. He said, sometimes I'd be on the weeds.
Them tweeds, I think they
The
said.
devil's lettuce.
When I was going through my battles and I went to Teen Challenge, it's a Christian-based drug program. So you couldn't smoke. That's it. They took your cigarettes away. And I remember asking them, I said, listen, it's hard enough that we got to be here and you're taking the cigarettes away. Couldn't we at least have one after dinner? They thought I was insane. I was like, no. You're in a Christian-based drug program and you're asking, can I have a cigarette at least after meals?
I remember when I gave up cigarettes. Now I was smoking 60 a day, right? That's what I got. And I woke up one morning. I remember it was in May, towards the end of May, and it was suddenly really warm and sunny out, and there was no cigarettes there, right? And I just went. I remember it was a Thursday, and I just went. That's it. No more cigarettes. It was such a nice day out. I didn't want to be smoking fags and not be able to breathe and be outside. So I said no more cigarettes, right? And a little later on the next day, right, I went through that day, and then the next day, and the next evening, I'm in the kitchen where I am now, and my father was there, and he was watching TV, and I was saying to him, "Hey, maybe if I just have like maybe a couple of drags of one, right, like that." And he says to me, he says, "You're either doing it or you're not," and that was it. Right, and and he was totally right. It was like, it's like there's no easy way out of this. You're either doing it, and he didn't look even he didn't even bother looking at me. He just said, "You're either doing it or you're not." In other words, stop wasting me time. You know what I mean?
But he's right. That guy,
you gotta give up or not.
But
that
it was
guy, I know.
It was harder back in the day because cigarettes were cheap. So now, let's say even 20 years ago, if you were trying to give up, any smoker that was near you would offer you one because they'd want you to be smoking with them. Nowadays,
and you could smoke in the pub.
Yeah, and you could smoke in the pub. Nowadays, with cigarettes costing £20 a packet, nobody wants to give you one.
Not down south. They don't cost that much. Up north, they don't. Alabama, they're cheap.
In Ireland, I think 20 cigarettes now costs the equivalent of over $25.
Yeah, that's about the same here. About £22 a packet.
It's 20,
over £1 per cigarette.
21 something.
Yeah, and it's all because they want people to stop. But meanwhile, Philip Morris, the big tobacco industry, right? They're in a battle with the vapors, saying that vaping is dangerous. Why? Because it's taking away profits from them. Of course.
It's not, but they're not losing profits. What they have is less people smoking who are paying more money for the cigarettes. So cigarettes used to be cheaper and a lot more people smoked. Now they're a lot more expensive and a lot less people smoke, but the profits haven't changed.
Right.
Actually, they've made money because they don't advertise because they're not allowed to advertise. So now they don't even have to advertise, right? They just have a group of people who smoke and pay a lot of money to buy the things.
It's all tax. None of the money goes to Philip Morris. It's all going to the government. It's all tax.
Yeah, actually, that's true. A lot of tax, but
I mean, they get their cut, but they're not making. It's not like because they're £20 a packet, Philip Morris is making a fortune out of people smoking here in the UK. Not at all. It's all going to the government. It's all tax.
Right.
Actually, you're right. What about that?
They make their initial money, and that's it. All of that high prices that goes right to freaking Uncle Sam or King Charles now.
Still though, 20 pounds a pack, that's like $27.
Yeah. No, it's more than that. It's more like 30.
What is it?
About £22 for a decent pack. Like for a Philip Morris
Because you
branded
get a pack of Marlboros here for $4.50.
That's what I'm telling them.
So here
in Alabama, it's cheap.
So it's 5 times more expensive per packet here than it is there.
Yeah. All of the big cities, that's what they did. But if you go to towns like Alabama or I don't know what the price is in Georgia, but I know in these southern, like Mississippi, Florida, they're cheap.
Yeah, it's 'cause
I was in
tax.
West Virginia once. I saw a pack for like $1.50.
That's where the tobacco comes from, right, Virginia? That's where it's all grown, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I was thinking it was so cheap there.
Same in Russia. You know, in Russia, you can buy a box of 200 cigarettes for £10. It's like peanuts.
Yeah, but there's cigarettes, the filter's like longer than the actual cigarette.
Yeah, just same.
All this
Or
talking
like
smoke.
maybe
It's
that's
going to
what
want
the war
Nathan to
movies.
smoke. Let's change the subject.
I'm fine, Neil. I'm more inclined to not have horrible chest pains than I am to smoke, so I'll be all right.
It feels better to breathe, is what Nathan's saying.
Yeah, coughing up blood is not as much fun as just breathing normally.
So what do you guys think about this Rob Noxious guy? He's losing his mind. He might be coming on your show today, QE.
Why are we giving him like he shouldn't
Yeah, I
even,
mean-
why are we giving him like he's
Well,
somebody that
it's not
should be
just giving
just as
him.
relevant.
Hold on. It's not that I'm giving him anything. It's that he represents all of them. And they're losing their minds because of the things that are stated here.
You
That's
can't say
big
he
time.
represents all of them.
No, the they you're talking about are still actors. Like this is this part. It's like when people come talk about politics, I'm like, no, they're still actors.
Yeah.
Rob Noxious is obviously an actor. Look at how high strung and weird he is. Like everyone who has had the ability to literally not actually engage in a proper conversation for more than a month is in that category to me. You're an actor. There's no way that I've spoken to you for this long and you've somehow responded with a red herring or a non sequitur each and every time.
But hold on. Are you an
That's
actor? Hold on. Are you an actor? Am I an actor? Because we're in the same thing.
He's not.
And we're putting time in too.
You just did the thing that I was. You just did it. What did that have to do with what I was talking about?
Because
Exactly.
you're saying
have to do
they're
what
in
I'm
here
talking
for that
about.
amount of time, they have to be actors. You know, unless I'm understanding it wrong.
No, you're not understanding what Eli's saying. What Eli's saying is that you can't speak to somebody for that amount of time and that person continually have the same tactics that go nowhere without that person, without Eli viewing that person as being some kind of an actor.
Oh, okay.
Because that's not normal human behavior, if you know what I mean. Even for someone crazy.
All right. So you think there are any genuine ones?
I just think they're all liars. I find it more egregious when someone like Captain Edgeware suggests that he doesn't know who Al-Biruni is than Rob Noxious suggesting that I should have my channel taken off me. It's like the latter, Rob Noxious, is par for the course. That's standard fare, someone sharing their pain. But when someone comes on and lies to your face when you know damn well they know who Al-Biruni is, that to me is more offensive.
Yeah, because when he said that to you, I knew he was lying, and I knew you knew he was lying.
Everybody
So
knew.
that is an attempted red herring to get you off of the track. For you to go, you're lying, right? Because what he's doing is, by saying he doesn't know who Alberuni is, it means he doesn't have to debate about Alberuni.
Right.
Right? And you know he's bullshitting. I knew he was bullshitting. I'm sure other people did. Of course he knows who Alberuni is. He wouldn't be in this arena if he didn't know who Alberuni was.
So it's a red herring away. I got you.
Yeah, and it's those types of red herrings that I fall victim to all the time, right? Because I get offended, and the very fact that I'm getting offended at the lie is the red herring. Brian's absolutely correct. So it's my weakness that they're taking advantage of.
Yeah, but you told him just to get the hell out, right? Well, you said a different word, but basically, just get out.
Yeah, the point that you want to lie through your back teeth because you don't want to debate how Al-Biruni measures Earth flat. It's better to lie about knowing who he is than concede that Earth's measured flat. Like, at that point, get lost.
Well, there's no faster way to make an honest person angry but by lying to them or misrepresenting them.
That's true.
You know what I mean? That makes me angry straight away when I'm being lied to or someone misrepresented. I got angry immediately when he started implying that I was focused on the thing, which is a complete and utter lie.
He said it's all you focus on.
Not...
It says it's all you ever obsess about, I think is what he said.
Yeah, something like that. When it's his side that are obsessing about it, not me. They won't leave me alone about it. They brought it up. But and that's all fine, and I know that, and it's probably obvious to other people. But he said something that was utterly untrue, total lies, and immediately I cursed. I didn't want to curse, and I'm sorry about that. But I cursed because he would made me angry. The fact that he lied. So I suffer from the same weakness as you, Nathan.
Did you make a video about it, Brian?
But they want us to make a video about what they'd ideally like to happen is we make a video about showing beyond all doubt that he does know who Al-Biruni is. So then we spend a load of time digging out examples of some faceless fuckwit lying, rather than focusing on how Al-Biruni measures Earth flat. And in the question, do you understand that Al-Biruni's measuring Earth flat? Oh, I don't know who he is. Suddenly the red herring takes effect. We're not talking about Al-Biruni measuring Earth flat anymore. He's won, hasn't he?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We're not talking about that. But once you take up that red herring, you're not talking about the measurements, and he's won because you're now. It's now about whether he's a true, honest or not. Sorry, Eli.
No, exactly right. That was the perfect conclusion. It's about whether he's honest or not, rather than about whether or not Al-Biruni's measuring Earth flat. Total red herring. Absolutely spot on. Go ahead, Eli.
And this is something that when I'm talking about logical fallacies, and I say it's important to have your argument tight, and it's important to understand logical fallacies, not just because you want to charge someone else with it, but because you want to protect yourself from doing it.
Come here, boy.
And when
Neil.
Sorry, I gotta get my dog. Sorry.
Come here, boy. Come on, right in the middle of the live. Come here, boy.
You know, the other day you put me on mute before I could even get a chance to mute myself.
Oh my God. Go ahead, Eli.
I forgot what I was saying. What's up, QE?
Well, thank you. I'd try.
Of course.
No. Just as strong as our arguments have to be, we have to have a better defense against that stupid stuff. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's my weakness. I'm more than happy to admit this, right? And Brian has as well. I mean, it's easier to admit when Brian's doing it, if I'm honest, but there we go. I can just admit this is them taking advantage of a known weakness of mine and Brian's, right? Let's dilute this down a little bit so it's not just on me. But yeah, we've all got our weaknesses and they know where to take advantage of them. And that's what this is. Me getting angry and swearing at him is a sign of my own weakness, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, because that's what they want. They know. See, the thing is, I can hide it better because I'm either on this show where I'm not running the show, and I'm not the foreperson of the show or on QEs, or I'm on video making videos. So I can hide it easier because I can calm myself down before I write a comment. Whereas in the moment, it's hard to hide it. In the moment, you are more likely to get angry at this absolute liar. But that is what they want you to do. And sometimes you will take it, even though you know you shouldn't. You'll take the bait because you want to berate them, even though that's what they want.
Yeah, exactly. And then they're sat behind the mic snickering. Yeah, I know I'm lying, but at least we're not talking about Al-Biruni measuring Earth flat anymore. Wonderful, wonderful.
Yeah, it's like the devil. I'm going to give you something that's going to make you want to do something, and that's something I want you to do, and you will also want to do. So you both want the same thing, and you have to resist that, if you know what I mean.
So there's many different tactics. There's the fundy mute button tactic. I've even in Jim's server where they've tried to overtalk me somehow. You can manipulate the I guess the moderators and the people in a way that they have to shut up at some point. But it takes a lot of patience, though.
Yeah, you're pretty good at that. That's what you can. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying you got to stay on point and be patient. Come
here, boy.
It's hard.
Got to be a saint, is what you're saying.
No, you just got. Listen, they are. It's like some sort of retard machine where you're trying to get a Coke and they keep offering you everything else. You just got to keep hitting the Coke button.
Why you always got to bring up drugs?
That's a good analogy. Keep hitting the Coke button. But you know what it is? what you have to remember, and it's easier said than done, right? I'm not going to say I'm always great at it, but
Oh, no, you're not. You'll chase a red herring fallacy faster than you can say fallacy.
Absolutely.
That's what they do to you. You put them in the corner, but they know your agendas, what topics you like, so they'll pivot to a topic that you're interested in, say something crazy about that, and you're gonna chase that incoherent tail right to the end.
Sleeping Warrior taught him well.
Yes, he did.
Speaking about agendas, will you be still going over that video today?
Yeah. Yeah.
You're doing more of 007?
Yeah.
Well, I was told that it gets better.
No,
Just give
you
it a
weren't
chance.
told that. You weren't told anything, and you don't anticipate anything.
Oh,
you
that's
just sit
right.
there.
No anticipation. Got it.
The other little idiot tactic they use, and it was on display. There goes the friggin' fire smoke alarm. Good job, Susan. Hold on a second.
I would say
That means
saying
that bacon
because,
fat is cooking real good.
No, I say that because somebody came in to defend Indio. So
Wait, what did Cat Williams just say?
Cat Williams.
he did sound like Cat there, didn't he?
He did. Was that you, Eli, that just spoke?
Yeah.
Sounded just like Cat
He didn't
Williams.
sound like Cat Williams. He sounded like
Somebody's baking up that bacon real good.
It's like he's in the room.
The tactic is this: avoid geometry in any sense. And if you cannot do that, when you are into geometry, start to speak how light works, and you are okay. That's the tactic. Do not speak about geometry ever, but if you do, then speak about light.
Well, Nathan.
Yes.
What you have to remember, and as I said earlier, right, I'm not. I have to hold my hands up. I know always create it down, even though I know it's the right thing. When one of them does something to try and make you angry, right, that's when you know you've won. Whether it's that calling you a liar, that's when you know you've won. Well, or any other attack like that. But you know you've won because that means they don't want to deal with it. So as soon as they do that and you start feeling angry in the future, remember, hang on, this means I've won. When I feel angry, that means I've won. Because that's what they've got to do.
Yeah, and it also means pass the baton, right?
Yeah.
When you get angry, pass the baton.
Yeah, good advice.
That's not good.
It is good advice.
Another tactic they use, they pull the old Witsit routine, and they come in projectile diarrhea, vomit of the mouth, baseless assertion after baseless assertion, and then say, "Why doth thou interrupt thee?" And this was on display. It's a pathetic tactic, right, by retards. DJ comes onto the show and starts doing that same thing, even though I stopped Neil from talking. I said, "Neil, don't interrupt it. Go ahead, DJ. You have the floor." And he starts baseless assertion after baseless assertion. But the moron forgot to turn the YouTube stream off. So he heard my voice and he goes, why are you interrupting me already?
That was classic. That was a classic numpty move. That was hysterical.
So he could hear you. He could hear you saying, "No, don't interrupt him," and because he's hearing it on a delayed YouTube stream, he's like, "Why are you interrupting me?"
Yes.
Dumbass cracker exposed himself as a pretender clown that he is because I told him, "Why don't you come on the show, dumbass?" And he goes, "Oh, you'll just mute me like Witsit." So he already has that in his mind. That's his get out of incoherent jail free card. But he didn't play it right. It backfired in his face because he's just trumping up those friggin' charges to begin with. You friggin' retards. That's a flat earther for you. They're ballers over there at 24/7 politics.
he actually said immediately, right? Something to that effect. See, he's immediately talking over me. No, that's the freaking video, you moron.
That's the video on in the background. You friggin' wanker, you're busted.
Did you say 24/7 politics?
Oh, you
Yeah,
didn't
yeah.
say. Oh, I've just figured out what you mean. You didn't say anything. It was just the video playing in the background that was interrupting him. So nobody interrupted him. It was his own video playing.
Yes.
That's brilliant. What an idiot.
You don't watch my stuff.
That's priceless.
Yeah,
Everyone laughed. Everyone laughed, and Flatsy said, "Oh my god."
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brian.
He should have left right from there.
Yeah.
Is your name Brian?
I'm Brian, and so's my wife.
Yeah, Dr. Blitz does that too. He never stops interrupting the middle of. Come here, boy.
Come here, boy.
Yeah, the funny thing, he's constantly interrupting the middle of Indio's sentences. And then one time Indio interrupts him and he goes, "Why are you interrupting me? What have you been doing?"
See, I think that's another tactic and where my weakness is that it gets you flustered and then you get upset and they've done their job.
Yep.
Like, so the whole point is, and I tell these guys all the time, look, you have to really set the conversation first. You can't just let somebody come in smacking you up beside your head, doing all types of disrespectful stuff. Either they're going to have a proper conversation with you or they're not. Ask them, are we going to have a good conversation? Because I'm not going to be interrupting you. You got to kind of stop talking in the middle.
Oh, yeah,
when I'm
that
talking.
definitely works. I asked that question, and then suddenly they're really well behaved, Eli.
No, they don't have a choice, though. Because they feel like, I don't know how they feel, but they do shut up.
Yeah, that was my frustration with Indio. He didn't take control of the conversation.
What, with a guy mumbling through him?
No, he could. There was plenty of time for him to take control of that conversation and bring him to bare fact truths. Not all of the nonsense that the guy was trying to take him to.
The summary I got about
I don't think he's capable of it.
The only thing he did that was egregious was not break down science. Now, the other things were almost forgivable. There was a couple that weren't, but, there was obviously some good points in what Indio did. But when it got to science, he didn't stop it dead in his tracks. And that is so egregious given the length of time QE has put into disciplining us all in that subject.
Yeah, because his first statement should have been, what does science have to do with this?
Well, my whole thing is, it's funny that we get surprised when these things happen, because again, I'm not comparing I'm not comparing Indio to Witsit, but I've heard Witsit affirm the consequent many times, and I've asked him, why do you do that? And so when it happens here in a conversation on 24 FED, I'm like, well, I mean, he's been doing that. So with Indio, I've heard him, give the opponents more leeway with these terms that shouldn't be given that kind of leeway. And I've thought to myself, I don't know if that's the proper way to go about it. Call that an experiment.
Oh, no. You're not recharacterizing this. Indio would fail Intro to Third Grade General Science. He agreed with Dr. Blitz on absolute nonsense. So,
yeah, that's true. Can't get around that.
We can't recover. It's over for him.
Yeah, that's the part where I'm listening, and I'm like, he just agreed to everything this dude just mumbled. I'm like, what? Why did he do that? Unless he literally doesn't know. That's why I said I don't think he's capable.
Well,
He didn't even say
that's
congratulations.
we know he knows. We've watched QE go through it with him. So it's not like Indio doesn't know this stuff. He's been side by side with QE educating everybody in it from, what, 5, 6, 7 years ago?
Yeah, that was my beef. After all of these years, there's no excuse. I'm sorry. Call me hard, but no, I'm sorry.
Well, if he does know it's worse, I would feel better about him if he didn't know and just pretended all the time he did. If he does know and he still agreed with that, that's worse for me. So why are you agreeing to these things when you know they're wrong? You know what I mean? If he does know that is.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Did you see what happened after that? Then the guy was hold on. Then the guy was able to turn around and say, "You deny science."
Yeah, word. I mean, we could just ask him. That would be an interesting conversation. You know, just talk to him.
Ask who?
India.
Ask India. What are we going to ask him?
Well, we're asking ourselves all of these questions. They could be asked India.
Oh,
why'd you do this?
No, I'm not asking myself all these questions.
Not you.
Not
you.
No, I'm not asking all these questions. There's no question to ask. It's over for him. He's done. Now, he may go long and think it's not over, but it's over. He would fail intro to third grade general science, period, just like I said. He demonstrated it. Over.
Yeah, that's what was shocking to me, that he didn't stop the guy in his tracks when the guy himself was butchering the scientific method and set him straight. You know, I'm used to it being done here by QE, or when somebody comes on FED and totally butchers science. At least Nathan lays it out, the proper understanding of it.
I think there may be a little bit of insecurity, especially in the area of science, because I think a lot of people are Google warriors, and if they can't really find it and they haven't been to university, you know, it's very hard to, I guess, in their minds, refute what a person is saying. Like, I mean, maybe they're not looking at QE stuff hard enough. You know, I took a lot of that stuff to heart, even though there's a lot of stuff I can't find on Google. There's a lot of stuff behind paywalls. But I mean, if you understand fundamentals, it's not that hard. I just think that people are insecure because when someone says, well, I Googled it and this is what a hypothesis is, they don't really know how to combat that. So they run away from it, I think.
Yeah, and they don't go.
It seems like to me,
yesterday.
Seems like
bro.
I say, it seems like to me in universities they teach the first step of the scientific method is ask a question. So they're morons too.
No, that's science. Buddies. No, hold on.
Science buddies.
No, that's science buddies. No one teaches a scientific method at university. Nobody.
It's assumed that you know it. If you're in a scientific discipline at university, it's expected that you'd know what the scientific method is already. So it's beneath them to be teaching it at university level. 5th grade.
Oh, true. Yeah, that's true. But all these people that graduate from universities, like that guy last week on QE's show, the ponytail guy, they all, they still don't know what it is, even though they graduated.
Yeah, graduated. Where from Tuco Community College in Tobago? That guy's a fucking retard. He's dumber than Brenda.
But he's not doing science. That's the problem. This is the thing. He didn't graduate in one of the sciences. He's not performing or involved in science. You know what I mean? He's just exactly. You know,
he's a achromatic rainbowist.
Have some respect. He's a mathematical physicist. Come on, man.
Look, the thing is this, right? For anyone who may hear this, you only need to have confidence in the scientific method You don't need to care. You don't need to be bothered about what some nonsense someone Googles, right? You stick to what scientific method is, and anything they Google, if it's not in line with that, will be shown to be wrong. It's that simple. You don't just confidence in the method. That is the method, because you will show that the method is the method for a reason.
But Brian, did you hear? I think it was Vaxi came in earlier and said that they changed it in AI or something, or ChatGPT. They're saying that science is too narrow. Who was that? Was that you, Vaxi?
Oh no! Oh yeah. Well, I was using.
Oh, yeah.
I'm assuming it's Gemini if it's on Google. I was using Gemini, and it said that astronomy is actually a science, and then it started listing historical science and other crap.
Sociology.
It was just stupid. And then I said, "Well, huh?"
They said sociology.
It's just AI being.
Finish again. Finish
No,
what
not
you said. You
sociology.
mixed
He
it
said
up.
paleontology and shit like that.
Yeah, we already know.
I never heard the
this.
term
They're
historical
using it.
science.
He asked him a question. What was the question?
Shut the fuck up. They're using it under observational science, where paleontology is also one. Sociology is another one. There's a website that Hillbilly Blue Balls was parroting from. That's where they're getting that shit from. Fucking moronic. Now, what was I going to say?
It's how wonderful Nathan Oakley is, I'm sure of it.
He is not. You are wonderful. That Betty brought up last night. Betty brought up. No, was it last night? I don't know. I can't remember. It was cold within the past 2 days. He goes, there's this phenomena where people get behind somebody that's teaching them, and they're like puffer fish, and they get all puffed up. But when the instructor or the teacher leave, they deflate.
Therefore, globe.
Yes. No, that's what
happens.
That's what flat earthers are.
Yep. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. I said, damn, man, you're sharp here this evening.
Go through it
So
again.
I go, yeah, that's what's...
When they've got the teacher that's the flatty disciplining them on our Earth's measured flat, they're puffed up like a puffer fish.
No, it doesn't matter whether you're flat or globe. It's just when the teacher is there, or when the instructor is there, then and he's competent and he's teaching all them things. The entire class is puffed up. They're pufferfish. But when the students are out on their own without the teacher being there, then they deflate because they haven't the confidence because the instructor's not there and they haven't understood the concepts that he taught.
So when QE leaves, the flat earthers are not. They don't have the master around anymore, and we deflate. That's basically what he's saying.
I'm not saying
not we over on 24/7.
Exactly.
I didn't want to condemn anybody.
So you're saying they're good at debate when you're generally in the vicinity, your aura is present, even if you're not there that moment. But with you being absent from there, typically now, they've all deflated.
Yeah, they'll all deflate. They don't have a basis because they didn't understand the concepts to begin with. They had a superficial understanding, but not the ground roots understanding. Follow? So
That's what Eli was saying.
They didn't connect it to an experience.
Yep.
Like, so I've tried to experience as many things as QE has said, so it can be burned into my memory. You're not doing that. You're just watching TV like everybody else.
I heard them talking. They got their ass handed to them, and Evo-Tard came in and handed their ass to them 24/7. I was snickering to myself, and I heard one person comment, "Where's QE with his citations?" Now, that told me volumes, because if you think that I just have citations and that's it, and don't understand the subject inside and out and can pivot, then you're a fucking glue sniffer.
Yeah, that's DJ. That's what he was saying the other day, basically.
Yeah, that means that they don't understand at all. You could actually argue for the opposing side better than the opposing side.
Yep.
You know their argument so well.
True for all of us.
Yep.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I even in the past, I even offered a debate, globe versus globe, to a baller. This guy.
My question in Flat Earth is why are you so insecure about the scientific method? So a glober will come by and they'll tell you that the way you view science is not how it actually is. Somewhere along in the conversation, they will introduce these terms: independent variable, dependent variable. Variables, hold on. I thought you said that I was thinking about this all wrong. Why are you trying to repurpose what a hypothesis is? So, am I right or am I wrong? Every single glober has done that. They've said, well, that's not the right scientific method. And then they go along to try to give QE a hypothesis. We've seen every single one of them do that. That's how you know they're retarded. So why are you so insecure?
Yeah, well, maybe said Eratosthenes is a scientific experiment.
Yeah, but what about when they say that there's other scientific methods? And you like, I was being years back now where I say, okay, well, give me, I don't care if there, like you say there's more than one scientific method. I'm okay. You give me a scientific method that works then, that's empirical, like the one that I learned by a QE, right? I didn't say it's QEs. And they couldn't give me anything. I'm going back years ago now. And the reason they couldn't, because there isn't another one. Nothing is going to beat the one that's in existence. That one is the one, and for reasons.
So the scientific methods, like independent variables, like final experiments.
Yeah, to say the scientific methods is stupid, isn't it? Just like methods, it would mean you need more than one or more than one exists. It doesn't, even though there could be methods, there can be plural. It doesn't make any real logical sense in this topic, or in the topic of science. Sorry.
Well, we know they're in a category error when they come in, right? We're talking about flat Earth. Why are you bringing science into the category?
The thing is that people don't realize that you go back some years ago and all you heard was science proves the globe. That was all you heard way back 2015, 16. It wasn't until QE turned up, and then we gradually learned from QE that all that went away. Well, it went away as much as they're not bringing it to us, but they're opening their mouth and saying it to other flat earthers who don't know any different.
Same thing with
I'm sure they're saying it on TikTok. Sorry, Eli?
It's the same thing with the horizon.
Yeah, exactly.
I used to go to the beach all the time. You can't find a baller at the beach if your life depended upon that.
It's off topic, but I got the AI to say what I got the AI to repeat what it said to me the other day about astronomy. It says the assertion that astronomy is a pseudoscience because it doesn't follow any of the The assertion that astronomy is a pseudoscience because it doesn't allow for the manipulation of variables or adherence to the scientific method is incorrect. This argument is based on a narrow and outdated understanding of the scientific method.
That's what I wanted to hear. You heard that, QE? That's what they're pushing out now.
That's an incomplete statement. And what
it contradicts itself.
Yeah. What was this out?
The argument is based on a narrow and outdated understanding of the scientific method, which focuses primarily on experimental science performed in a laboratory setting. Astronomy is by necessity an observational science and
told
is
ya.
its methodology is validated application of the scientific process. So,
Oh,
yeah,
really?
AI is full of
It's
shit.
methodology. Yeah, we heard that shit. Yeah, as soon as you said experiment, it was over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was over for them.
I didn't know AI
What
could cope.
methodology? what methodology was that? Looking up at the sky and making up a story? That's the methodology, eh? Yeah, that's a religion.
Would you read it again, Paxi, please? The first part.
Yeah, I'm about to ask AI that question with Kiwi just said. Yeah, I'll read it one more time. Now, this is because, well, I'll just read what it replied to. The assertion that astronomy is a pseudoscience because it doesn't allow for the manipulation of variables or adherence to the scientific method is incorrect. The argument is based on a narrow and outdated understanding of the scientific method, which focuses primarily on experimental science performed in a laboratory setting. Huh?
Pause a second. So it's saying it doesn't. So to say that astronomy is not science because it doesn't have manipulative variables, or I can't remember what it says, something about variables, and it doesn't adhere to the scientific method is not true. It's an outdated understanding of the scientific method, and then it goes on to talk about experiment. It's like, so when we say, let's just say that astronomy is not a science because you can't put any observation made in astronomy through scientific method. They're saying that's incorrect because we don't understand scientific method, which they go on to talk about experimentation within a lab. How do you put the celestial bodies in a lab? You know what I mean? How do you recreate a celestial body? How do you do any of this? You can't. So it's contradicting itself. It's contradicting itself and trying to hijack scientific method. Because the truth is, obviously, that astronomy is not science. It's not at all.
How could something...
Right.
California State.
Where's the part
California State University. The key word is testable. That is, you will perform a test of how two variables might be related. This is when you are doing a real experiment. You are testing variables. Turn out the lights on AI Gemini. The party's over. They would fail. Gemini would fail. Intro to third grade, general science. That's how easy that is.
That's what I was going to say. How could something that's empirical be outdated?
Well, they just said outdated. They didn't say what was outdated.
I think they said the use of the scientific method itself and following it step by step is outdated.
Yeah, but that step by step procedure brings you empirical evidence. Right?
When was it dated? What's the date?
Good question.
The final arbiter of truth in science is experiment. Can't have an experiment without variables being tested. Turn out the lights. Party's over. Intro to third grade general science. At every turn, I got you by the short hairs. Every single turn. It's the acme of foolishness to come up against me in the scientific method.
I'd say so.
It'd be easier distilling Alexander the Great's tears out of the Euphrates than to stand before me. Simple as that.
Remember Jaron and Witsit did. Their own paper destroyed them.
How'd that turn out for them?
Not good.
Not too good. Heat doesn't actually cause water to boil. That's what they were saying.
It depends on the container that it's in. It'll change the temperature it boils at. What a dumbass cracker.
Yeah,
and what
something
kind
with
of
rocks,
water
too.
it is. Did he say
Yeah,
get
rocks
rocks
and
and
waterfalls or some shit.
Yeah, rocks cause waterfalls, yes. That was put to Nathan. Nathan was like, what the fuck did I get myself into?
Oh, that is funny.
Yeah, Joan was a shill.
Still is.
He's falling off too. Now he gets like 30 views for his live streams. Like 30 live views. Whatever. He sold his soul for a couple bucks. I guess.
Don't watch him.
Yeah, he thought he was going to be
Duffy's
welcome to the Baller Club.
Well, Duffy's left altogether. So now Jaron is left on his own. You remember, like, you had the hero at the front and everyone, or the instructor or whatever at the front, and all the puffer fish behind them. Well, Duffy's gone. Yeah.
Gone to
Where's
jail.
Will Duffy gone?
Probably jail.
Well,
Well,
they're
he said
streaming out.
he's
No, they're streaming out of Celebrate Truth. I'm going to go
No, he's
check when
gone.
their last video was.
No, he's
They're gone?
He's gone. He is gone, Neil, if you allow me to say it. He's gone. He left.
How do you know?
He had a going away party.
Here, boy. Here, boy. Come on. Here, boy.
How do you know, boy? Here, how do you know? How do you know? How do you know?
Because he's not here anymore?
No, no. See, you don't understand the way you do
I
things.
heard his going away stream.
No.
Gone.
The documentary is coming out soon, Brian.
I don't know where Will Duffy is, but he's not partaking in this arena anymore, according to him. He said he's done. He had his final experiments, right? Final live stream on a Thursday about 2 weeks ago or so. It's gone. Maybe 3 weeks ago. Gone.
I mean, he did
Yeah,
all he
you
needed.
bought that line?
He did all he needed to do. He measured Earth flat in Antarctica. I mean, some of his participants did. Some were outsmarted by an EQ mount, specifically Fugly Dave.
Neil, are you asking me if I believe anything that Will Duffy says? No, I don't. But he said he was going, and he seems to have gone.
I
That's
can't
all
wait
I'm
to see
saying.
the documentary. I really want to see a whole load of flat earthers humiliated talking about them being in a tent of tellies. I cannot wait.
Hey, did you see, not to change the subject because I wanted to, did you see that Liam put a video in Nandana Fort Calculation of Earth's Radius by Al-Biruni? Did you guys see? He posted it in there. It's only 7 minutes long. You want to watch it?
Yeah, we could watch that tomorrow.
No, do it
today.
right
We
now.
watch it now today.
We don't have to.
Number one, Nathan. No,
You
ask
never
him,
heard
just
that.
do it.
We don't have to give it a. Just relax.
Don't do
We
today
don't have to give it
what could
Oh
be
my
put off
God.
till tomorrow. Have you never heard that before?
Hey, we're not doing a treatment of it. Just watch it.
But we could
relax.
watch it tomorrow.
You don't put off to tomorrow what you can do today.
You got that the wrong way wrong. No. You do put off today what you could absolutely just do tomorrow.
I got it the right way around.
I don't know where you've got that from.
Don't know where I got what from.
Oh, Edgewise posted his Polaris video in Glover's only chat.
Oh, did he? Can we do that?
Can someone
Hold on.
stick it in Master B?
Yeah, just hold on a second. Where is it?
What's it called? Glover's Globe Earth Central at the bottom of the server.
Globe Earth. But just relax, okay? Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. Is it in Discord? Where is it?
Yeah, it's on the server in the little side chat.
On this server. I'm in main text chat. I don't see shit.
Below Ballbuster's text chat.
No,
Globe Earth
it's
Central.
it's in the Globe Earth Central text chat a little further down.
See, that would help out a lot, wouldn't it?
He said that right at the beginning.
That's the first thing
What
he
I
said.
I don't frequent Globe Earth Central. I've never been in there one fucking time.
Nobody asked if you had.
So if you say Globe Earth Central, am I going to know where the fuck that is?
No, you're not. I just found out about it a couple weeks ago myself, so I understand what Kiwi's saying.
All right.
It's been there months.
The Vaxwax.
In Globe Earth Central. It's at the bottom.
Shut up.
That's well established.
Visit site. 1 second, I'll snatch it.
Central goats to scotch.
Anyway, so it's in Globe Earth Central, somewhere near the bottom, apparently.
Shut the fuck up.
Nathan the scotch too.
What's Globe Earth Central?
Who mumbled that? Get out.
Eli.
What happened?
I never heard of Globe Earth Central.
Can't wait.
All right, here we go. Oh, I got to go to the actual video. Fuck. Nope, wrong one. Hold on.
Very unprofessional.
Shut up.
So far, there's no Polaris in this video.
Deep, where's the parallax at?
This is not what he said it was. This is not a 24-hour time lapse of Polaris. He's just a liar. He's just
well, just wait.
Not so far, anyway. Not so far. It doesn't show any.
We got some more to go here, Nathan. Just bypass that there's no parallax whatsoever in every single celestial body out there.
I'm sorry. No, sorry. Let's just get something clear. You will never, ever, ever show me a 24-hour time lapse of Polaris. You'll never, ever, ever show me that.
Yep, that's correct. Really?
Yeah. What happens every 12 or so hours on average, would you say, Eli?
The sun comes out. Isn't it like
no
dark
Nathan.
for more than 24 hours, though, in the north?
No, Nathan, you're wrong. I didn't know. I think you were confusing me there. No, in the northern winter. Sorry, Kiwi. In the northern winter, where it is dark all the time, then it would be possible to get a 24-hour time lapse.
You're saying there's a period in the north where we have 24-hour darkness for Polaris?
Well, you're going to have 24 hours of darkness, no daylight. So if you were without clouds for 20, which often will happen, you would be able to get a 24-hour time lapse of Polaris.
Okay, I stand corrected.
We stand corrected. So show it. Now back to the video.
That's what this is supposed to be.
I know.
At 24 hours.
I know. Stop interrupting.
Okay.
Where do you see? Up, you see it moving.
Pause a second.
There you go.
Yeah, so I've seen this video. I know this video. I've seen plenty of videos. Some of them show that little arc that is now a straight line. It's not an arc anymore. It's not in alignment with the other ones around it, right? So it's not moving with the other circles or the other movements, circular type movements of the other celestial bodies. And I've seen ones where it just makes a straight line. I've seen it where it doesn't move at all. So watch away on this. This is not a 24-hour time lapse. I knew when it started which one it was.
What's up with the corn? What is this? Children of the Corn video? Why is it blocked?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why someone would do that. That makes no sense.
Malachi!
And no parallax whatsoever.
Yeah.
Doesn't scream Malachi.
Again?
Screams Outlander. Outlander!
No, we're not looking at corn. We're looking at trees.
We have your woman, Outlander!
Pause a second, QE. Is it possible that, because this, I'm only, don't get me wrong, it's just because I've come across this before and I've shown it and I've seen other people come across it, where the bowlers overlay something from Stellarium and over, let's just say, corn and make it look like. Now, I'm not saying it is that, but they have done that in the past.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Hey, up here. Ooh, Brian, this is your ass.
How is it?
Not in the middle.
There.
Not in the middle.
Huh?
That's not in the middle.
How is it my ass?
How is that Polaris? It's not in the middle.
Well, the point is, how is it in my ass? Number one, it's not making a circle. They don't want to make a circle. And number two, it's not 24 hours. How is it my ass? It looks different from the other one you showed a few minutes ago as well. Because the other one you showed a few minutes ago, the line went down the way. Now it's going up the way.
Oh, they're in a different spot. They're in South America right now.
Well, they can't be looking at Polaris then.
I only caught on to that.
Okay.
Angela has just said he never promised a video of it making a full circle.
Again, no parallax whatsoever. Dun, 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 dun. No, 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 no parallax. How do you explain that, ballers? Damn it. These people are idiots, man.
Yeah.
This retards. Oh, there's a good one. I got a good one for you. So, yesterday morning, sitting here, and wife comes in. She started cleaning the bathroom, and I hear thunder. Well, it hasn't rained here in like a month. And I said, is that thunder? She said, it's going to rain. I said, yeah. So I pulled up the quote unquote satellite images. And I said, well, wait a second. I'm looking at the satellite image. I said, because all the storms are over to our east. I said, oh, we're good. We're not going to get any rain. And I said, okay, hold on a second. Let me go back 1 hour. So I went back 1 hour, and it appeared that the clouds and the storms were moving from east to west. And I said, whoa, 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 whoa. So I said, honey, as a baltard, you can't have clouds move from east to west on your baltard. They can only move from west to east. And she's cleaning, and she said, well, God does do miracles.
I know it. I knew it. They always go to God.
Where did you get your clouds on her globe?
that just let that one. She just kept on cleaning.
What's the final verdict?
Huh?
What's the final verdict on Polaris? Not that it matters.
Oh, you're skipping that. There is no final verdict. We have to see all the videos because that one, the couple that it showed, the Children of the Corn, and that one, left wanting.
Well, the Children of the Corn, I think, is the Polaris. One of them, I think this corn one is the Polaris, same Polaris. I think that's north, south, and the equator. Time axis or something like that. There is no 20. Like, what they need to do is produce the evidence that the nautical almanac is claiming, that it's making a circle. Where is the circle? You know.
Yeah, from this one, there's some questions to this, because if we go back here, this is allegedly 24 hours. Right, right. Where's the circle? There it is right there. You're watching.
Is that north or south we're looking at?
Don't know.
What are these lines?
You see,
What are
one
those
of them
lines?
is one of them is north. Sorry, Nathan.
What are those lines?
What lines?
The straight lines coming from the fence and moving up towards.
These?
Yeah. What are that? What's that?
Right, airplanes and shit.
Airplanes.
Yeah, it's airplanes maybe and stuff like that. Yeah, straight lines. Yeah. Good catch, Nathan.
Should they not be? Should they not be appearing to curve?
Of course.
What? Following a great circle
Of
route.
course.
That's funny.
It is pretty funny, but now focus. Get the Adderall drip out. There's Polaris. It's giving us a little comma.
How do you know that's Polaris?
No,
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why? You're just pointing at a random light in the sky and saying that's Polaris. Why?
That's what they're pointing at.
How do you know that's Polaris?
No. I don't know if that's claimed to be Polaris or the one with the corn in it. See, one of them is a time lapse from the north, one of them is a time lapse from the south, and then there's a time lapse at the equator in this whole video. So I don't know if this is south or north. I think this is south. I think.
It doesn't. What they're trying to say is this thick line right here is Polaris. That's what they're trying to say.
No. But one of them, either this one or the one with the corn. If you go back to the one with the corn is showing, I think that's claimed to be Polaris. It's not. One of these is from the. If you look, what's the name? What does it say as the description of the video, please?
Watch. Same thick line. Let's go back. See? But somebody messed with it. See it?
Yes, but is one of these a time lapse north of the equator and another one a time lapse south of the equator?
Oh, I don't know.
That's the point I'm making, because I think it's one is north of the equator, one is south of the equator, and then at the end of the video they show Mercury time lapse.
Well, I'll tell you. I just shot all of these images this past weekend. So I guess he traveled the world and over the weekend. This was 3 nights of shooting. This video shows the Milky Way and Polaris star trails, and you will also see meteors playing in satellite light trails. Satellite light trails. Okay. I took all these images in Northern California.
Well, I never seen those satellites in the sky. I never seen any satellites in my sky. I look at it all the time.
Okay.
Satellite trails.
Okay. Don't worry about the black up here. This is the important point. I took all these images in Northern California.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
So if he took it in Northern California, this isn't a 24-hour lapse.
No, it's not, which is what was claimed, what the guy claimed he was going to produce.
What was requested was a 24-hour time lapse. I thought I heard you say it like 8 times.
Yes. And he agreed that he was going to produce that.
So, Captain Edgewise, you glue-sniffing Muppet, how can you take 24-hour time lapse of the night sky in Northern California? That's my question to you. That's what I thought. You're a glue sniffer. just like all the other ball-tart idiots we've dealt with for the past 10 years. Every single one of them, without exception. There's never been an exception. Not one.
Well, I would say he's a lawyer. I would say in this instance he's a lawyer because he was very clear on what he agreed to produce. Very clear. And I said to him, "Are we going to produce a 24 or?" Yeah.
Sorry, in the chat, he's claiming that he misheard what we said. He claimed that it was 24 hours and that he personally filmed it, but he's saying that he misheard. So yeah, he's just a liar.
Yeah, sure.
Well, I didn't hear him say he personally filmed it, but he said he was going to produce a 24-hour time lapse. He didn't mishear anything. We have it recorded on the live show. He didn't mishear anything. What he produced was not what he said he was going to. He lied. It's that simple. Like.
I was under the impression that he said that he's the one that created the video. Oh well.
I didn't hear that myself. Maybe he did. Maybe he did create the video. Maybe he did say that. I don't know. But he doesn't have a 24-hour time lapse.
What does it prove anyway?
No, it's just.
Well, if he said that, let's see his video then. Where's his?
I think he was claiming this was his or something like that, according to Vax.
It's like, you know what, my sister's kids. This is painful.
Listen, I am only going by what Vaxi says. Vaxi said that he heard him claim that he had that he had recorded it. I didn't hear him say that. I just heard him agreeing that he was going to produce. Sorry, Juanila.
I said your first mistake was listening to Vax.
Yeah, okay, Eli. There's a good chance I misheard or was
You
wrong.
gonna take that, Vaxie? I called you a girly girl yesterday, Eli. I don't know.
Well, yeah, and he just made a girly girl snide remark. Like a woman, oh, yeah, that's good for trusting him. Female energy, it's fine.
Oh, shit.
Just prove my point further.
Come here, boy. Come on. Come on, Bola.
All right, I guess I can stop sharing. Waste of my time. Stop sharing. Bye-bye now.
What are you going to say? Anybody else got anything to add? Then leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the guy was just lied in the story. I knew he was a liar. So I knew it doesn't exist. I know it doesn't exist because I searched for it. If it existed, the ballers would have been presenting it to me ages ago. It doesn't exist. So I knew he was lying when he said he was going to produce it. Anyway.
Oh, they would have to be for a 24-hour time lapse. There's only 2 places that they can be. Yeah.
Well, it'd have to be maybe not this time of year, but close on, maybe in a month's time or so. They'd have to be north up inside the Arctic Circle, maybe.
Yep. That's one place.
Or south of the 60 degrees, maybe. I don't know. Is he going to get? To get 24 hours, he'd have to be in total darkness, maybe Antarctica or something.
That's correct. That's the other place. That's the other place. You got that right. 1 of 2 places they got to be there.
But it's only the north that I'm asking about because it's to do with Polaris. So it's the north I'm saying.
Yeah, they would have
Trump is supposed to go there?
There would have to be only one place. Sorry, you're correct.
Yeah, and Rumpus was supposed to go there, and he never did.
Oh, God.
Yeah, do you remember Rumpus was supposed to produce evidence? Yeah. Just he's ready. Is that what you said?
You ever see Dumb and Dumber? Weren't they in Alaska?
No, they're in Colorado.
I thought the Rocky Mountains were rockier than this. That John Denver, he's full of shit.
I read a meme the other day.
Coming up on the Rocky Mountains, man. I'll tell you what, it's a sight to behold.
Is it?
Oh yeah, it'll shock you. I'm telling you, if the first time that you're rolling through Kansas, going through eastern Colorado, coming up on the Rocky Mountains, you'll be shocked. Take my word for it. My kids were in awe. They were in downright awe of how fast that happened.
I read a meme the other day that said, open a can of worms, and they just sat there. Hardly the chaos everybody's been advertising.
That's really good. Yeah. I like it. I like where their mind was at. Hardly the case where everyone said there was chaos. They just sat there.
That's kind of funny.
Yeah, it is pretty funny. Go find that meme, Elijah, and post it in Master B.
All right, guys.
I like it.
I never understood that anyway. You opened up a can of worms here. And what? Then we went fishing?
Is that Dumb and Dumber reference? There it is. I can share this. There. Yeah, yo, Squeen, Kiwi. There. Talking about that one, Elijah. Air is not the atmosphere. The rumpus. Oh, the good old days. All right, you got a mission, Elijah. Find that meme and have it to me before the show starts. So I'm going to go. I'll catch you guys on the show. Okay?
10-4.
All right, out.
The air is not the atmosphere. Sort of like what they're doing now. But, not the ground. Not the globe ground. It's the ground, all right. Just not their globe ground.
As the conversation dried up. Obviously, that's a yes. I'll round out.
No, I was coming back in to talk to you if you want to talk, but you're quiet, so I didn't even know if the show was still going.
Yeah, I'm still recording. If the conversation carries on, then I'll keep recording. But I've got a couple of errands I've got to run as well.
Okay, then I'll be back in a minute, and if it's on, it's on. If it's not, it's not. I just finished off doing something else.
You know, we start a fight with Vaxi and Eli.
Nobody wants to listen.
There's no better instigator than me.
I just don't understand what Eli has against me. It's weird.
I think it's because you're black.
I told you what he has. He also
That's what I was
frequents
thinking too.
24/7.
Black on black crime's just been outrageous the past couple years.
No, Vaxi Waxy is the same kind of person that you think AI is, Neil.
Oh, see, I told you, Vaxi.
He's not listening.
I'm listening.
I don't understand.
You have your own agenda. You have your own agenda. That's cool. Because
no. Wait, let me
your
clear up.
agenda is that I have an agenda.
No. Let me clear up. Are you saying AI overlord or AI like artificial intelligence?
What difference does it make? Because you think the connection to 24/7 is the only relevant part that you're going to pay attention to. And I'm telling you, the reason I don't like Vaxi is because he does the same thing that you say AI does, which is sow discord. You've seen it. He's literally lied on me directly in front of y'all. And it's like he's just sitting here like shit's cool. No, it's not.
Where was the
What did
lie?
I lie about? Can I have the example?
It happened so long ago. You were there though, Neil. I know where I was. I can't remember
It happened so
exactly.
long ago. I don't
but
remember the
you were
lie, but
there.
I'm going to claim it to be a fact. Okay, Eli.
No, you were there, Neil. If you don't remember, then it doesn't make a difference.
I do remember.
You don't remember.
Hold on, I remember.
Remember what Neil? You remember the lie I told?
What he's claiming? Let me just get it straight. You came in and you were saying that how you present when you say height, you need a horizontal plane of reference to even get the height. It was being shot down by AI, and said show. I think he was asking you to show some proof of that, and not just say it. Something to that effect. And then you brought it up
That's what we were
again on
talking about
our
yesterday.
show, asking Eli the question.
I was actually talking about months ago when we got into our first row.
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't remember that far back.
Yeah,
So
I know.
I relinquished myself for that.
Eli doesn't remember either. So there's just a weird lie that I told in the ether somewhere, but no one seems to remember what it is. But it's why Eli doesn't like me. Okay.
Yeah. Oh wait, it had to do with the what do you call it? Signa Quantus, the rotation and opposite rotation. Wasn't that what the whole fight was about?
Yep.
Something.
That's
in
where my
that
misgivings
vein.
with the server started, because up until that, everything was fine. But yeah, for a minute there, they were preaching that sigma octantis is a 1-for-1 equivalent to Polaris, and it's not. But just the fact that I said that it's not, that's what started all the problems.
That's a lie. Jedi didn't say that.
Okay, so
Miggy didn't say that. I didn't say that. Adil didn't say that. Heretic didn't say that. Anybody who is of note didn't say that. And if you're saying they did,
Eli, they were sending me.
See, and this is what I'm saying, because he tried to say that's what those guys do, and then I was telling you, Neil, like, no, he be talking to lesser people in chat that probably halfway aren't even a part of, like, he's just a chat skanker like everybody else that's in this Discord. Like, that's what I explained to him, but he kept pushing his agenda.
Okay, so what Eli's saying, Vaxi, is that the people of notoriety there do not claim that. So you can't hold the whole Discord server hostage if some muck in there is saying that.
Well, how come? Well, wait a second. Everyone knows who Jedi is. I'm pretty sure he's Australian. He sent me in the chat a diagram. It looks like, think about like two CDs, and you put them flat on the table and you sit them so they're just touching, and that's him trying to explain the different quote unquote hemispheres of stars.
That's a problem, Eli, if that's the case.
That's not what he said. That's something different.
No, that's the diagram he sent me, Eli.
No, well, that's not him. There's no
No,
one to
okay.
one. What you just said.
Yeah,
that's
were
not
you
what he
there
said.
that night? Like, what day was this? Do you have a better
Well,
recollection of it than
you're
me?
claiming. Are you
Was it
claiming
a
that Jedi
Tuesday?
did say that? Are you claiming that Jedi did say that? Because I could just ask him. Because I know he didn't.
No, he sent me the diagram. Because the
Did he say
whole
what
shit
you
show
said he said?
started.
You see how I asked him a direct question and he can't do it, Neil? Did he say what
Well,
you
how I
said
said he sent me a diagram in the chat. I mean, would it still be there if you scroll back 5 months?
Did he say what you said he said? Fuck the diagram, Neil.
Yeah, dude, they've all said it. We can go in there now.
So now he's
if they're
lying
there,
again.
and we'll
Now
ask
he's
if
gonna
there's a
say,
one-for-one
yeah, they
equivalence
said
to
it.
Polaris in the
Yeah, they
South.
said it. Sure, they said it.
Yeah, they did. Yes, they've said it multiple times. Why do you think we had so much heat between me and a couple people in there? Because I was anti that.
You know
Like,
how
I
long
never
it
said that
took.
there was
You know how
2
long it took.
points
He
of
didn't
rotation in
even
the
admit
sky.
that.
It
He didn't
caused a
even admit
huge
that
rift
before. Now he's
between
trying to
lots of
say
people.
that everybody's saying that. No.
Gotta go one at a time, though, because Nathan's gonna get frustrated. Now,
Well, after this, we could
there's
just
a
go to
lot of people.
24/7, and you can ask him if you can ask him yourself, Neil. Like, stop playing this game with this fraud.
Do you think I'm the only one? There's people who used to be mods in here that are no longer present anymore because of this whole argument. And we were on the same page about there not
Like
being
who?
2 points of
Like who?
rotation in the
Like
sky.
who? Like who?
There's a couple guys, recognizable. I don't want to say anyone's names,
Like who?
because
You
I'm
see
not
how
trying to bring other people in the argument.
all right. People from here.
I mean, I could personally, I could send you a message and tell you. That way, I'm not telling it to everybody.
Just say it right here. Just say it right here.
Yeah, there's no hold bar
doesn't
here.
matter.
Who was a moderator here that had that point of view and left?
Well, he's still a mod here. No, see, my thing, I guess I shouldn't have said that. Because I'm not trying to bring other people into this silly nonsense where
No,
Eli
because you're just lying, or just tell the truth. Who is it?
Sasha's still here? Sasha knows what I'm talking about. Like, how many times have they talked about 2 points of rotation? Huh?
No, that's not No, that's not the question, Neil. The question is what he said. They said 2 different things.
Eli, one time, and this was one of the weirdest things I've ever heard too. You guys know Matrix, the guy with the deep, like Steve Irwin Australian accent?
Yes, we know.
We got into an argument one time. Oh, yeah. Okay, so we got into an argument one time about, we were talking about, I said that the sky is measured planar, and he fucking lost it on me and asked me if I ever been to a planetarium. And I said, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? He goes, the sky's in a planetarium, a curved.
No,
I'm like,
you gotta stop swearing. He's still recording.
Ah, well, that's what he said. And it's just retarded shit. Sorry, my bad.
None of these things
that turned into a whole
you
thing.
said they said though.
Yeah, okay. I'm just making up stories, Eli. Yeah.
I'm just pressing the cook button. One thing that you said that people said. That's all I want to know who said it.
Baxi.
Yeah, I just gave you an example. It's just stupid arguments with multiple people in there. And again, this is all 4, 5, 6 months ago, so it's like not even really relevant to my everyday life. But there's certain things that certain people claim to be flat earth.
So long ago, he doesn't know who, even though he can say all those guys, and even though he can say
just like you accused me of.
I'll message you the name because I don't want to tell you.
Dude, you accused me of lying.
I don't
you
even
said
know
that you can't remember what the lie is. Eli, you accused me of lying, but you can't even remember what the lie is. So, what are you talking about?
Well, I just called you out for being a liar again, so you weren't listening.
Oh, okay. So, what I lie? Do you have the? Can you furnish the lie this time? Because this is your second accusation of calling me a liar.
Say what you said.
Tell me what the lie is.
Jedi didn't say what you said. He said that was a lie.
What was it that I said?
You said that the sky in the south is 1-to-1 with the sky in the north. You said he said that. No, he never did.
That's not kind of close at all to what I said. I said there's no one-for-one equivalence in the south and Polaris in the north. Polaris does not have a one-for-one equivalence once you go to the southern latitudes.
All right, same difference. He never said that. He never said there was.
How many times did you guys try saying that you use?
So you said that he said that, and I'm telling you he didn't. And the only way to adjudicate it is to hear him say he did or didn't say it. None of this other girl drama.
All right, well, ask them how they establish their latitude in the South and see if they say St.
No, that
Martin.
asking him another question isn't going to get me the answer to whether or not he actually said what you said he said.
Al said that. Like I said, I'm not the only one they've said this to.
He gets retarded every time the point comes back to him.
Wouldn't it be more productive to go over there and have the conversation with them instead of me trying to remember what people from 6 months ago said that you claim is a lie, but you can't remember what the lie is in the first place?
I just told him what he lied about just now.
Okay, so that diagram was never sent to me by Jedi, and you guys weren't passing around to each other and talking about it.
I just told him what he lied about. He did not say.
You can picture what the diagram is in your fucking tiny mind, right? You have the ability to picture two circles touching each other.
Look at how they go to ad hom attacks and all of that. He did not say what you just said.
I didn't ad hom you. I just insulted you. Just because I insult you doesn't make it an ad hom, you moron.
The argument is you said he said something specific, but he never said that. You won't.
Okay, how do you know he never said that?
He did say that.
Were you there when we had this conversation?
You're talking about other stuff. That's how we know you're lying.
I'm talking about how the 24/7 guys were trying to claim for a minute, and the thing is, they're not even doing it now. Like, it became a whole issue.
They claim that there's an equivalent to Polaris.
A one-for-one equivalent to Polaris, and once you go south,
nobody said that. No one said that.
Mm-hmm. And didn't you I remember one time you said, because you guys know, because see, it all started because you guys started calling me an ice swaller.
I'm gonna let
when I said that Polaris doesn't move and latitude is based off of it. You go, you're an ice swaller, and then you one time said, "You guys, I'll put you in the swing." All right, I gotta stop arguing now. My kid just came outside, or at least change my tone.
Go ahead, Eli.
No, I'm done.
I'll go on mute.
I'm repeating myself because he's not actually addressing what I'm saying. So
you get on your mic a bit more. I can't hear you.
He's not addressing what I'm saying. So I don't know what else you want me to do. I don't have anything else to say.
The thing he wants you to address, Faxi, is the claim of a one-for-one equivalence. He's saying that never got claimed.
Well, I mean, it has multiple times. Like I said, it would make more sense to go to those people who said it and bring it up again and see if their stories are going to change. Oh, yeah, well, maybe we did say that, but we thought about it more and it's stupid. No, but they were definitely saying that. It was right after Jaren and all them went to Antarctica. I kind of think everybody was panicking. It was really weird.
So
the thing is,
Nathan, as close
Mighty Mush was there. That's why Mighty Mush hasn't been around.
So Nathan, as tumultuous as it's been between 24/7 and some of 24/7 members and FED, they are close enough for you to understand that they wouldn't blow their wigs because Jaren didn't see a 24-hour sun. That's retarded, and you know that.
I don't know that. I don't necessarily know that at all.
Yeah, Eli, there was a lot of stuff going on right after that, Eli.
Every single person that I mentioned told him to get out of there with this circle mess. Him.
Exactly. There you go. You just said it. It's not a circle. It's a fucking figure eight. It's two circles touching each other. That's what they were pushing, you fucking moron. Telling me to get out of here with the circle. That's the whole point.
That has nothing to do with what I said, though.
Dude, you were confused one time because you're like, I've gone in there and had to argue with them that latitudes are circles of equal altitude. And then you have to go, prove it's a circle. Like, that's the whole, that's what you guys are upset about.
Argue that.
Whether you like it or not, the AE map is 100% accurate from the equator north.
Jedi has over 24 hours of just the words latitude is a circle alone. Just those words, 24 hours worth of it. You're a scumbag liar.
Mm-hmm. Eli, you said yourself that the tropics are not bigger circles and smaller circles, and you started calling people circle earthers. You've done it yourself. What latitude's in the north? Is it Cancer?
Are you saying
Earth,
it's a bigger circle and a smaller circle? Because I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that.
What is the Tropic of Cancer, Eli? It's like 32.6 degrees north latitude. What does that mean? Would that not be a circle of equal elevation around Polaris at 36.7 or whatever the fuck it is?
23.4 degrees.
Oh, okay, yeah, I knew it was something.
Excuse me? What was the question?
What's the Tropic of Cancer?
Is the Tropic of Cancer a circle?
At what latitude?
33.4.
degrees.
There we go. Yeah, 23rd.
If it's a latitude, it's a circle. Same for the Tropic of Capricorn.
Yeah. Okay, fine.
Right.
Okay. You got two circles.
Okay, so do you think the Tropic of Capricorn is on a completely separate CD adjacent to the Tropic of Cancer, or is it a larger circle? Because I don't know.
It is a larger circle. Maybe
But the
if
thing
that's
is, I
if
was
you're
told for a
taking the
matter of
same
fact
measurement
that
from Polaris, if you're taking the same measurement from Polaris and you're at a different latitude, then yeah, I guess it's a bigger circle.
so. Oh, you mean to say that 70 degrees
So you see how easy that is? Now, do you remember the conversation that we were having where he would ask questions and I would say no one is arguing against any of those points? You see how it was easy for me, even though I did say it's not a bigger circle. I'm just talking about the Earth not being a big ass circle with the ice ring around it. So that was my agenda, telling him that, not actually listening. But you see how I
But
just
we don't know that either, Eli.
That was never a claim I made.
We don't know what. There's ice
We
wall
don't know
around the
that
whole Earth.
either. What I'm saying is we don't know that either. It may very well be that.
Yeah,
We
but
don't
that's
know.
an appeal to ignorance, though. That's not.
Yeah, that's just that.
What's that, Neil?
Neil, it is what it is in terms of how it is measured. That concept is just circular. That's what's being measured. You're measuring circles with radii.
Yeah,
Right.
it's a straight line from the north center, Neil.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is proven by time zones as well.
Staying, we don't know if there's an ice wall or not.
No, that's.
I'm not talking about an ice wall.
That's not what we were talking about.
The Tropic of Capricorn.
Eli just brought up an ice wall. Am I hearing things?
I don't know what that's about. I didn't hear Eli talking about an ice wall. I was asking what you were talking about. I thought you were talking about the Tropic of Capricorn.
You're going to say.
But I don't know what this is. What has any of this tropics got to do with the sky? What have they got to do with the sky?
There's no literal circle on the ground. It's just a measurement. But your derivation becomes a circle. That doesn't mean there's a physical circle called the Tropic of anything. These are all concepts based on measurements.
I thought everybody knew that. Why, they're saying there's actual circles on the ground? Really?
No, there isn't.
People need to remember that the latitude and longitude grid is only in reference to the GP of Polaris and the North Pole. It's not in reference to anything else. You can reference other things as a coordinate at particular times, but it's only in reference to the North Pole. That's its reference. Do you understand what I mean? The Polaris and that. So the sun is not part of it, and the moon and other things. But you can give the sun and the moon a coordinates at a time, or a star a coordinates based off of that grid, or using that grid, I should say.
I'm just shocked that people are thinking it's actual circles. It's the same thing with the elevation angle. They are imaginary lines, but one is what the observer is standing on, which is Earth.
Yeah, but rather than talking about that, we should be focusing on Eli's right. Is that Eli has an issue, and his issue is that Baxi is not giving him a direct answer for what he's asking. Is that correct, Eli?
Yep.
I think that was a yes.
Yeah, he mumbled.
Yeah, he said yeah. He's
You're
been
gonna
saying
alright
that from the
then, eh?
beginning. He's been saying it
Yeah,
from the
well,
beginning.
okay, actually, you can understand it was frustrating for Eli to debate with you about this thing, and you're not giving him a straight answer. You can understand how that would frustrate him.
I'm sorry, you guys talking to me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I was trying to get my
Yes, could you
headphones, so I wasn't listening. Well, no, Eli's problem is he claims I lied. He claims that Jedi didn't send me the fucking diagram with the two CDs touching each other.
Don't go there. Don't go. Hold on.
No, he
Vance.
didn't
Don't
say
go there.
that.
Answer
He
the
didn't say
question
that. That
Brian
wasn't what
just
he said.
asked you.
That's not what
Dude, why do you think they started calling me an ice waller, Neil? Neil, why were they calling me an ice waller? Because I said Polaris was the only thing in the sky that behaved like that, and they all flipped out and started chanting about Sigma Octantis. Do you think I invented this whole thing?
That's a lie. That's a direct lie right there.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, let's
see,
go over there.
Eli
So
is not
why
saying
was
that
I?
you didn't get. Hang on a second. Well, just a second. Eli is not saying that you didn't get sent a photo of two CDs. Eli is saying that nobody over, like him or Jedi or whoever, over on 24/7 politics or whatever, that none of them claimed that Polaris was a one-to-one equivalence with Polaris, that Sigma Octantis was a one-to-one equivalence with Polaris. They're saying they didn't make it. He's saying him and Jedi and them didn't make that claim.
Mm-hmm.
Are you saying that they did make that claim?
Yeah, it wasn't just Jedi. It's pretty much all of them. Even who's the guy that was just doing the
So
debate
they
on
did.
TV
You're
show?
saying that Eli and them did
India,
make that claim.
even India was getting on my case about it. He goes, "Well, hey, Vax, how do you measure your latitude in the south if it's not Sigma Octantis?" And then I had to explain to them how Sigma Octantis is invisible with the naked eye, and you don't navigate with it. And they argued with me. Now, what are you screaming about? Sorry.
But that's correct. You're correct there. But did they say that? So you're saying that they did claim that Sigma Octantis was a one-to-one equivalence with Polaris in the south?
Yeah.
Have you any
No,
evidence?
I'm not saying that was 100% the whole temperature of the room in there, and all the
Either
people
they
that
did or
frequent it, but
didn't.
there was
But either
definitely
they did or
majority mods
did
were.
they claim that?
Huh?
I'm just trying to get to the end of this. Did they claim that specific point? Did anyone, Jedi
absolutely.
or Eli or anyone claim that specific point?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay. Have you evidence of that? Have you evidence that they did this?
No, because this was around New Year's Eve, like on Discord. I don't keep track. It was just the thing is, if I go in there, it's going to come up eventually. That's why I even stopped going in there. Like I said, it wasn't just me. Mighty Mush had the same problem.
That's what he
Sasha,
said last time. That's what he said last time. He said things that we didn't say when it was occurring back then.
What did I say
he has
last
the same
time?
excuse.
What are you talking about?
He has the same
What?
excuse. I told him to go get a recording. He never did.
So you're saying that if you went to 24/7 now, Vaxi, and brought these things up, it would be treated the same way?
No, actually, no. There's been a little bit of a position flip. People are allowed to change their minds. I just thought people were overreacting.
Yeah, but basically the problem is, Maxi, if you're making the claim, let's just say you're specifically stating that Eli claimed that Sigma Octantis was a one-to-one equivalence with Polaris, and you can't produce any evidence of that, and nobody is supporting you on it, then you don't have a case, is the point.
Fine.
I hate to say
But,
that.
I mean,
it's just the way it is.
Yeah, but it also started 9 months now of just vitriol and disgust every time I go in there with certain people because of that topic. Literally, what's that kid's name?
He's claiming that that's actually not true. His whole position, which is why we started arguing months ago, is he's tried to say that people have said things they haven't said from the beginning since he's been here. And I've been speaking against it.
Not really.
I've been speaking against it since he's been here. Like, you guys were there for those conversations.
No, they weren't. It was like 2:00 in the morning my time.
Again, you were there for the conversations that I'm talking about.
Like I said, it's not just me. Okay. Like, why do you think it's gotten the the nickname of Land of the Misfit Toys 2.0 or whatever, because they spout on about nonsense constantly.
Not because of the thing
Why
you
is it a
lied about.
surprise that they wouldn't
Not 'cause
talk
of the
about
thing you
this
lied
too?
about.
Like, why? And not only that, it's a really weird thing for me to
Not
just
because
kind
of the
of
thing
make
you
up
lied
too. That doesn't
about.
make
So
any
you
sense.
want a lily pad off of a lie
That's
to
what I
talk
worry
crap
about. You keep
people.
claiming I'm lying without furnishing any. Not like you can't even tell me what the
Gentlemen,
fuck is.
gentlemen, we're at about an 8 right now. Let's take it back to about a 6, please. Thank you.
Just want to wish you both good luck. We're all counting on you.
Who said that?
I don't know.
Random bystander
Baxi,
listening in.
No, it's fair.
We're trying to get something resolved here.
Damn it, Neil!
Baxi,
Look what you fucking started.
you
You said you were
understand?
gonna
You
instigate
can't
this.
say, you can't then refer to it. You're saying this, that, and everything happened. You can't produce evidence for it. And then you're saying it caused this, that, and everything. But the it is the problem. You need to produce evidence for the it. Otherwise, you can't make the claim. You have to, there must be recording something.
There's got to be, I'm sure, but I don't know how to get access to that. I mean, I imagine if you go on live streams, you could probably go around the date and then search through until you like. You know, this could have been.
Hold on. When do you think it happened? Around when? You said around
Doesn't
January?
matter. You can just ask Jedi if he said that.
Yeah. No, I'm going to ask AI.
I mean,
yeah, ask AI too.
Ask AI.
AI will send the exact video we need. He did it for me with the other thing we're talking about that I got into. So give me a minute.
That's fine. Are they even in the server? What server are they in now? Because I know that group hops from like 4 different ones. Let's see. Sometimes they're in politics. Sometimes they're in the British hub. Yeah, because their server in politics is empty right now. Oh, that's so fucking retarded. Oh, don't say that.
I want to tell you both good luck. We're all counting on you.
So.
I have something I want to ask Eli about.
Mm-hmm.
You there, yeah?
Yeah.
Earlier on, you said to Neil, you said that Vaxi is what Neil says AI is.
Mm-hmm.
What did you mean by that?
A shit stirrer.
And do you agree with what Neil says about AI?
Yeah.
I don't think that's I like to have arguments with people and stuff, but I'm not personally trying to like form little clans of people against other clans of people and shit like what AI does. The fuck? I just argue with people on Discord. That's kind of the whole point of Discord.
It's to put his point as a juxtaposition against typically somebody in 24/7. Like that's all he does. He never speaks up for anything else.
Hmm? Who never speaks up for anything else?
How should I phrase the question? What am I looking for? What video am I looking for?
I don't even know.
The video where everyone told him that Sigma Octantis is a 1-to-1 with Polaris. Or equivalent.
Just tell if you're gonna talk to AI, I could I have the ability to message him too, but if you want to do it, Neil, I would say because I'm sure he would have some ballpark idea.
I just told him already. I literally just told him. It was very simple.
Where'd you tell AI to type? When everybody said to Backslash that Polaris and Sigma Octantis are 1-for-1 equivalents. Tell him to find if he knows of any discussions about southern stars and the southern latitude stars and northern latitude stars around the holidays. Start from there.
Polaris and Sigma Cantus were a 1-to-1 ratio?
Fucking A, dude. You didn't listen. Yeah, that's fine. It was around the holidays.
Sorry.
No, but see, then again, I don't know. I feel like it had to have been. It's been a while.
I guess she had some. She said the biggest thing is sweet.
What in the world was that?
This is 2 lines with the brown one and the purple one.
Sounds like some British grandmother giving a bread recipe.
So let me ask you a question. What do you think happens when you go very far south?
What do you mean?
He took some and put it on a piece of bread.
I forget the conversation I was having, but there's another guy by the name of Percentage who says, well, based on the map, it's not that the earth isn't flat, but based on the maps that we can use, once you go far south, somehow you end up north again.
Wow.
Is that your position, Vaxwax?
Wait, say that again. What?
Yes or no will suffice.
If you go far enough south, you'll come back up north. Is that what you're asking me?
Based on projections that we use and the measurements that we've made, so saith Percentage, which is another guy on Discord. If you're going south and you travel that particular, I forget what the verbiage was, you would end up in a town somewhere in the north.
Why would you do that? Are you talking about Pac-Man son and shit? Like you just magically teleport to the other side? What are you talking about? Oh, you're trying to paint that I'm a glober and I'm secretly a flat earth. Like I'm a flat earther. I'm a glober that's pretending to be a flat earth. Is that what you're saying? Because that was like 9 months ago too, dude.
So you disagree?
You're doing the exact same thing that happened when I said that there is no one-to-one equivalence to Polaris.
As long as you disagree, the conversation's over. Like see what I'm saying? Like
it's a
if you're like, no, that doesn't make any sense. It's over.
If you keep going,
do you agree or disagree with that
south,
statement from Percentage? Actually, do you agree or disagree with what Percentage says? You say, would you agree that he's right or disagree?
Why would you reappear north if you go far enough south?
I didn't ask you that. That's not what Eli's looking for. He's looking to know if you agree or disagree with Percentage's claim.
What's his claim?
That if you keep going south, you'll end up back up north.
Oh, the thing that I just called retarded and said, why would you even ask me that?
No. You're not. See, this is the problem.
I would not agree with that. Why would I? Do you agree with that,
the frustration that Eli has, because he's asking you a question and you're not giving him a direct answer.
He answered. He just answered.
That's tricky.
He did.
I don't agree with it.
He said he doesn't agree with it.
That's okay, but how come we have to go through all that just to get you to say that?
Me off.
How come we have to do all that just to get you to say that? I can understand Eli's frustration.
You're really a glober pretending to be a father on Discord, right? Is that what you're saying? That's what Eli's asking?
I'm not saying anything. I'm asking. I had to step in and ask you because you wouldn't give Eli a straight answer. If you just give people straight answers, there won't be a problem. Instead of saying you're saying I'm saying this. No, I asked you a question. Just answer the question. It's that simple. That's the problem. This is the problem, actually. This is the problem. Hang on. Listen for a second. This is the problem. This is why Eli, I can't speak for anyone else, but this is why Eli is frustrated with you. Because when he asks you a question, regardless of what it is, you don't give him a straight answer. So it's hard to trust someone who doesn't give you a straight answer.
He asked me if I travel far enough south, will I reappear in a town in the north? What the fuck? And I said, what the fuck are you talking about? Because you're automatically trying to see if I'm going to say, Earth's a globe now.
No, he asked you. He didn't. He said, this is what, hang on, that's not correct. He said, this is what Percentage said. He said, do you agree?
Note that he did know. Note that he did know what I was talking about, though, because he referred to it as Pac-Man. So he's He's obviously
Yeah.
inconsistently alive.
Hang
I
on.
heard about Pac-Man stuff before I knew what Nathan Oakley was.
Hang
That
on.
Norman.
Vaccine. Hang on. You have to take off the
Huh?
tax now, Eli. We're trying to help you out here. Right? Vaccine. He asked you, he said, percentage says this. Do you agree or disagree with that? And you didn't give me a yes or no. Now that's tricky when someone won't give you a simple yes or no. So it won't just answer the question directly. That's tricky. It means you can't trust the person. And now he doesn't trust you because he can't get a straight answer out of you when he asks you a straight question. Do you
I'm
understand
pretty
his
sure I gave the
frustration?
straight answer, and then asked like that's a stupid question. We're in a flat Earth forum. I'm clearly a flat Earther. I've been in here for like 5 fucking years.
I'm
Never
not saying
mind the
you're
7
not.
years I was.
It doesn't matter. Okay, Eli, ask me the same question.
I'll ask you, if you don't mind, a different question, but the same question that I have been asking Waxy Waxy.
No, just ask me the same question. Just ask me the same one.
But the whole point is this whole thing kicked off because of the one question. All right. So percentage says that based on projections, if you go south far enough, you'll end up on a position in the projection in the north. Do you agree?
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
So what did I say when you asked me
another
that?
question? Ask me another question if you want.
What was my response when you asked me that?
All right.
I asked, did you ask me if I go far enough south, I'll come to a town in the north? That's retarded. Yeah, I agree with it though. I mean, come on, what the fuck, dude? Plus, there was like 45 seconds of silence. I wasn't even paying attention.
I don't agree with that. Instead of saying it's retarded, why didn't you just say I don't? Because saying it's retarded doesn't mean that you agree or disagree.
Such a stupid question.
No, that is obfuscation. That's what that comes across as. Just say yes or no. That's why Eli's frustrated.
Well, I was a little taken aback by the retarded question he asked me.
I'll ask you the same question I've been asking him that he hasn't given an answer to
what do you think
after
happens?
he's done.
And I said, what do you mean, what do I think happens? And you said, if you go far enough south, will you reappear in a town in the north?
Yeah, but you didn't give me a
what are you talking about?
That's the problem.
Okay, God. I said, what are you talking about? That's retarded. I should have said, no, of course not. My bad. Jesus Christ, you guys.
That would have solved the problem.
Yeah, my bad.
Go on, ask me the question.
What are you talking about? That's retarded is hard to. It's a gray area to whether I agree or disagree with that. When my reaction is, what are you talking about? That's retarded. Okay, gotcha. Shit.
It's not that it's a gray area.
Like this is why they have to put labels on shampoo bottles.
Yes or no. He's not looking for. He should no vaccine. You're missing the point. Why should I or him or anyone else have to decipher what they think you mean? If you just state it clearly, then he knows. When he said to me, do you agree with that? I said, no, I disagree with that. He's fully aware of what I agree and disagree with that.
Yeah, well, first off,
can we get to the second question?
Eli has a history of being hard to understand when he's on Discord. Second off, he mumbled it like a retard, and it was a little bit of an ongoing question because he said, when you go far enough south, what do you think happens? And I said, what do you mean? He goes, if you go far enough south.
He's saying I mumbled it, but he can repeat what I said.
Up.
And also, Brian also heard what I said.
Based on some charts. And I said, what the fuck are you talking about? That's retarded.
And then he said, what is that, Pac-Man? So he did understand. So he acted like he didn't, and then he did. Because I didn't give him any clarification after that.
Pac-Man? Oh, okay. So percentage is a Pac-Man flat earther now?
So another red herring. You want me to ask you the question?
Well,
Brian?
no, but I mean, there are people who I think believe that if you go far enough south, you teleport to the other side. But so fucking what? You hear lots of retarded shit. And then I said the guy that talked about that Norbert Nesbitt or whatever, the guy with the big beard and ponytail. Yeah, so do flat earthers not talk about that? I wasn't even sure if you were talking about that or a globe.
We'll see how long he can get away with this.
Get away with what?
Ask me the question. Leave him ask me the question, Darcy.
Oh, no. How long am I going to get away with what, Eli? What are you accusing me of now?
Can I ask you a completely different question?
Are you just going to have a babe? Sorry.
Go on, Nathan. I'm not in a rush to ask my question.
I was just being sarcastic.
Oh, okay.
You appealed
So
to
the
Eli
question
to ask
is,
the same
Brian.
question, and he just refused. He's like, no, I'm going to ask you a different question.
All right, so Brian, can you determine that all of the stars that we see circle Polaris?
That they circle Polaris.
All of them. Simultaneously at the same time.
I could show a kind of a workup of the outside of let's say a circle of stars around Polaris, and then another circle on the outside of that circle going around that circle. I could do that. That I can't. I don't know what the stars are. I don't know I don't know what they are, how they do what they do, or what they're composed of. So honestly, but I can't deny that they would probably go around Polaris. It's kind of a funny one. I'm a bit. I have to think about that because.
All right, I have a follow-up.
Perfectly comfortable saying yes, Eli.
I have 2 follow-up questions with that, and then I can probably put it to rest there.
Go on.
So, is northwest and southwest the same direction?
No.
No.
Okay. So, if you can see stars arcing to the southwest, like let's say you're at the equator, but you can also, if you're sitting there all night, look at this divergence of stars, and there are stars going the northwest. Would you determine from that all of those stars are still circling in the same direction, northwest, which would be around Polaris if you were further north?
As in, I'm making an actual circle around Polaris. Well, the ones on the outside, or let's say the ones south of the equator, wouldn't be making a circle around Polaris, but they might be moving around the outside of the circle that we call the equator, which would be going around, but not making a circle around. If you understand what I mean, like 2 gear cogs.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, because you mean adjacent, like next to each other?
Well, yeah, it's like if you take one gear,
because when he was talking about
everyone going around the outside of it, well, that's turning.
When he was talking about Jedi's diagram with 2 circles, that was retarded, right? So it's not like you were just making claims, and I'm fine with that, right? And then if I'm like, okay, well, if you're willing to expand and you're like, well, I'll give you this diagram, whatever. But I know you're not making claims. You're answering the question.
It's not the same as Jedi's diagram.
Let me
in the center of the clock, in the center,
let me give you a
of the circle
so
to the
bottom
left,
line is
Polaris
there's no
is in
agenda
the center,
here. That's
in the
actually
center of the circle to the right. Sigma
that's the end
was
of
in
my
the center.
point.
Thank you.
For anybody who would argue that it's a very murky time. There's a lot of weird people that argue that they Whitsitt and all of those guys are fraudulent. They didn't actually see it, and so the UAE map is really still the true depiction of the Earth, which would be a reification fallacy. I'm not saying that's vaxy. There's a number of people making a whole bunch of claims because they saw 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So people like Vaxi,
well, they didn't. They weren't there and they didn't see it.
Whatever it is, the whole point is in 24/7. The whole energy was that never had anything to do with flat Earth, ever. That's what everyone's saying. Like it's inferring the consequence.
That was our energy.
Which is why do you think it was in 24/7? Exactly. Because it's never been that. It's like it appears to be different because we hyper focused on these individuals at these given times. But no, The whole energy was exactly the same as it was over here. We've been telling them the same thing. What difference does it make? Are you making the argument that seeing a 24-hour sun in the south would prove a globe? Because that would be affirming the consequent. I'm not making any arguments that it would be against anything or for anything. So you see 24-hour sun, you see 24-hour sun. What's that got to do with the flat earth? That's all we were saying.
Yeah, that's when you're in there, Eli, but it's not always the case
No,
when you're not.
It's not when you're in there. I'm not really. I just started being in there. You can't say that. Like, I know for a fact that the people who frequent the mic say these things when I'm not there. When I'm coming in there, that's the conversation that I'm walking into.
Let's just say this. I faced the same sort of hostility when I went in 24/7 just recently, and QE actually went through the video. So I can understand where Vax is coming from.
Yeah, but did you do a video on politics or did you do a video on the English?
Mumbling.
Did you do a video on politics or did you do a video on the English hub? Do you know?
I have no idea. Wherever it says politics, that's what I click on. Wherever it says FB 24/7, I click on. So I do not know.
They're different. I'm not even a moderator in English hub. I keep telling you, just because it says 24/7, there's still different things going on.
Well, what's the other one then? Where's the other one?
Well, the regular 24/7 in politics. But you don't know which one they were speaking from that you're annoyed with. I'm annoyed with them too. But it depends. Which one are you talking about?
I didn't even know there was two, to be honest.
Right.
There are three.
Because DJ is a mod in the English hub.
That's the one I was in.
A mod. Okay.
That's the one I was in then.
Oh, yeah.
So how do you get on the non-English one? Which one is that?
Well,
Indian.
I mean, there may or may not be people in there. It depends on where the crowd is at.
Well, it's a different link, right?
Hey, Eli, can I ask you a question, please, since you've asked me several?
Sure.
You've got 5 different people, all on 32 degrees latitude. Everyone's north, south, east, and west of each other completely. And they're all pointing north. What direction is south?
North, south, east, and like south, east, and west aren't cardinal directions.
You get near your mic, Eli.
Those aren't cardinal directions. North, south,
people
east, and west
scattered
for
around
each
32
individual.
degrees
South,
north latitude.
East and west.
They're not near each other. They're all
right. So
you got everyone.
I heard what you said.
500 miles apart from each other. Eli, you got everybody 500 miles apart from each other, but everyone's on 32 degrees north latitude. Let's call it 1,000 miles, whatever. It doesn't matter. They're all pointing north.
Okay.
Well, they all turn around and point south at the same time, in the same direction.
How would they do that? They wouldn't be.
That's why I'm asking Eli. This is again.
That's what you asked Brian. What you asked Brian is exactly what Jedi asked him. I'm just like, well, yeah.
Eli, I just asked you a question. You haven't answered it.
But I understand that the question is different if you're in the South. How you answer that question is weird.
Eli, you got 5 people, all 500 miles apart from each other on 32 degrees north latitude.
So it depends.
So they all
Brian?
point in the same direction south.
Oh, just one sec. One at a time.
Well, Vax he has an agenda, so he's not going to stop talking.
I can't hear you, Eli.
Hold on.
I don't have an agenda. I just asked you a question. You've asked me like 4.
Mic check.
Much better. Go ahead.
All right. I don't know where we were at. So you're asking me. You asked me the question: do they all point south if they turn around?
Bloody
I
hell.
said
We can
yes.
hardly hear you, Eli.
He just said I was much better.
Well, don't
Yeah,
listen
but
to
you
him.
moved away.
Maybe there's a short in my. Hold on, let me just.
I can hear Eli just fine.
Yeah. To be fair, Eli's had a bad mic for like 7 years.
Right. Anyway, so I said yeah, and then there's some nuance that it sounds like Brian is addressing, which is exactly the same kind of tactic that Jedi took with him. So I'm interested in hearing how that goes back and forth. Go ahead.
No, it's a yes
Yeah,
or a no. There's no nuance involved. It's yes or no. When they point
Yeah,
south,
you
will they all
asking
be
about the
pointing at the same
direction.
direction, yes or no?
If you're talking about compass direction, then they are pointing in the same direction, but their orientation is not the same.
Mm-hmm. So south is different for everybody.
But their orientation is not the same when they're pointing north either.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, in the north, and when it's nighttime, no matter where you are in the north, there will be a time where everybody can point at the same thing, which is Polaris, and everyone can at that moment back up the fact they are pointing north. Like you can go, you have one person in Oklahoma, one person in fucking Moscow, one person in Beijing. At some point within a 24-hour period,
Hang on.
you'll be able to
It
see
won't be.
Polaris
Will it be? No,
simultaneously.
it won't be nighttime. It won't be nighttime north of the equator for everyone. It's only in.
Sometimes
It's only in the northern winter where you'll have that scenario.
Well, yeah, I guess it would have to be the winter because the 24-hour sun in Alaska in the summertime. But yeah, but I mean,
you'll have to be up in
it is
you'll have to be in Alaska or
right.
something.
Yeah, maybe not on every single day because of that.
So
That's true.
32 degrees is not going to do it. It'll have to be like 62 degrees or something.
Well, wait a second. No, it becomes. I don't think it's 24-hour sunlight in Alaska, is it? Because it's not 24-hour nighttime. Because I was looking that up earlier because you guys were talking about it.
Well, whatever. Northern Finland, Lapland, somewhere like that.
There's somebody else muttering to the top of you, Brian.
Sorry, Nathan?
Somebody else is muttering through the top of you.
Yeah, you just got to go one at a time.
Yeah.
Well, I was trying to reply at the same time because he said that it's not in Alaska 24 hours, and I'm like, I thought that was the only place in the U.S. that was the case.
I'm pretty sure there is a 20. I think pretty sure for 3 months of the year in northern Alaska that there is 24-hour darkness. Pretty sure. I could be wrong, but I thought there was 24-hour darkness. Yeah.
You're not wrong.
Either way, definitely northern Norway, northern Finland, places like that, Lapland, all these places, there is 24-hour darkness for 3 months of the year. So anyone within the Arctic Circle pointing north would be able to see, looking north, would be able to see Polaris at the same point. Yeah, at that time of year in those locations.
Right. Yeah. No, you can have a 24-hour nighttime in the northernmost parts of Alaska in the winter. So no, definitely. But does that mean? So that means in the summertime you can't see this at all. Then. So in other words, there would be a certain date in the year where not everybody. So you are correct on that. But I mean, that doesn't really matter because just the fact is there are days of the year where everybody from everywhere in the north at some point within 24 hours can simultaneously look at Polaris from different locations. It still happens, just not for the north of Canada and northern Alaska in the summer. So in other words, everyone can point directly north at one point in time. No, for a fact, everyone's pointing north. How can south be the same because as soon as they turn around and point south, yeah, it's going to everyone's going to be pointing in wildly different directions.
No, because they're still using the same reference, though. Nobody's arguing about the stars in the northern sky.
Yeah, this is why, Eli, a circle of equal altitude had to be explained to you people because last time I was in there, I left because they were trying to prove that a circle of equal altitude is a circle.
I'm talking about.
Hold on.
This is the
I was told to prove that a circle of equal elevation is actually a circle.
This is the disrespectful stuff I'm talking about. I brought that to 24/7.
You brought what
What are
to
you talking about?
24/7?
Does anybody else believe that I don't know what a circle of equal altitude is? As
No,
many
I'm fully
times.
sure that Eli is fully aware of that, and has been for
I
you.
don't think I
This is
said
why I
that.
mean. This is what I'm saying. He's a liar, bruh. He can't help it.
Eli, if you got several different people in different locations at 32 degrees
I'm just
north
gonna ask you
latitude,
another
how will they all be
question.
pointing in the same exact direction south? Use your brain.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Oh shit!
Jesus
I
Christ!
don't know what he's talking. Did I make a claim? Did I just make a claim that I don't know about? That he's telling me to use my brain for?
It's to make it easier for Eli.
Oh
Look at what he's still doing it. Like y'all don't hear it. Y'all don't say. So when I said he was a snake earlier, you can't see what's going on. I don't know because you guys seem to like him for some reason.
If you want to know my opinion, Eli, I think honestly, Vaxi, you need to study things up a little bit better before you go making claims. Because you were talking about everyone north, 32 degrees, looking north, everybody seeing Polaris at the same time. Well, that's easily shown to not be the case. It should have been everyone that's north of the Arctic Circle been able to do that. Like little things like that. Like you have to get your facts correct in those kind of ways. Because otherwise somebody will pull you on those things like that.
The nighttime overlaps
you said,
for everybody.
one second. You said Eli didn't know about circles of equal altitude, and I can guarantee you Eli has known all about them since 2021.
I'd agree to that.
Wait a second. Hold on. Am I muted?
No.
No. Okay, good. All right. Now, all I'm merely saying is if you're in Alabama and you're in Moscow, Russia, nighttime will overlap with those two places. You could do it with pretty much anything. You could do London and fucking Nome, Alaska. You can do it with places in India and Canada. Like there's going to be times within a 24-hour period where it's either going to be like 5:55 in the morning for one person.
Overlap with those two locations.
And I'm not even arguing. Even if that were the case, nobody's arguing against it.
I was just going to ask: does this have anything to do with refuting the measurements?
Yes. No. It has.
Then I don't care about it. Really, I don't.
Oh my God, no. The only point I was trying to make is people from all these places can go outside at the same time, get on the phone with everybody, and all point at Polaris simultaneously. That's all I was getting at.
Now, you know what's interesting?
It might be 5 a.m. for one guy. It might be 7:30 at night for another guy. But the mornings,
Did you hear
stars will
Eli say
overlap in
what I
between these
find
cities.
interesting? Hold on, Vax. Eli came in, and he went to say something, and you started talking. Let Eli finish.
I thought I was talking first.
No, it was definitely Eli first.
But bottom line is, all I'm saying is Alabama and fucking Moscow, Russia will see the stars simultaneously within 24 hours.
Eli said what I find interesting and never finished.
I can stay where I'm at. People can get on the phone. We can call each other, be on the phone at the same time, point at Polaris at the same time. If we were to point one hand north and one hand south, and those hands just ran straight, would they touch each other, or would they be in completely different directions? That's all I'm getting at. I don't understand what the confusion is.
Well, they can't be 180 degrees to each other and be pointing in the same direction.
Yeah, that don't make sense.
Exactly. So south is different for everybody. Like if a man in that location is going to point south and a man in another location is going to point south,
I'm glad you came to the finally.
But when everybody points north, they all point to the same spot, Eli.
Yeah, but actually, what has that got to do with Eli? I never heard Eli saying that wasn't true.
This is all just tied in with how people in 24/7 were saying there's a 1-for-1 equivalence to Polaris, and there's not.
He's going using the narrative.
Nah, you're using the same thing again.
South is the same for everybody. Everybody looks south.
Yeah,
and the thing is,
you don't have evidence.
Half of them are Australian anyway, so it's like maybe they think about it differently. I don't know. Just like what's that guy's name? Endless.
You guys don't see that now. You know what I find interesting, Brian? Do you know that?
Damn, this is all your fault, by the way.
This is again. Relax, Baxi. Just relax. 1 second. Go ahead,
I've
Eli.
only been trying to say it for the last 5 minutes, but if you want to keep talking, go ahead. I can wait.
No, I'm still waiting to hear what you said. We wanted to say before.
Oh, I can't wait. I need you to tell me now because I'll have to go from the call in a minute.
I can wait. Let's give it 5 minutes minimum.
Go ahead, Eli.
Dave Farina makes the point that you'll see the moon.
That's an excellent point.
Say again?
Well, that's an excellent point.
What'd you say?
That's an excellent point. Dave Farina says we'll see the moon, you say?
Dave Farina says we can see the moon. You know something? I finally agree with him.
No, listen. In the south, in the same direction. So how could the earth be flat if south is in the same direction versus different directions? It's like kind of the same thing.
Yeah, Dave Farina doesn't know his own claim. I corrected Dave Farina when he brought this up. Well, he doesn't know the claim at all. When he brought this nonsense up against David Weiss.
Oh my God!
When he was going against David Weiss, on that podcast, that English podcast, he got his claims all wrong. They keep changing that claim around and getting it wrong. That's a mathematical claim that preassumes a globe, and it's only for a particular time of the year. It's a mathematical claim, remember, that's preassuming a globe, and it involves 3 observers, not 2, looking at the south celestial pole, not the Southern Cross. So, and actually, the original claim was Sigma Octantis, but they can't see Sigma Octantis. But they could if they had telescopes, let's say, so they could. But the claim is, just so you know, for future reference, is that at one particular time in the year, for a very short space of time, the 3 observers, one in Australia, one in South Australia, one in South Africa, and one in South America, can see Sigma Octantis at the same time. Right. That's the claim. Now, that was debunked back in 2016 by Anthony Roy. But it doesn't matter because Dave Farina still makes the claim and keeps making it incorrectly. And so do other ballers who don't know what they're talking about.
Because you can't see it simultaneously, right?
That's a Bacon argument. Bacon's like, well, I'm from Brazil. So
do you notice that that's kind of the same thing you had to tell him about 32 degrees in the north? Did you notice that the same rhetoric came up?
Isn't that similar? I did notice that with
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, if you live on 32 degrees and you put little dots all along 32 degrees, you're going to make a circle. Is that, oh my God, shocker, right?
Yeah, but you won't be seeing
Do you think it's 32 degrees? Do you think it's a 32-degree rectangle of equal altitude? How would that work, Eli?
Well, that's not what I think. That's
fucking
what you
dummy.
said.
Of course it's a circle. You're going to have different cities in different positions on the circle of equal elevation at 34 degrees or 32 degrees. So what? Why is that controversial for you to say?
You see how he's saying that that's controversial? I never said that was controversial.
Okay, so you agree with me then. I want to hear you agree with me.
I agree.
Oh, you won't? Okay, cool. Oh, cool, man. That's good. Well, now we can be friends. We have something to agree on. Jesus Christ.
No, I don't think Eli wants to be friends with you anymore. He took his ball and he went home.
Don't tell me he's not interested in me, friends. That's the feeling I'm getting.
Yeah, he keeps for some reason saying that I don't agree with that, and it's simple questions like that I've answered over the months, and I'm like, no, this dude is just retarded. He keeps on trying to assert his position by asking you, well, duh. What's your point? But he doesn't have a point because his point is to say that people in 24/7 the same thing they're not saying. So that he can carry an argument with someone that they're not having. That's all he's ever done.
So, like, you think okay. So I had psychosis this past winter, and I imagined all this, and so did a bunch of other people. And this whole
No, you're
discussion
just a
about
liar.
southern stars, this between the
No, you're
southern
just a
hemisphere
liar.
and northern hemisphere, would never happened, right? Fucking hate those
You're
terms
just a
too.
liar. That's
Northern
all.
latitudes and southern latitudes. That's much better to say. Ugh, there. Jesus Christ. Like, dude, like the straight up claims that people actually have 24-hour rotations with Sigma Octantis in the center, claiming that it's visible with the naked eye. I've had you guys argue about the brightness of it.
Who's you
And
guys?
saying, yes, it is
You're not
you.
being clear again.
24/7, Neil. What do you think? The one that Eli's sticking up for.
Which
That's his
one?
issue with
There's
me
an
because I had an
English
argument with
version?
some of his 24/7 buddies. It's no big deal. It's, loyalty, I guess. I don't care.
No, but there's two versions. That's what Eli's saying.
Yeah, but the thing is, to be perfectly honest, I never had any of these discussions with Eli, and I don't think Eli was ever present for most of them. Like that's one thing you guys understand. Me and Eli have never had a discussion in 24/7. The only time we've ever argued is in here. I've never really spoken to Eli anywhere else but in here. Like Eli was never part of these discussions. He's just literally saying, "Nuh-uh, I trust my friends. That didn't happen." That's his whole fucking defense. They didn't say that. Were you there? No, but I know they didn't. And back
That's
to
incorrect.
Brian's point,
I
when he
was
talked
there.
about two cogs,
So
Brian,
again,
when you were
I was
still
there.
here,
They lied
you
about that, and then constructed this answer as if I wasn't there. No, I was there.
were there for which one? What was the topic?
Now, here's the thing.
What was the topic of the discussion I was having if you were there, Eli?
Determining your latitude in the north, you're using visual aids, right? In the north.
What?
In the south, those visual aids are different, right? Because it's not a 1-to-1, which has always been the point.
No, it hasn't been.
Yes, it has been.
It absolutely hasn't been. What do you think caused the whole rift in the first place, Eli?
You lying. That's why I don't want you here, because you're a liar. You caused
You know
it
what? I don't
by
think it's fair
lying.
for you to just charge me as a fucking liar when you have no proof and can't even furnish one of the lies you claim.
Yeah, I did.
Which is what?
You said he was never there, and Eli said he was there. Now, if you ask him
that's
to name a
another.
specific time,
Okay. So, yeah, if he was there, he wasn't part of the discussion. He wasn't speaking. We
No, that's a
definitely did not
lie.
have any.
Yeah, that's a lie.
Okay, so if you were there, so what was the topic of the discussion we were having if you were there?
So I was the one having the topic because I kind of take conversations from FED and bring it to bear. And Nathan, shut him the hell up.
actually, let him talk.
Well, he was
So,
having the topic, whatever
take
that means. What was the topic?
He asked me a question. Shut up.
I can't make him, right? It will cause more chaos if I try.
No, I'll go on mute. It's fine.
Yeah, dude.
So, again, I carry conversations across both platforms. And so I know y'all damn well remember the conversation that you were all a part of in here, FED, when we were talking about directions and we were using an example of like a NASCAR track.
Yes.
Okay, how the hell was I not there? Because all of this is stemming from that conversation.
I knew it.
Not here, because that's the same. I don't know if Brian's still here or not, but that's literally when he said, "I'm almost positive." He said,
So I was there or I wasn't.
Hold on. Well, wait a second. Was that not in this server?
So
Nathan, I remember
was I
Nathan
there
being
or
there.
was I not? Because that's
was
the
just proof.
conversation.
Was
People are
that not
trying to explain
that
to
was an
you
after show of
that
Nathan's
South
show,
is
dude.
different orientations.
That was within the boundaries of Nathan's live show.
Well,
Was that in
okay. And like
24/7
I
or was he?
said,
I
that's
mean,
the same tune
I
that
spent the next
24/7 was
my eyes.
carrying you,
Nathan shows on
and you
Fridays
was
were held in
causing all
24/7,
types
and we
of
may have
chaos
spoken during the live
by
show.
just
My bad.
talking incessantly, saying things that people didn't say. We would say something clear, he would respond, "So you're saying," and then say something completely different, and so he's muted. It's simple. That's why.
Well, I'm not muted.
And then he comes
So
over
you're
here and
talking about
tells
the
you he's
end of one of
muted and
Nathan's
kicked out for a
shows.
different reason. But you can see that he's doing the things right now. He was kicked out over there.
First off, Eli, I don't count Nathan's show on a Friday in that server as being in the disc. Like, yeah, technically, I guess we may have been over there. I thought we were still over here. It doesn't matter, but that was within the confines of Nathan's show. I'm saying all these discussions I've ever had were not on Nathan's show, you dummy. Therefore, you were not there for these other conversations I was having.
So you guys did hear me say I carry the
Yes.
conversations. So he's just dumb, right?
Yeah, Vax, he said the conversations that we have here, he brings to 24/7. So, in fact, if that was the case, then he would be there as well as you being there, having
They were talking about it because I brought it up. That's the point. How could I have not been there? He's a liar.
Nathan, Eli, the very conversation you're talking about was at the end of Nathan's show. It was during the
because
after
I
show.
brought it up over
Because
here because I didn't like you over there. That's the point.
Okay, so we were in the 24/7 politics server for this particular show.
No, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
The point is he's a liar. He was just exposed for being dumb and a liar.
In the 24. Okay, fine, Eli. We've talked on Nathan's show, and Nathan's show was in the 24/7 Discord. My bad.
No,
When I'm
not what he said.
He's still not.
Not what he said, Vax.
He's talking about a conversation that Brian was in.
Didn't I just say that somebody will say something point blank to his eardrum and he'll literally respond?
All right.
Firstly, mischaracterizing what you said, and he's doing that now. Like you're watching him.
No,
can't
Eli,
kick him out.
The conversation you're talking about was at the end of Nathan's show.
We know Vax. He knows that. Right. But he's saying that he carried it into 24/7.
Right. So, Neil, when I had all these other discussions, it was 14 hours after Nathan's show already ended at like 2:00 in the morning, my time. The conversation he's talking about
doesn't matter the time. He didn't say he went immediately hold on. He did not say he went immediately from here to there.
No, listen, what I am saying is that the reason that conversation happened over here is simply because he came over here lying about what we were saying over there. And so y'all were questioning me about it. Remember all that? Questioning me if I thought that I was saying that there are like 2 rotational points of this, that, and the third. And I was like, well, 2 rotations. I don't know about 2 rotational points.
I never once said you've ever said that. I've never had this discussion with you, with the exception of being over here.
I'm calling on everyone else other than Vaxi's recollection of that happening.
You weren't there, dude. You weren't there for most of the conversation.
Everyone else, do you guys remember why we were even talking about stars moving in different directions? And then QE was like, well, first of all, the conversation is about, I think it was actually about the sun in the south in 24 hours. So he's saying if you can see it north, south, east, and west, it is what it is. It's going in all directions.
Right.
If you can see north, south, east, or west,
That's
it is
how
what
the
it is. That
conversation started, but there was a little trickle over with star rotations as well in 24/7.
Oh yeah, no, it was a hot topic there for a minute.
That I started.
Okay, congratulations. Do you want like a coupon from McDonald's because you started a conversation?
You say that I wasn't there for. I started with you.
So those conversations only take place when you're around. I forgot. Yeah. Eli, I forgot
Also,
you're
now,
in there
I wasn't there,
24/7.
and now you remember all of a sudden, right? Oh
Yeah, so
I
you
forgot.
started the
were.
topic. Sure. Okay, cool. That topic was also taking place when you were sleeping or going to the dentist or cutting your hair, like times when you weren't on Discord, when you were living your life.
All of that to
Me and
say
you
that they
never
actually said the opposite, and they did say what you said. Again, I promise you, Jedi, any of these other people did not say what he said. None of them. So
You promised
rocks.
us. How are you going to say? So where's your proof that he absolutely didn't say it? Oh my God.
He didn't.
That's so fucking. Yeah, I know. I made myself. I got to go prove it. But the thing is, dude, these are conversations from like over half a year ago. Shit, it's going on.
That's like saying prove you didn't beat your wife. You're a scumbag.
Yeah. Wait, I'm a scumbag now, really? Tone it down a little bit, Eli.
Oh shit.
So then, what's the argument about then? If Jedi 100% agrees that there was no 1-for-1 equivalence to Polaris in the South, then why would there even be an argument?
Because you're a dumbass.
Oh shit.
There you go. That's an ad hom. That's literally an ad hom, Eli.
I guarantee you, Bill. If you ask Jedi, he'll tell you the same thing. I don't know what he's talking about. He just wanted to make the same point over and over that nobody was arguing against, while acting like people were arguing against him. So people muted him eventually. That's the story. Everybody's gonna tell you the same thing.
Yeah, people are arguing against there being yeah. I said there's no 1-for-1 equivalence to Polaris in the South. It's her started an argument. I got muted. Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's a lie.
Oh, how's that a lie? So what was the argument then? I mean, dude, you guys had flat earthers saying, well, I got 24-hour 24-hour footage of Sigma Octantis. I live in Tasmania. Like, come on. Every time, anytime somebody sent me a video of star rotation around Sigma Octantis was never visible.
Well, what way do the stars move? East to west, right?
Oh, yeah.
Always, right?
Dude, it got so bad. I literally said, if you're facing north, and which hand would be pointing east and which hand would be pointing west. And if you turn around and you face south, which it got to that point, they were like, I was so baffled how they were so fucking confused. And these are flat earthers. I don't get why,
here he is
Kiwi's
again.
literally calling them the Island of Misfit Toys Part 2 for a reason, guys.
Well, hold on, because it was confusing when we used the racetrack until I realized what they were saying. When they say they all rise in the east and they set in the west, they move east to west. But eventually, they're going to be going west to east. I wasn't
They never go
comprehending
west to
it.
east. No,
No,
nothing in the
eventually
sky
it's going
goes
to be
west to
going
east.
west to east.
No, they don't.
Eventually, it's going back to east, so it is going to be moving towards the east.
Well. I think we can say that for the 24-hour sun, but I don't know about the stars, though.
What do you mean?
Nothing
We
goes
put it
west
on a
to east.
racetrack. We put it on a
Everything goes
racetrack,
east to west.
and we said you start in the east door here, and it goes around, right? And it goes past the west, and then it's going to be going back to the east again.
Okay, but is the stars going to be doing that?
Brian, this is how I remember this conversation, because Brian said, what if you hang a compass off the sun, it would continuously just say it's moving east to west.
Oh my.
No, I don't think I said that. I didn't say anything about hanging a compass.
I don't remember Brian saying that either.
He said something like, if you had a compass under the sun, it would always say east to west going around. I remember that. It was in the after show. It may have been in 24/7.
Which one of us said that? It was one of us, right?
He said I did. But
I'm pretty
I
sure
said,
Brian said something very similar to
weren't
that.
you supposed to be going,
That's why I was
Brian?
asking
Look
if you
at
were here
that.
earlier.
Little snake. You said you were going. And he tried to
I'm going to
throw that
go now.
little snake.
I'm going to go now. Yeah, I'm going to go now.
You see how he tried to throw that in there? You see how he causes discourse? He's a little snake.
So what? He's saying he never said that. Did he say it or not say it? I thought he said something to the effect that hanging a compass off the sun is always going to be showing that it's going east to west in a circle.
I don't remember saying that about hanging the compass off the sun. I might have said
But you get the point I'm trying to make, correct?
That it's always going in a circle. The circle will be around from east around to west. But if you're standing in the center and it's going around you, then it's going to go. If it's going around you, it's going to appear to be coming from west to east. So at some point, if you're standing with it going around you.
Yeah. I was really confused on it. So was freaking Mighty Mush. You ask Mighty Mush today, he'll still shout you down and say, no, they all rise in the east and set in the west. I agree.
That's correct. That's how it is. It's always like that. Doesn't matter what appears to you. It always goes from east to west.
Yes, we know that.
You know,
nobody said it wasn't.
You know why? Also,
and this is the origins of Polaris and Sigma Octantic being an equivalence to each other. You see how it rolls? How that snowball rolls into that. But this is exactly how this happened last time. But Eli wants to pretend it never happened.
I see young Kiwi.
That's the same thing. That's the same thing when globers are. That's the same point that globers are making that south stars are rotate or sun goes the opposite way. Same thing. That's what globers claims.
He made a claim about you, Sasha. Ask him what he said about that you said.
Yes, he did make a claim. What did you say, Sasha?
What?
Wait, what did Sasha do?
You were saying he's a moderator here, and he had a certain position. Now, what was the thing you said?
I want to help in this mess. There was a discussion about this thing like a month ago, and that's like east to west, west to east, and then it came to the point that there we have 2 points of rotation and maybe 2 poles or something like that. For me, that's okay. Vax, let me finish. And for me, that's okay. For me, that's okay. But Fox, all this story, you need to say, does anybody claim there is 2 points of rotation? If anybody claims that who claimed that must prove that. If somebody has the proof for that, that means all flat earthers like me will agree with that, and we will say, yes, that it's working about the flat earth. That means we have 2 flat rotation, however that it's working, because we cannot do anything about the sky, but we can, if we can prove in some way that we can prove empirically that we have two rotations, then we agree with that. But what I think till now, nobody proved that, and nobody can claim that. Like the same things what we did with Ether, with the upraising Earth, with all these claims. Let's do the same thing, and everybody. It's not about who. Then that person said that this person said, doesn't matter at the end. Let's see who is saying. Does anybody claiming that now in this moment 2025? If it's flat earth, let's see why he's claiming that, and is it that truth? That's all.
No, the weird part is I think a lot of people have reversed on what they were saying 10 months ago.
Well, that doesn't matter. You cannot put also, maybe I said something in 2 years ago and you will now catch me. You know, Sasha, what you said 2 years ago. If I don't think anymore like that, that doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's a great point.
I mean, people's minds change all the time. That's not the issue. But the fact is, it did happen.
That's a good point.
If you think that's something, because Vax on 24/7, they are doing also very, very, very good job, and I can tell you, and sometimes they get that point. I'm not listening. I don't want to make a fight. If somebody want to make big claim, put that people in that arena if you want 24/7 or here, and let's make that. Beautiful debate, like everybody will put arguments. Okay, this is the point of 2 rotation, and you will make a point. No, there is no point of 2 rotation, and people will debate. You will have real debate, and that's it.
That there's 2 points of rotation. So it's like every time he's like, prove to me that there's 2 points of rotation.
I specifically to him have said, no, Sasha, no one's saying there's 2 points of rotation because there's no Polaris-like thing in the South.
Yeah.
Oh, right. So the whole time everyone was championing with Sigma Octantis. It could have just been a fever dream I was having. I gotcha.
Sigma Octantis isn't a point.
Dude, okay. Well, damn, I wanted to ask Brian another thing when he mentioned the 2 cogs that I wanted to clarify. When Brian mentioned 2 cogs, I was just, again, he's not here, but by the way he explained it, I was kind of imagining Polaris was in the center of the 2 cogs. I could be wrong, but that's how I envisioned it. The issue is with the thing that Jedi sent me. It was just 2 circles, and they were touching. In the center of each circle had Polaris and Sigma Octantis, and everything was moving. Like one was going clockwise, one was going counterclockwise.
But what with the Jedi? You said now Jedi. You mentioned him. Go to 24/7. See when Jedi is there. And ask the same question. Jedi, do you think there is 2 points of rotation? If there are, can you tell me what is? Can you back up that claim? And that's it. There is nothing more. And then you will hear what he will say. Maybe he will prove to you. I don't know, man.
I mean, not. I mean, he's going to send me the same Star Trail. Yeah, but the thing is, he's going to. It just comes down to look at these star trails, and everyone in Australia can point south simultaneously. So you're saying that Sigma Octantis is the 1-for-1 equivalent to Polaris? Yes. But Eli would say, no, that's not what they're saying.
Nobody said that. See what I'm saying? Actually, we said the opposite. I literally said the opposite of that today. Like, no, nobody's telling you that. Stop lying.
What'd you say, Eli?
That little point about people saying that you can point south simultaneously or whatever, like, no, nobody said that.
Oh, yes, they have.
No, they haven't. Because when I just made the whole day Farina point where like everybody wouldn't experience nighttime at the same time. To be pointing at Sigma Octantis, which is what people usually refer to, not the South specifically. So we're like, no, you can't because it's not nighttime simultaneously. But you just said that we claim that we are pointing south simultaneously. Nobody even makes that claim, bro. For what? What would people be making that claim for?
Oh, yes, they do. Eli, listen. Eli, hold on. No, because that's the whole point of the question earlier. If you got 5 people, they're all 500,000 miles apart from each other. On 32, yeah, you got 5 people 1,000 miles. You got 5 people 1,000 miles apart from each other on 32 degrees north latitude. And I've looked into it. Because I've picked cities out of a hat that are all 32 degrees, and then I used AI and I figured out, okay, yeah, it's going to be nighttime for all these different places. At some point within the 24-hour period, it's going to overlap between morning and day for somebody somewhere, or it'd be midnight here, 20 minutes left before the sun rises here, whatever. And people can go outside and look north simultaneously. Like that's not really it. I don't, huh? What'd you say? It's not that big of a deal.
I think he said no.
Is waiting on
what Eli said.
Yeah. But he's just like Zenit.
Somebody's echoing.
Well, it's not me. I'm not echoing. I'm trying to make a statement. Everybody I know in the South, they use the Southern crux for direction, dude. I know people there personally, like Flats. You've been over on his show. You talked to him, and when they go for directions, they use the Southern crux to get their southern direction. They don't use Sigma Octantis for anything.
Oh yeah, I've told them that, but then I've gotten arguments about that's not true. Sigma Octantis is the same thing for Polaris, all that.
Nobody said that. You're a liar.
See, you just okay. So this whole thing was like there's never been this argument ever.
Did you hear Jedi say that ever?
Honestly, if you want Elijah, Jedi try to explain some kind of 2 rotation, but I don't know for Sigma Octantis. I cannot tell for that.
Did you hear him say what Vaxi said he said?
I don't know that he said anything about Sigma Octantis.
Eli,
so you
do
never heard
realize
him.
these conversations.
As much as you
If you
heard him
told them
talk
they're not
about
up, it's probably like 40,
rotation, he never said that,
it's
did he?
probably like 30 hours over a 6-month period. It was ridiculous. Some of them
Okay,
lasted
but you never heard
forever.
him say in all of the conversation when he's talking about rotation, right? Whatever. He didn't say that though, did he?
Oh, yes, they have. Dude,
You didn't hear him say that when he talked about the rotation, did you?
Why would Jedi send me? Why
No,
would
he's
Jedi
trying to
send
talk. I'm trying to talk to
Eli, why
Sasha, and
would
he keeps on talking. So I don't like Nathan. You can't mute him. You can't do that or
I can,
moderate
but it
or
will
do
only make things
something.
worse, won't it? I've already had this conversation with you like 10 minutes ago.
Why would Eli send me a diagram
I was
with Polaris
literally
in the center
talking
on one
to
side,
Sasha, and
and
he just
Octantis in
won't
the
stop
center on the
talking.
other?
He just won't stop talking.
Fine, just one sec. Sasha, go ahead.
Sorry. No, I'm telling you, Wax, that was in the past. If is that the same thing, let's put it like a ask him, man, and he will come here or he will do that there, and he will tell you, okay, I'm telling you, I know that Sigma Octantis is visible or whatever, and then we will hear, and then he will say, and then you can attack him.
Sure.
Do you understand me? I want to hear it second time. I want to hear third time. I want to hear that somebody's claiming that and keeping that claim like I know this, and that will be the person who is claiming that thing. Like it was with the Ether. Oh, Ether. He knew it, and on the end there is no Ether. It's the same thing for me. It doesn't matter who is the person.
Exactly. That's why I didn't even really want to bring this up, Neil, which is, I'll instigate it. And he did. Because these are Discord arguments from like 11 months ago that, quite frankly, don't matter anymore, but they did happen.
But you're using them though. It was 11 months ago, but you're using them as
I didn't bring it up, Eli.
point.
You brought it up
for
because you
your
started calling me a
argument.
liar about these conversations from 11 months ago.
It was
That you
about that
don't remember,
24-hour
really.
sun.
That you don't remember.
It was.
So why are you bringing it up?
I didn't. I didn't want to talk about it.
So how are we talking about it then?
Because you called me a scumbag liar earlier, and you did yesterday morning.
You brought it up,
It all
didn't
stems
you?
from
Because
these
you started
discussions
talking about
from
something that
10
was
to
11
11
months ago that you don't really remember, right? Because you started that,
remember it.
right?
Eli, you weren't there. I've never you were never involved in them.
So now you're gonna
The only time
jump
you
to
were
it.
involved in
Listen,
any of these
you
discussions
just
was
said
at the end of
you don't
Nathan's show.
really
I've said that
remember. It's
5
11
times.
months ago, but you brought it up. Why are you still talking about it?
Wow, I thought you were ignoring me. I was on Discord. I was on QE's show, unmuted, trying to talk to you guys. Here's how it started, Vaxi.
Talking to yourself.
You came in and you said how everybody's changing their tune from 11 months ago or whatsoever. That's how we got into this conversation in the first place.
I mean,
You started it.
let's put it this way: every
Kept
time,
talking.
well, recently, it's not the hot topic anymore. They aren't mentioning it. I mean, I'm assuming the fact that it's not being brought up anymore means they've changed their opinions
you
on
said
it,
they
or maybe they're
changed
just
their
talking about
opinions.
other stuff. It doesn't. Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, I haven't seen it mentioned in a shit. A good couple of months it hasn't been mentioned.
Yesterday,
And the last few times I've been in 24/7 was actually kind of pleasant.
Okay,
So it hasn't. This hasn't been brought up in a while.
They've changed their tune from 11 months ago.
I'm assuming they changed. I mean, that's my assumption.
Oh, it's
I
an
can't know for
assumption.
sure.
Okay, I thought it was
Jesus
something that
Christ. Yeah, I'm
you knew for
assuming they
fact.
changed their tune on it. It's not something they mention anymore. I haven't heard it.
And you never did hear it because you're a liar.
Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, I was just lying the whole time. Sure, makes perfect sense, Eli.
No, you were saying that people were saying things that they weren't saying and confusing the conversation. That's why you don't belong in any circle that I'm in.
Why do you gotta take it like that? That's kind of gay.
To tell a grown man that I don't want you in my circle because you don't have any integrity. What's gay about that?
Is it really a circle?
Yeah, Eli, it's fucking Discord. Why don't you calm down and get some actual human interactions? It's just a discussion on Discord, dude. Although I got friends on here, so that's fair to say, I guess.
TV show's gonna start, so I'm breaking out.
No, it's not time yet. We got 6 minutes.
You guys got to kiss and makeup.
You're not going to accept that he's a lying scum. He's worse than AI. I don't understand how you don't see it. He's been lying this whole time. Like he's been caught literally in the act, and you acting like he
I'm
just
acting
doesn't
like
know
you
that.
acted with AI. How does it feel?
Well, it's not justified because I never argued that AI wasn't a shit starter. That was never my argument. So this isn't the same thing.
That's true.
Eli, listen, dude, you've been calling me a liar. You have not furnished a fucking lie yet. Like, what did I say that was a lie? What did I do that? Like, lying has intent. When did I
You
lie?
said I was
About what?
Conversation that I've been in.
I've literally never spoken to you outside of Nathan Oakley's show, whether his show wasn't 24/7 on
that's the
occasion. My
thing.
bad
Eli
for
says he has.
confusing that.
He's a liar. He's literally
Me and
lying.
you never have had this
Like
conversation, dude. Ever.
he did it. So he has once told you guys that I'm one of the people that mutes him. So if we've never had a conversation, why the fuck would you be telling people that I muted you? You remember him telling you that, Neil?
Yes, I do.
This was yeah, but this was way before this past winter when any of this was about completely different other shit. We've talked on occasion in there, but not of anything recent, especially not of the conversations we're talking
We've
about now that
never talked
happened.
outside of
were not there for
FED.
them.
You're a liar. See,
Yeah,
you
but that
keep
could have
asking
been
how you lied, and you
the
keep
Flutter
lying every 5
24/7
minutes.
Discord, dude. I don't even think that was in politics. That was forever
He
ago.
keeps
That was
lying,
well over.
lying every 5
That had to have been at
minutes.
least a year and a half ago. It was during the daytime. I remember because there was that other dude, Battle Mod, on there.
Everybody,
And we were talking about. In fact, I remember exactly what we were talking about. We were talking about
Hey, is everyone about to go to a different Discord?
Not a different Discord,
That
just a
wasn't-
different room. We'll move to Ballbusters. I'm about to move now.
Awesome, thank you.
Oh shit! It's 1 o'clock.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, well, you'll have that. Okay. 3 minutes.
You'll have that on them tough jobs.
Yeah. There's one of the principles.
That's the girly girl.
I could. Are we recording? No, we're not. Oh,
No.
are we?
Not yet.
I could really freaking choke the life out of that guy. I kid you not. I don't.
Sorry, just to interrupt.
Nathan Oakley's always recording. He's in the room, so.
I want to tell you both good luck. We're all counting on you.
We're all counting on you. And don't call me Shirley. We're behind
Yes,
you
I
100%.
do. And quit calling me Shirley.
We're behind you 100%. All right, 2 minutes. 2 minutes till liftoff. Catch you on the other side.
10-4.
Anybody see Liam Neeson doing the Naked Gun? I thought it was funny.
Yeah. All right, I sent you the 2 memes that you request. Well, no, you only requested one, but I got another one, so I'm gonna tell it before the show starts. Y'all ready?
We're ready.
All right. Me, what's the Wi-Fi password? Bartender, you need to buy a drink first. Okay, I'll have a Coke. Bartender says, is Pepsi okay? Sure. How much is that? Bartender, $3. There you go. So what's the Wi-Fi password? Bartender, you need to buy a drink first. No spaces, all lowercase.
I don't get it.
You said you don't get it?
No.
How do you not get it?
Nathan, are you serious?
Need to buy a drink. Can I have a Coke? $3. Okay, now can I have the Wi-Fi password? You need to buy a drink, all lowercase. I don't get it.
Yeah, that's the Wi-Fi password. Is you have to
never
buy
had to actually buy the drink.
The Wi-Fi password is you need to buy a drink.
Oh my God.
Very good.
Nathan, are you so smart that easy things get by you?
Hey, I don't get a lot of jokes right off the bat either, so give him
No,
a
you
break.
too. You must be Mrs. Brain. I don't know what Vaxie's issue is with you, but
No, there's no issue with me. He's a snake. Yeah.
See, that's the thing. I don't have an issue with anybody, but Eli's just doesn't. He keeps calling me a snake and shit.
He is speaking pretty inflammatory. Maybe just chill a little bit. It'll all be all right.
He's been calling me a liar, saying that somebody didn't say something in the conversation that he wasn't even a part of. It's so stupid. I guess the whole being a female comment really went up his butt.
How difficult would it be for you to just let it go, though?
Yeah, all of you guys let it go. Like, shut the fuck up.
I literally left the other conversation to be here to move away from it. The only thing I said was, "Oh, thank God I'm here. I can't stand that guy. I would choke you the fuck out."
You would choke me out, really? You giving threats on Discord now? Oh, that's scary. Sorry for using that word, my bad, but I can't describe you that.
No, probably like in a poetic way, of course. I would never threaten anyone over Discord.
I don't know, you seem like the type of guy that would try to have a fist fight with slides on.
It's like Earth is like yeah. Boom, 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 boom. We gon' reach for the sky, yeah.